There we go. You're live, it says. Hooray. Hello, YouTube.
All set.
All set. Yeah. Hello, YouTube people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. It is a Thursday night stream. I always have to check because the moment I sit down here, I instantly forget what day of the week it is. It's remarkable. Remarkable ability I have to completely lose track of where I am and what I'm doing. Amazing. How is
fairness,
everyone?
you went on a trip, you skipped a day, and
That is true. That's very kind, Sean. Thank you. Well, I hope everyone is well. It is jolly warm in the UK at the moment. Very, very hot indeed. We got to, I think, about 36 or 37 degrees C in places today, which is pretty hot for the UK, maybe even possibly even higher in some places. But I'm very lucky. My aircon is keeping me lovely and cool in here, so it's very comfortable. So that's quite nice. We're going to get things going pretty quickly. We've already got 2 guests in the TikTok queue, so we won't waste time on formalities. We will get things going. Just to say that all the stuff that stopped working last night was actually some kind of hack, some sort of attack. I think I've put it all back together again and beefed up the defenses a little today, which is not to say that we're completely invulnerable, but everything should theoretically be working. So hopefully it is. The bingo should be working. The caller rating should be working. The kill switch should be working. All of these things have been fixed and tested today, which is code for they will probably go wrong again. But I'm hoping they won't. I'm hoping that it's all okay. And I'm putting links to the caller rating in both chats. If you're new to this and you don't know what that means, it's just a link that you can click on and it takes you to a page where you move a little ball around on the screen, and up and down is how good you think our callers' arguments are, and left to right is how good you think the good faith that they're coming into the conversation with. So if you think they're a troll, you would put the ball on the left. If you think they're there in good faith, you would put it on the right. And if you think their arguments are strong, you put it up. If you think the arguments are not strong, you put it down. So everyone moves the ball around, and then we get a kind of aggregate score, which gets averaged out. Then we do a leaderboard at the end of the show to see which the best calls were and which ones were maybe not quite so good. The other thing to let you know about before we get our first guest in, which is going to be Kellen Goggins, is going to be our first guest, followed by Bling Ching-a-ling, great name. You'll be happy to know, I'm sure, that I've had numerous exchanges with our friend Samuel, who came in yesterday with his lovely picture book. He's been sending me messages pretty much all day, an embarrassingly large number of voice DMs, telling me about how he destroyed me and all of that kind of stuff. It is massively amusing, and I may play some of the messages for you later in the stream because it's a bit rude not to, isn't it? So a few people have said today, when's he coming back on the show? And I did message him to say he's very welcome to come back anytime he likes, because it was very, very funny. Is the prompt too small? People are saying the prompt is small. I could possibly work on making it a little bit larger. I can do that if people are struggling to read it. I will do that once we get going. I'll make the prompt larger so everyone can see it. But without further ado, let's get our first guest in. So this is Kellen Goggins coming in right now on TikTok.
What's up?
Hi, hello. How are you?
Pretty good.
Excellent.
Good.
Well, you are our first guest, so welcome in.
Thank you. I was gonna ask, do you like Lord of the Rings?
Do I like Lord of the Rings? Yeah. I mean, it's been a very long time since I read the books, and quite a long time since I saw the films.
Because I just heard, I'm not saying this is like a perfect argument for Christianity, but I guess Tolkien was a Catholic.
He was, yeah.
And he got C.S. Lewis, who was an atheist, to believe.
Yeah, people get other people to believe quite often. That's a thing that happens.
Right, but if you were to argue, I mean, granted he died forever ago, but if you were to argue with Tolkien, what point would you try to bring to him?
I would appeal to his sense of rationality and say, look, you clearly have a very vivid imagination, and that's wonderful, and thank you for sharing it with the world. But a vivid imagination is not necessarily a good steer on what's actually true. And you can have a fantastic imagination and be a wonderful writer and be a brilliant creative person, but still not necessarily think clearly about whether ideas are well-founded. And I would just appeal to his sense of reason and say, well, what is the evidence for these beliefs? That apart from it being a beautiful, majestic, poetic story, which some people think it is, I personally don't. I think it's a horrible story, but some people find the majesty in the story of sacrifice and redemption and all of that sort of stuff. And I would just say, what's the evidence for this?
Yeah,
I hear you. Because I guess C.S. Lewis was pretty staunch atheist, and Tolkien was like, yeah, dude, but you know why you like all these stories? And he's like, Jesus this, Jesus that. And then C.S. Lewis just took that and ran with it. But
maybe the case. I remember reading Mere Christianity many years ago, and people had said it's this fantastic masterpiece of apologetics, and it's got all these brilliant arguments in it. And I'm saying this honestly. I was quite underwhelmed. I thought it was average at best. The whole
Kellen, we get a lot of.
Go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Sure. We get a lot of Christians who are. It's a common thing. They tell their testimony. I was down and out. I had this. Here's my testimony. What have you? Oftentimes, that testimony is, I was an atheist just like you. And I think that tends to be an attempt to identify with us. That is a strong principle of persuasion or what have you. Get to identify with the person. But the only thing that really matters to me, and I ask them all the same question. Okay, so you used to be an atheist. What evidence convinced you to stop being an atheist and to start believing in a God? That's it. And it's the same question I ask a theist who's always been a theist or grew up into theism. It's the same question. What evidence persuades you that a God exists? I'm a former atheist. Cool. What evidence persuaded you to stop being an atheist and start being a theist? That's the only thing that matters.
Right. Can I tell you, I mean, I'm going to give you the classic, I was an atheist, but I really was. I loved Sam Harris. Sam Harris, every day, podcast, books. And one day I killed a cockroach and felt so guilty about it. And I felt like God was like, why did you do that? And that's when I was like, wait, is God real? Because I felt so guilty about this.
Could it just have been you reflecting on your own sort of senseless taking of a life and realizing that was an unnecessary act and making you just think about yourself in a different way? I mean, that's quite a profound moment. But for you to have sort of subcontracted that moment of realization out to an entity rather than just owning it, which would have been a more profound moment, I think, in some ways, don't you?
Yeah.
But my question is okay, I was raised Christian, fear of God, and I've heard people say they attribute it to Nietzsche, but Nietzsche, oh, if you kill a butterfly, you're a monster, but if you kill a cockroach, you're a hero. But I just had so much guilt for this thing that I did, and I felt like God was pissed at me. And I don't know if that's from the indoctrination or what, but it really did. I felt like it was God. And so I was like, okay, he is real. That's literally how I came to, oh, he's real. Because I felt just this sense of doom.
Do you think that's a rational reason to believe? Put yourself, your emotion, everything outside of it objectively, and try to think of it purely in terms of logic. Do you think that's a logical reason to believe?
I do.
Okay. Why?
Because it felt real. I mean, it felt real.
Feels.
I know, it feels.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at is like,
But I haven't killed a cockroach since, so it made me a better person.
I mean, good on you for that. And whether Christianity makes you a better person or does not is a separate question from whether it's actually true, though.
Like, I don't even kill flies anymore.
But so that the Jains are the same. The Jains also don't. You don't have to attribute this to a god. You can just attribute it to.
And that's what Sam Harris said. That he talks about the Jains.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I mean, you can just realize that some part of you came to an awareness of the fact that needlessly extinguishing lives is not wonderful. Good for you.
But hey, that showed you right there that I was a Sam Harris fan, because I'm not just faking it. I'm not like,
oh no, I take you at your word. I genuinely do. And although I was sort of being flippant in what I said earlier, I never accuse, when someone says I used to be an atheist, I never accuse them of lying unless I like have solid evidence or something, because I don't like it when they do that to us with Romans 1, and I'll accept their claim, in return, and go from there. I show them the respect that I expect.
I mean, I'm not a Bible master. What's Romans 1?
Oh, Romans 1 is there's verses in there that basically say it's already been made clear to us that God exists, which is telling us the contents of our mind, which is demonstrably false, because I know for a fact it's not clear to me that God exists, so that we are without excuse, etc. It's, and a lot of Christians will rely on Romans 1 to try to tell us, oh, no, you really believed, or you never really believed, or, what have you. But no, I take you at your word, and I genuinely do believe you, that you were an atheist before. I don't think that you became a theist for rational reasons. As you acknowledged, it's basically just a feeling you have.
Yep.
That's not enough for me to believe that there's an all-knowing, all-powerful creator of the entire universe.
Well, let's say I'm outside right now. Let's say I saw a moth, right? And I go to step on it. Yeah. I'm gonna feel like the wrath of God is pissed at me because I just sinned. I just did that. But you're saying
do other Christians feel that?
Yes, with sin, yeah, I think.
Okay.
But I was a complete atheist.
I
didn't believe in God.
You've said that a number of times now, and
I was proud.
And you've said that the main reason why you decided to embrace Jesus is reflecting on your own predilection for killing animals. I'm not necessarily convinced that that's really true. No, I think normally it takes something a little more than that to bring someone to Christ. So, yeah, maybe have a think about that. But thank you for calling in and being our first guest.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Paul was stoning Christians when Jesus came to him, so.
Sure. All right. Well, thank you for calling in and being our first guest.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. All right. So some disagreement in the chat there about exactly what was going on there. I'm also going to say that I think the kill switch has been hacked again, because you heard it go off there within 10 seconds of the call starting. I was watching the calls come in thick and fast for it, and they were not genuine. So we are going to be sans kill switch again for this stream. Someone is being very clever. I'm going to be moving all my apps and all of that stuff into a much more ring-fenced and secure way of doing this stuff. But it's going to take a few days to do it. So what I was able to do today was kind of fix things and get them up and running. But it seems that the kill switch has already been hacked again. So with that said, let's move on. And you'll have to just rely on our instincts to figure out when it's time to end the calls. We did get 7 calls on the bingo as well. So let's have a quick look at those, because I'm not sure that these are going to be real anyway as well. I'm not sure. What I'll do is I'll read them out. And if you hear your name called and you didn't say this, please let me know. So Gregor said, I used to be an atheist. That is fair. And, whoops, a little bit loud. And Gregor's also said no morality without God. That didn't come up in the conversation. Upshot said personal experience of God. I think that's true. And Base Clef called personal incredulity. I don't think that came up because we weren't talking about anything for him to be incredulous of. And Base Clef called everyone knows God exists. I don't think he said that either. And Base Clef called, let's have a look. Everyone knows God exists. No. Yeah, the bingo stuff is going a little bit crazy. I can see what's going on with it. I think that this is being messed with. So someone is having someone's having a little bit of a mess with us. So we're not going to let that derail us at all. You did. Thanks, Upshot, for calling yours. But someone is playing around with this stuff. So we're going to need to rebuild it in a completely different way. I thought I could get it up and working for today, but it seems like we can't. So
and by the way, some people are saying the previous caller was pulling the snow. I believed him. I might have gotten duped. That's on me.
A lot of people were saying
too charitable.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying troll, and I was like, all you're talking about is killing animals. It doesn't sound realistic, but I would rather err on the side of giving someone more latitude than they deserve than err on the side of accusing someone of being dishonest when they were honest.
Right.
If I had to pick one of those, I would pick the first one and be accused of being too easily duped or something like that, because the other way is not something I feel comfortable with at all. Okay, so Bling Ching-a-ling, we will get in next. Great name, and we will proceed. Bling Ching.
John Cohen and the great Sean. How are we, gentlemen?
We are very well indeed. How are you?
Very good. Yes, Sean. Yes. We have spoken recently, and it was very good. Thanks. Now, listen, we got three lines of approach that we want to take these conversations in, right? I'm going to start with like at least one question, and then we'll see how we go with that one. Maybe then we'll pivot to the next one if we are satisfied, if I'm satisfied with the answer, right?
Are you hang on, slow down, Tiger. Are you going to choose a topic from our list, or would you like to speak about something else?
Can I speak about something else? I think it's going to be related to
if it's related.
The God is not morally good.
Okay.
Can we speak to the God is not morally good?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question would be, why would the God who created the entire universe have to be morally good?
He wouldn't have to.
Why can't he just be morally apathetic?
He could be a dick.
Yeah, he can be.
Exactly, right?
But hang on, you're getting confused. You're taking God's goodness to be a property of God, like his height. That's not what we're saying. When we describe someone as being morally good, we're expressing an opinion about their behavior. So we are all entitled to an opinion about anyone's behavior. So my opinion about his behavior is that he's not morally good. I'm entitled to that opinion. That doesn't mean that I expect that he should be, or that he ought to be, or that he might be. I'm just saying what I think. So it's like if someone misbehaves and behaves in a way that I think is not morally acceptable, I'm going to label it. I'm going to say, I think that behavior is not morally acceptable. It's got absolutely nothing to do with me thinking that they ought to be different, or we would expect them to be different. It's just an observation of their behavior. Does that make sense?
I see. No, that makes 100% sense, John. The thing that I would say is, before I can be able to satisfactorily label somebody as morally good or morally bad, I need to first establish whether this entity or this person actually exists in reality, right? Before I can say somebody is...
No, I can say... I can say
a character.
Yeah, exactly.
So when you're saying God is not morally good, you're saying the God of the Bible is not morally good.
I think the God of the Bible is not morally good, and I think any God character that is described as having certain properties, like being all-powerful and all-knowing and stuff like that, if such a character were to exist, they would not be morally good.
Okay, so that's what comes back to my initial question. And notice I was very particular about the question I asked you. I said, why does the God that created the universe, I'm not saying the God of the Bible, I'm not saying the God of the Quran either. I'm saying that the creative force, whatever you want to call it, who
I'm not saying they ought to be.
created the universe.
I'm not saying they ought to be.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that if there is some kind of creative force that created the universe,
Yeah.
why should they be
Why should
moral?
they? That's why.
Can't
That's
they
why I
just
said.
be
That's why I said.
apathetic, right?
I cut you off there because I said I knew you were going to ask that. Is why I said I'm not saying they ought to be moral. I'm just saying they're not. The God who creates the
not because based off of a particular understanding of what people think God is.
No,
what if God is not that at all?
It's not. It's based on the idea that any being that has the ability to avoid suffering for others and doesn't do it is bang in the center of what I would define as being evil. That's what evil is. It's causing suffering or allowing suffering which could easily be avoided. So if you're going to say the one thing you could say that would remove God from the sights of this particular weapon I'm pointing at him at the moment, the weapon of my moral judgment, is if you said, well, maybe he's incapable. An incapable God, you would say, okay, well then maybe that God is good. Maybe that God wishes he could avoid all this suffering and, help to alleviate the pain of others. He's just not very good at doing it, and he's a bit crap, and he can't effectuate anything to bring any relief to suffering. Okay, well then he's just inept. That's a different charge. But if you're suggesting most people who use the word God are talking about a very, very powerful entity who perhaps created everything and potentially invigilates all of reality from moment to moment, capable of doing anything he wants. And such a creature, when you look at the world now, if they were to exist, you would infer that they're indifferent to the suffering of humans and other sentient creatures.
I see. And that's a very good point, right? Now, are we aware of this term, the impartial spectator?
I know what the term means.
Yeah, so obviously, what if, and I'm not saying that this is what I claim to be true, I'm just saying that what if the God who created this universe chooses to be an impartial spectator and just kind of like observes us, causing each other a great deal of harm and whatever, and he just looks at it, and this is like his television, he just kind of like entertains him, whatever. Does that make him evil, or does it just...
I would give the same judgment on him as I would somebody else who sits by a swimming pool and watches a child drown as just an impartial spectator, just letting it happen. I would consider that person a hellacious dick, and I consider if there's an all-powerful God that exists, I consider him, it, or she a dick.
Yeah. Now here's the thing: if a bank is getting robbed, Sean.
Yeah.
Would you choose to be an impartial spectator? Hang on.
No.
Hang on.
Ahead.
Not if you were all powerful. You were speaking about somebody drowning, right? But if a bank was getting robbed and they got guns, would you choose to be an impartial spectator in that instance, or would you want to be the hero and do something about it?
I would not be an impartial spectator where I would weigh the risk and find a way to help the people in there and make sure they're okay. The best thing to do may be just to sit quiet and put my hands up, because I may assess that that's the best way for most of the people to remain safe. And so what if the lives are more valuable than the money?
And wait for backup to come, right?
If I were all powerful, I would stop the robbery. And if I wouldn't,
Okay, so if you are all powerful, Sean, right? If somebody that is all powerful, does somebody that is all powerful have the ability to choose to limit their power?
No.
What do you mean?
Well, okay, hold on. Let me think. I mean, that's a good philosophical problem.
We've spoken about this before.
We've spoken about this before.
If they have the ability to limit their power, then they also have the ability to take off the limits. So it's not really limited.
Oh, and also, but here's the thing: someone who's all powerful could decide, I want to use my omnipotence to stop being omnipotent. In which case, they couldn't revert themselves back. At which case, they are no longer an all-powerful God, and now we're talking about a different God altogether. And then furthermore, if the God knew that a result of limiting his own power he would be unable to stop all the suffering, he is still choosing to allow the suffering unnecessarily.
Oh, I see. What if him limiting his power is a prerequisite to human beings enjoying free will?
If it's a prerequisite, he's not all powerful.
No, what if that is the parameters in which he actually set humanity about, set humanity up to say, enjoy free will, but me giving you your free will means that I am going to kind of like remove some of my power in order for you guys to exercise your free will.
Yeah, so I give the same judgment. Like if I fail to stop somebody from harming a child because I don't want to interfere with their free will, or I neuter myself so I can't help the child, and my reason is I didn't want to interfere with the person's free will, I'm a dick.
But Sean, if we're going to have to help the child, then we're going to have to help the old lady that's about to get robbed. And we're going to have to help the person that steps in front of a truck. And we're going to have to help the person that cuts off their arm
if I'm all
allow them to grow it back, correct?
Yep.
That's robots.
Hold on. No, because if I'm all powerful, I can do that. And if I'm all powerful, I can create a world like what Christians describe as heaven, where everybody has free will and nobody chooses to use their free will to sin, because there's no logical contradiction there. If there is, then I guess there's always going to be sin in heaven, and it's no different from earth.
Okay, so Sean, if you were God, would you allow for people to never get hurt, never get disappointed, never get their feelings hurt, never physically harm themselves in any kind of which way, shape, or form?
Yeah. I mean that's heaven, right? That's basically what Christians describe as heaven, is it not?
Yeah, heaven, that which is the afterlife. But in this life, I usually find, in my own personal experience, and I can be completely wrong here, Sean, right? But I've often learned the most valuable lessons when I've bumped my head, right?
Well,
when I've gotten myself in situations where, ooh, man, I shouldn't have done that. But now I learn to not do, and it allows me to grow, and it allows me to become a better person. You're saying if you're God, you're not going to give me the ability to grow?
So isn't it better to have all persons not do bad things, like heaven? Like, why not just create heaven? So basically, you're saying there's a utility value to children getting bone cancer and tsunamis wiping out 250,000 people in 2008, drowning babies, women, children. Like, hey, that allowed them. Did that allow them to grow, or did it just wipe them out?
Okay, so here's the issue. Here's the issue that we have, right?
Yeah.
On the one hand, we have a naturalistic, materialistic worldview, view of the reality, and on the other hand, we have the Christian view. Let's just say, hypothetically, we have the Christian view that says ultimately all of these things that is injustice is going to be made right, but the naturalistic view is, nature is what it is. It neither knows nor cares.
It's not made right.
So then why are you so outraged at what nature does?
Bling, everything you're saying is just a bog standard theodicy. Everything you're expressing here is just exactly the same response to the problem of evil that we've all heard hundreds of times before. There's nothing new in what you're saying. And the response to it is going to be the same one we give every time, which is, if God is all-powerful, then he is capable of bringing about any state of the future he wants, without the suffering, without children paralyzed by bricks from falling buildings on them in earthquakes, without 300,000 children a year dead from malaria from mosquitoes, without all the suffering, without all of that stuff. He's capable of actuating all the benefits that you're claiming are the reasons why he allows all of this for some better state later. He's capable of doing all of that without putting people through suffering, without making parents bury their children in small coffins, without forcing people to watch their husbands and wives and children die and have agonizing deaths and have children raped by adults, a number of which have happened during the time we've been having this conversation, and God just watches with arms folded going, this must happen because there's some benefit later on and everything's going to be made great later. Well, that's lovely. But if everything's going to be made great later, then everything can be made great later without all of this horrible stuff happening too. Yeah. And that's the problem you have here. And every time you advance an argument which is in support of a reason why God might need to do these things in order to achieve his plan for later, you make him weaker, you diminish him. This is why I have this concept of the seesaw, where God's goodness is on one side and God's power is on the other. And every time you try to elevate his goodness by explaining the suffering, you're diminishing his power by suggesting he can't bring about that goodness without the agony. If I had an all-powerful God, if I believed in an all-powerful God, he would be able to achieve personal growth, spiritual growth, all of these things, wisdom, growing in the world, and things being made better later. He would be able to do all of that without a single child needing to die on a cancer ward. Not one.
I love that. And thank you for appealing to my sense of emotions. I understand the gravity when you say about children. But let me ask you this.
There was logic in there too. There was
And there's a lot
absolute
of logic. There's a lot of logic in what John said, and I really do note it. But my thing is this: is death a form of suffering as well?
Mainly for the people left behind, funnily enough. Death itself involves no experience at all. You can suffer on your way there.
But how do you know that if you haven't died yet?
Because we understand that experiencing suffering, experiencing anything, you need a brain functioning in order to do that. There's a reason why we use general anesthetics in surgeries. It's because we know that it stops people suffering. Because when you anesthetize the brain, the suffering doesn't happen during the surgery because they're having no experiences. And we know that in order to have any experiences, you have to have a functioning brain. At least we can intuit this, right? And so to say, how do we know that suffering, that death is suffering? Death itself is nothing. It's the cessation of all experience. But the people left behind are still experiencing. And, but before you die, many people experience extremely unpleasant levels of suffering before they die.
So in order to prevent these people from suffering, we need to, if I was God, or let's say if Sean was God, God would just make sure that nobody died so that nobody suffers?
God could just make sure that there was no suffering, or at very least, even if we were to allow that some small amount of suffering may be beneficial, let's even allow for this. Let's say, when you exercise in the gym and you feel a little bit of an ache the next day, I quite like that ache. It's like it's a little bit of suffering, but it lets me know I've done something with my body, and I kind of like it in a funny kind of way. Even if you allow for a bit of suffering, that's a different category to the randomness of, an earthquake happens and a building falls down and some of the people are killed and some of them are paralyzed and some of them are just, injured in horrific ways and some of them have to watch their children die in front of them. And this is just random. So even if God just made an incremental improvement by getting rid of just malaria, for example, just that one change would save 300,000 children's lives a year. But he doesn't do it. All of these things he has to do. And so I don't think that's great.
And that's valid. No, John, that's 100% valid. And you make a great point. Here's the problem, right? Let me say that I have now adopted the atheistic / materialistic, naturalistic worldview. And I'm saying, you know what? There is no God. Now, who am I going to blame for all of this evil and suffering that I see in this world?
You're going to put your big boy pants on and realize that we don't blame people for things that happen. Life is like that.
So then what are we going to do with all of the evil and suffering in the world?
You're going to just cope. You're going to do what I do, which is you accept that life has got moments of joy, moments of sadness, moments of banal
But John, you don't act
nothingness.
that way. You act really outraged when bad things happen to children. You act really outraged.
I'm not actually. No. When bad things happen to children, when a tsunami happens, hang on, calm down.
You really are quick to blame God.
Listen.
Stop talking over John.
Then where's all the rage?
Listen for a moment, and you'll understand this. When I see a tsunami happen, I don't get angry with God. It doesn't cross my mind for a moment. Any more than when I see an animal dead in the road, I start raging at the pixies. No.
Do you get angry at nature?
Part of being a psychologically normal adult in the world is when I see tragedies happen, I understand that that's the nature of reality, is that bad things are going to happen. And they make me sad because I regret the loss, but I don't get angry at anyone. This is like the people who wanted to punish animals for attacking people in days of old. They wanted to.
So you're not angry when bad things happen to children?
Do you know that people used to put animals on trial? This is the mentality that you're expressing here.
Are you angry when bad things happen to children, like bone cancer?
No, I'm not angry. I'm sad at the.
Are you apathetic?
No, I'm desperately sad at the pain of the children and their parents and their families, and I'm hopeful for the fact that through our own progress and through our enlightenment values and through a willingness to stop getting on our knees and praying and actually do something about it, we actually have advanced to the point where we can now treat those children.
Just do both?
Right? Well, we can do both, but we can also go and hug a tree. But I'm not really fussed about that. I'm saying I don't get angry about tragedies. You might. I don't. I get angry about the idea of people thinking that a God who allows all of this is good. That makes me a bit angry because I just think it's monumentally stupid.
Okay, so we are speaking to each other in terms of your worldview. There is no God, right? But we are so quick to say bone cancer in children and tsunamis and trees falling on people's heads and all of these things. There's a lot of suffering in this world. It's a brute fact of our reality that we perceive.
Correct.
Now, the question is, what do we do with this information? Yes, we have to try and advance in science. We have to try and educate people to be a little bit more safer. We need to advocate for mental health a little bit better. We need to do all of these other things to mitigate.
We need to take. Yes, we need to take actions. That's the point. Is that there's no grand. There's no. Hold on. There's no reason to believe there's a grand plan or that God's going to make it all better, or that I could pray away, like, cancer, or pray a limb to grow back, because that never happens, right? So it's up to us. It's the realization that it's up to us to work together to solve problems, to put money into cancer research, have tsunami warnings or earthquake warnings under the ocean, or warning systems that might prevent another 2008. That is up to us. So we're all in agreement on what to do about it. Now, the point you're missing is, like, let me ask you a question. If I'm sitting with my arms folded next to a pool and I see a kid drowning and I do nothing about it and the kid drowns, am I a bad person for that?
According to me, you'd be a bad person. According to me.
Okay, and now what if this kid's drowning?
But according to you, you'd be like, I can't swim. According to you, to you, you'd be like, I can't swim.
Hold on.
What if you can't swim?
Don't talk over me. I can swim.
No, but Sean, what?
Okay, Bing, stop. I can swim. The premise of my situation that I asked you for is that I can swim. So let's go with that is the scenario I outlaid to you. I can save the child. I chose not to. If God sat on the side of the pool with his arms crossed and watched the child die,
the problem is me that is observing. I don't know if you can swim or not, Sean.
Okay.
If I'm observing you doing nothing, and I don't know if you can swim or not, I can't make a moral judgment.
Stop. Okay, Bling. The scenario I'm outlining is that I can swim. It is within my means to help the child, and I don't. You agreed that would make me a bad person. Now, my next question is, if God sits on the side of the pool with his arms crossed, watching the child drown and does not help, is God a bad person? You can unmute.
Like I said, initially when we...
That's yes or no.
Sorry, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you guys hear me?
Did you get my question?
You said if God chooses to sit idly by and not intervene when a child is drowning, does that make God a bad person?
Yeah, it makes me a bad person if I do it.
So if God has to intervene in that particular... Okay, listen, Sean.
Go ahead.
Sean, does God live in our day-to-day reality?
Is that a yes or no to my question?
Does God live in our day-to-day reality?
You tell me.
Does he live in our day-to-day reality? Do we see him?
Answer my question.
No, I'm just saying that if he has to intervene there, he has to intervene everywhere, right?
So then you can say no and expound on your answer, or you can say yes or expound on your answer.
Okay,
but it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Can I say not necessarily?
Okay.
Yeah, so the reason why I would say not necessarily.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The reason why I would say not. The reason.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, there's a delay. Maybe it's on my part there, Sean. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, the reason why I would say not necessarily is because if God were to intervene in one particular case, God would have to intervene in every other one of the billion cases that might happen every year.
Nonsense.
Right?
Christians say that God answers prayers all the time. That's nonsense. Christians credit God for answering prayers and curing tumors and helping the church find the $120 they needed to fix the thing. All the time people credit God for intervening. Nobody goes, but if he intervenes here, he must intervene everywhere else. You're making that up, my friend. That's poppycock.
No. I am a Christian, and I can tell you something. I've got no evidence of God curing anybody's cancer. I haven't seen it. If somebody else has seen it, that's up to their experience.
Take that up. But hang on, take that up with all the people
who credit taking place in my life, but that's just personal, anecdotal.
But that's fine. But that makes my point for me. I'm saying you're saying that if God intervenes in the case of the drowning child, he would therefore have to intervene in all other cases. That's nonsense. If God is sovereign, he can do whatever he wants. He could intervene in that case and decide not to in other cases. Sean asked you in one particular case.
Or he can choose to not intervene at all, right?
He can. So Sean asked you, if God watches a child drown and decides to just let the child drown, does that make him bad in the same way that it would make Sean bad? And your answer was not necessarily. And the reason you gave that answer ties back to exactly the same thing I said to you before, is that your clause for the not necessarily there is that he may have some reason why the child drowning is actually good, not bad. That's it. That's what you mean by not necessarily. Because the only alternative to that is
not good or bad, but necessary.
Necessary.
Maybe not good or bad, but necessary.
But there's no such thing as necessary for an all-powerful deity. That's the problem you have here. All-powerful deities...
Not unless that all-powerful being has an ultimate plan in mind, right?
But if an all-powerful being has an ultimate plan, then he can achieve his ultimate plan without the child dying. This is the same thing. We're not going to go round and round it again and again and again. So every time you catch yourself... I'm going to give you some advice. Every time you catch yourself explaining why God allows a particular instance of suffering in terms of his plan, ask yourself what that does to your claim that God is all-powerful and capable of achieving his plan without the suffering.
But see how mad you are at God, at the child that is drowning.
Are you going to address what he said?
And yet naturalism says nothing about children dying. But
Okay, you're all over the map at the moment. Every time I make a point which devastates your position, you shift to talking to everyone about how mad I am at God. This is just a cheap tactic, my friend. I'm not having it.
No, it's
not.
You're not living as if you don't believe that there's a God, John.
I'm not mad at God any more than I'm mad at Voldemort or Darth Vader or Sauron. I'm not mad at Gargamel either. I'm also not mad at Ming the Merciless. And I'm also not bad at, and I'm also not mad at Chucky. I'm also not bad at Blofeld, and I'm also not bad at Godzilla. Not mad, sorry, at any of these things. I simply am not convinced that any of these things exist. Now, you want to look at my disdain for your ideas and recharacterize that as anger at God, because that's how you fit it into your schema. That's how you fit it into
for the fact that there's no justice for those children.
Sure. Yeah, but in your world, it is justice because God is invigilating it, and everything that happens must be according to His will, and according to Deuteronomy 32:4, His ways are just. So everything that He decides to do is just, and it is in no injustice there at all, unless you think that He's not really in control. So I'm going to ask you to think about how frail the position that you're holding is. It collapses under the slightest application of critical thinking, which is why whenever we pursue the argument with you, you are forced to pivot to how angry I am at God, which is laughable. It's just laughable. That's just you waving a flag saying,
You're not being consistent with your own position, John. You're not being consistent with your own.
I'm being completely consistent with my own position, and everyone here knows it. Everyone here can tell.
Morally outraged when the universe.
Everyone can tell that I'm now is crashing out. It's amazing. Everyone can tell that I'm being completely consistent
by muting me.
Consistent with my position in that. I've said time and time again,
no, you guys are
thousands and times
because you're talking over John.
Again, yeah, you're just rude.
Stop talking over John.
You're being muted because you're rude. If you can control yourself, I will leave you time to speak.
Something that you've already said before.
Yeah, well, that's why people tune in here, funnily enough, is to hear me say some of the things I've said before.
No,
because
I'm
these
here for
are
your accent,
because these are.
Can I explain something to Bling?
Yeah, go ahead.
You got a wonderful accent, John. And listen, guys, it's all love. We're all trying to find answers in love. You know what I mean?
I want to address your objection. So you're talking about John's mad at God for all these things. All right, he's whatever. He's not mad at nature. Okay, so we express anger toward people, conscious agents, when they do things because we can assign moral agency to a person or a thinking agent who can act, that actually does things. We don't get mad at a tree if it falls on a house, because that would be silly, because a tree is not a moral thinking agent. So yes, it's different. If God exists, we would be angry at the unjustness and the immorality of this God because He's a moral agent. It's silly to suggest we should get mad at trees or a tidal wave or
Yeah.
tectonic plates or something.
It's why
Like,
I'm
And if I
I'm
believe
sharing.
that God doesn't exist, Sean,
I'm
then I shouldn't
sharing.
be worried about anything,
Hang on.
right?
I'm sharing Babs's super chat here that says, "Blame is a child's reaction. Taking responsibility and taking action is an adult's." I mean, I couldn't have said it any better than that. That's absolutely right. Absolutely right.
That's true.
So that's
No,
it.
but thank you guys. I think I've taken up so much of your time, but thanks for having me up. It was interesting. I didn't mean any harm by it. I know it can get passionate at times, but it is what it is. We're just asking questions.
Okay, Blaine.
Thanks, Sean.
Take care.
Thanks, Sean.
Bye-bye.
all right.
There we go. Okay. There we are. Seems to work. Okay, well, I will read a couple of super chats, and then we are going to get Legion in on the YouTube side. Legion will be our next guest in just a moment. Let's just read a couple of these out. Where does it go? It went here. Buzz said, "John for Nope. Hooray! Sean for Cardinal." Love it. Absolutely love that. Brilliant stuff. And then the next one was from David Tedeschi, who said, "And behold, Puff, the dragon of great wonder, did dwell beside the sea, and did leap through the autumn mist in a land known as Honor Lee." That's absolutely right. Puff did do all of those things. I'm very pleased you pointed it out, David. And David also pointed out, in addition, that where is it gone? Hang on. Where's it gone? It is. Where's it gone? I've lost the other message from David because he had another one, a follow-up message. Let me just find it. Here it is. Puff verse 2. Likewise, little Jackie Paper loved that magnificent beast, and brought unto him strings and sealing wax and other fancy toys. And there ends today's lesson. But absolutely well read from the Book of Puff. Your devotion is clear, David, and you will definitely be rewarded and reflected in his scales. That's absolutely excellent. Okay, we will get Legion in, and hopefully the audio will all be good and everything will be wonderful. Legion, are you there?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I wasn't expecting to be brought on.
We are hearing you echo annoyingly.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'm trying to think why. Oh, I think I see why. I do see why. Hang on a second. There you go. It should go off now. Right. You weren't expected to be brought on, but you were in the queue nice and early, and that's what tends to happen. So welcome in.
It's nice to meet you.
You too.
I just found you out a few weeks ago, and
Sure.
I'm an ex-Christian, which is why I wasn't expecting to be brought on since you wanted opposition.
But I didn't realise that. All I saw was your name in the queue. What I would ask you to do is, we do want opposition, which is why it says opposition only. Call back tomorrow. Yeah. We've got the after-hours stream tomorrow. It's going to be a little earlier than the normal time tomorrow. It's going to be from 3 p.m. Eastern onwards. Tomorrow will be the after-hours. Feel free. I'll look out for you. If I see you in the queue, it does get pretty hectic. But if I see you in the queue, I'll bump you up because you've queued up today already. So
awesome. Appreciate it.
We look forward to speaking to you then.
Yep. Have a good one.
All right. And thanks, friend. Bye. Okay. There we go. That was that. We will. Our next guest just left. We had another guest in the TikTok queue, but they left. So while we wait for the next guest, we will read a few more super chats. Gordon loves science again, my friend. Gordon, you are an absolute gentleman. Has given out 5 unconvinced gift memberships. I saw those distributed earlier in the chat. That's absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much again, Gordon. You're super kind. And Tracy T says, howdy all, Jonathan, Six Symbol Sean, SK John, Praise Puff, all hail the Nope. Thank you, T. We love you, friend. Absolutely brilliant. And Babs, following in Gordon's footsteps, has also kindly donated a membership, which has been given out to someone already. That's super, super kind. Babs, thank you so much. Okay, let's get in our next guest. It's going to be Mikhail, coming in on the TikTok side. We're going to clear that name. Hey, Mikhail, how are you?
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
I'm all right. How's it going, John?
It's going. Last time.
I know, Mikhail. Mikhail, this is opposition only day. Is there something you're opposing? Because you're a fellow atheist, right?
I was going to ask John a simple question, if that's okay. Just a quick one, and then I'll go.
Yeah, call us back tomorrow because otherwise we're making one rule for you and a different rule for everyone else. So we won't do that, Mikhail. But give us a ring tomorrow on the after hours show.
Still love you, buddy.
I was going to ask what time it was.
It's from 3 p.m. Eastern. 3 p.m. Eastern.
In the UK.
8 p.m. UK.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Speak to you tomorrow.
Good to see you, Mika.
Thanks,
By the way,
thanks.
Mika sounds exactly like M's.
Right.
And wherever we go, people think he's M's or someone pretending to be M's. It's like the M legacy just follows him everywhere because of his the way he speaks.
Clearly.
Yeah. So
right. Well, there we are. The other thing that's now not working for some reason is my caller naming system has now stopped working, which is why we're stuck with the name Legion on the screen. So I'm going to work on fixing that. But while we do, Kellen Goggins has come back again for another go. What do you think? That's the only only caller in the queue right now. So maybe we'll take it in lieu of anyone else, and we'll see what they are saying. But I think we'll enter this call with a degree of skepticism, let's say.
Yes.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you, man.
Okay. So you will realize that a bunch of people are not convinced that you're completely authentic. Yes. Can you see why they might not be?
Because people don't usually admit to killing cockroaches because they don't want to be seen as a bad guy.
I mean, that might be it. It's also because people normally have more robust reasons for becoming religious than killing a couple of cockroaches.
Yeah, I mean, okay, when I kill a mosquito, I don't have that same conscious. It's like self-defense in that case. Like, it's like, okay, I'm gonna be itching for a week.
Neutral.
No, it's not. I wanted to address God hates women. Because if God hated women, why would he give that one lady? She gave King Herod a lap dance, remember? And he's like, you can have half of my.
All right, that's just a waste of time. All right, we're going to get Chad in. I'm still working on fixing the caller naming, so bear with me. We'll get it up and running in a moment, I'm sure. Hey, Chad, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, very good indeed. Thank you. Which topic would you like to engage with?
Well, let's do. So I'm Muslim. So I'm assuming this is for the specifically Christian God, right?
Nope, it's for any god you like.
Any god. Wow. So even no religion, just a creator of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For some of them.
Sure. Do you want to maybe explain why you think, like, let's, aside from, Christianity, Islam, whatever, why you think God is not morally, why God hates women, just as a creator of the universe?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were talking about God exists. Forgive me. No, the God hates women is specifically for the Abrahamic God. Sorry, I misunderstood where we were going.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Sure. Yeah. Do you want to maybe say, like, which one should we talk about? I think, let's do the moral one. Yeah, we should do the moral one.
Yeah, I mean, we've just had the conversation. We can have it again, but essentially, the God of Abraham is a complete monster, and sure. even if we're not looking at the God of Abraham and Isaac, if we're just looking at any sufficiently powerful being who supervises reality and allows so much random, easily avoidable suffering to take place. The only argument you could ever make, whether you're a Muslim or a Christian or any other religion, is that God needs to allow that suffering to take place in order for some greater good later on. But in making that argument, you shrink your God down because you're suggesting that he's incapable, not powerful enough to achieve that good without the suffering. And if that's where you want to go, that you have a sort of bumbling, slightly powerless God who would love for children not to die of painful diseases, but just hasn't figured out a way to make his special plan work without that happening, well, fair enough. But I don't think that's a very impressive God.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, if you want to, you can talk specifically about my God if it makes it easier for you. But to answer your question, I'm assuming you're referring to the problem of natural evil. So like not specifically like people. Let's say like a child that gets cancer.
Yeah, or animals dying in forest fires, or hurricanes and tsunamis and
fair.
pestilence.
So I
and
would
all of
actually
these
say,
things.
I would say, I actually, even though I believe in God, I would say I dislike that response, because I would agree with you. Like, if God is all powerful, then what do you mean greater good? Like, if he's all good and he's all powerful, then he would have just prevented it. So the route I like to take is that those necessarily need to happen if you want to have consistent natural laws. Wait, give me one sec.
Consistent natural laws like the law of gravity, like the laws of gravity. We
And
need tsunamis to,
yeah, and again, you're limiting your God again and saying, well, God isn't powerful enough to have consistent natural laws without children dying of malaria. It's just complete nonsense. Every avenue here is closed. None of these avenues lead to the place you want them to lead.
He's teacupped.
Yeah,
Are you back?
Yeah. So, not sure if Chad is off attending to other business.
Sorry, I'm back.
Hello, so what I was saying, Chad, is that your argument that in order to have consistent natural laws, God must allow a certain number of children to be raped every day is completely ridiculous, or a certain number of animals to die in forest fires, or children die of malaria. You could just say an all-powerful God could have consistent natural laws, and also the properties of those laws meant that those things didn't happen. Again, you're just shrinking your God. You're just shrinking your God down.
No, not really. So I want to make a quick note. I wouldn't say that my God is like all loving. He's most loving, but that's kind of irrelevant. But I think you're talking about like a separate issue now. When we're talking about, unfortunately, some children get, sexually assaulted. I would say that's a different one. So I would say that's a result of free will. So do you want to talk about natural evil, or do you want to talk about?
We can talk about both. God is on the meat hook for both, my friend, because God could stop every single child that ever got attacked by an adult without even interfering with the free will of anyone. He could make the guy's car break down in the morning. He could make him miss his train. He could. There's any number of things that an all-powerful God could do to protect a child in a situation like that. And I'm always amazed how God is awfully worried about affecting the free will of every attacker ever, and totally indifferent about the free will of the people being attacked who don't want to be attacked. Their free will doesn't count, but the free will of every rapist and pederast and attacker and violent person ever is somehow very high on God's list of priorities. This is a ludicrous argument.
Sure, but when you say the free will of the victim isn't respected, I would say it is. I would say free will is just having the opportunity to freely choose what's in your power, what you want.
Sure.
But if you want to remove that one, then it's going to lead to some absurd consequences.
But as I said to you before, God could also stop all of these things happening without removing anybody's free will. This is a desperate and silly argument.
Well,
sorry,
not really, because then he wouldn't have free will. So it's either that we have free will or we don't have free will. And I wouldn't say God can do anything logically impossible.
Could God look at every instance where, let's use this example of men sexually assaulting children. Is God powerful enough to look at every single one of those instances and come up with a way of preventing it from happening without impacting the free will of the attacker?
No.
He's not. Well, then I think your God is pretty crap. Because if I had a God, my God would be pretty clever. He'd be a bit like MacGyver. MacGyver could always figure out a way to get stuff done. My God would make the guy's car not start in the morning. My God would make a cow wander into the road just as the man was on his way to do the attack, and it would make him arrive there 3 minutes late and he would just miss the young girl. Or he might give the guy, a cold. A head cold, and he just didn't really feel very rapey that day, or something like that. He could have, there's any number of things he could do. He could just make the traffic on the roads a little bit worse, or who knows what he might do. Maybe the lift doesn't move quite quickly enough. God slows the lift down, so when the doors go ding and the doors open, the guy comes out. He gets there 20 seconds later and doesn't actually see the proposed victim. My God would be full of imagination and ingenuity and expertise, and would stop all of these things happening, and the guy's free will would be totally preserved. You're saying that your God not clever enough to do any of that. Do I understand you rightly?
No, so I would say, so two things there. You brought up some good points, actually. I would say you brought up a bit of a separate thing. So I would say the first thing when you said he can't do that, I would say that's more of a question like, can God create a square circle? Which then the answer is
No,
no.
it's not.
There's no logical contradiction.
There's no logical. Yeah, exactly. What's the P and not P? What's the P and not P? A square circle is a logical contradiction because it's a P and not P. A square has four sides, so you'd have a shape that has four sides and doesn't have four sides. That's P and not P. What's the square? What is the square circle equivalent to P and not P of God making the guy's engine not start one morning to prevent him?
No, I'm not referring to that one. No, so he said two different.
That's
things.
what. Well, okay. What's it?
So the first one was, can God remove their free will whilst keeping their free will? And the answer is no.
No one ever said that. I would never say something so stupid as that. That's obviously asinine and idiotic. I said God could stop them from being able to perpetrate all the things that they are planning to do or wanting to do, whilst completely protecting their free will. And people pray to God for things all the time that are just like that and claim he's done it. God helped our team win. God got that person their job. God stopped that, the plane crashed and that person emerged alive. Well, God is apparently reaching into reality and affecting things in order to shape that outcome. No one goes, well, God messed with that person's free will by allowing them to survive miraculously the crash, so we're not having it. No one protests about that because everyone understands it's absolutely nothing to do with free will. And in this case, I'm just saying that in the case of natural evil, free will's got absolutely nothing to do with it whatsoever. You can't talk about free will if we're talking about tsunamis and earthquakes. You're talking about God needs to allow them to happen in order to allow consistent laws of nature. But my God, who's much better than yours, would be able to have consistent laws of nature and also no children dying of malaria. None. So in the case of natural laws, free will doesn't help you, and an appeal to laws of nature doesn't help you. And in the case of the actions of people, a sufficiently clever and powerful God would be able to, in every single instance, come up with a way to mitigate the suffering whilst preserving the free will of those with bad intentions.
Sure, I think you bring up some really good points, actually. Do you want to talk about the natural evil one only, or only the normal evil one?
Whichever argument you want destroyed first, I'm happy to go with.
Sure. Okay, so let me just think a bit. So you're basically saying, I'll reiterate it and say if I'm wrong. So like, for example, the free will can still be preserved by God interfering in the future. So like, for example, let's say the elevator example.
Yeah, just reaching in,
so for example,
just reaching in and changing things about the world to affect the outcome without directly affecting the dispositions of the people doing things.
Okay, so let me make sure I'm getting this right. So for example, an example you gave was with the elevator, right? So let's say the elevator, okay. So then you're proposing that he changes the future. So change of future.
Well, every act that God is credited for doing changes the future in some way. I don't frame it as changing the future. I just look at it as intervening in the world, which people think God does all the time, which is why they're always thanking him for everything. Thank you, God, for our food. Thank you, God, for the sports results we got. Thank you, God, for, my Aunt Mary's verruca going away. God's apparently intervening in the world all the time.
Well, I would say no. I would say it's a part of his decree. Right, so I'm gonna thank God regardless if it's a good outcome or a bad outcome. But if you're saying that he should, change the future, according to what we, so you're saying that we should be able to change the future then. So if you want to maintain,
we are able to change the future.
So I'm talking about more of a decree perspective because we can,
cause and effect. Everything we do changes the future. So if God intervenes, he's an agent acting in the present. Like every act in the present changes the future. Include whether it's us or God or anybody.
What would be an example of
that? So I throw a pen across the room, and it caused in the future for a pen to be on the floor across the room.
Yeah, but that's still you're not changing that future because that free will is still that's still your will.
So there's no pen across
the future.
So if I throw a pen across the room, there will be a pen on the floor across the room in the future. If I don't throw a pen, there will be no pen across the room down there on the floor. So different actions that people do changes the future, right?
No, because let me explain this better. So yes, I agree that those two are different. Those are different outcomes, but the future is the same. So for example, if I say I want to throw a pen right now, then if I do throw that pen. Versus if I say I don't want to throw that pen, so I don't throw that pen.
Well, okay,
it's going to be the same future.
That doesn't make sense. So if God throws a pen across the room versus I throw the pen across the room, did either of us change the future?
Yeah. So the difference there, I would say, is
So it's different if God does it.
Yeah. So the difference I would say there is he would need to change your free will, or he would change.
No. Okay, so two scenarios. I throw a pen across the room. You said he changed the outcome but not the future. What if God throws a pen across the room? Did he change the outcome and not the future?
What do you mean God throws? Like, what do you mean? God is.
I mean the same thing as I meant when I used me as the example.
Well,
So I sit like this and I throw a pen across the room. According to you, I did not change the future. I changed the outcome. All right. So God sits like this in this chair and throws my pen across the room, and then it lands on the floor. Is it the same result? Did God change the outcome but not the future?
Well, I don't know what you mean by God throwing something. God doesn't have any hands.
Jesus. So is God powerful enough to materialize in like with a body and throw a pen across the room? Are you being obstinate on purpose?
No, I'm not, because
Okay.
I just need to make sure I'm understanding.
All right. Is God possible of like sitting like this, having a physical body, and then just throwing a pen across the room? Is he powerful enough to do that? Let's not.
That would be logic. That would be another logic.
You're trying to. It's logically impossible. What's the P and not P? I don't feel like you're having a genuine. Yeah. Is God capable of manifesting in a physical body? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so God's not all powerful.
Well, he's not. He can't break logic. He is
okay. Is God powerful enough to make to use the fucking? Hold on. No, because I don't think you're being an honest interlocutor. Maybe I'm wrong. Is God powerful enough to make the pen fly across the room on its own?
Yeah, that one, yeah. Sure.
Okay. So if God makes the pen fly across the room in the same manner that I threw the pen across the room and it lands on the floor, did he change the future? Excuse me, it changed the outcome but not the future.
Did he change the outcome but not the future?
Yeah, because you said I didn't change the future, I changed the outcome, which is a distinction without a difference, but I'm just going to play your semantic game.
No. Yeah, I would agree with you. That is the same thing. So changing the outcome.
Okay. So if I physically restrain and stop an assailant from harming a child, did I change the outcome or the future?
The future.
So you change. What's the difference? Wait, no, go ahead.
Maybe someone else stopped the grade, but I get your point.
Yeah. So did I change the future or the outcome?
No, you didn't necessarily change the future nor the outcome.
Okay. So if God physically restrains the assailant from being able to harm the child, did he change the future or the outcome?
Yeah, he necessarily changed the future.
Okay, so if God does it, it's changing the future. If I do it, it's not.
Yeah. So do you remember the keyword I used necessarily?
So if is God powerful enough to do it in the same manner that I did it in order to not change the future, or is he not all powerful?
Yes, he is. But do you remember the word I used?
Okay. Huh?
Just hold. Relax. Please don't.
What word? What word?
Yeah. So fine. You don't necessarily change the future, whilst he necessarily changes the future. Do you want me to explain a bit about the difference? I mean.
Yeah. So what? Yeah. Is God powerful enough to do it in such a way that he doesn't change the future?
I'll answer you if you answer me.
Yes or no. Yes or no. Yes or no.
What was the question?
Is God powerful enough to stop the assailant in such a way that he doesn't change the future? This is all stupid anyways, because anything that's different about the future, like if an outcome is different in the future, that means the future is different, just necessarily.
Yeah,
but I'm playing the word game, and I'm showing that it still doesn't work. But yeah, there's no distinguishable difference between changing an outcome and changing the future, because if you change an outcome the future, that if you change an outcome in the future, that means something's different about the future. Correct? Yes or no?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so if an outcome is different in the future is exactly the same as before.
If an outcome is different in future.
If an outcome, you have an outcome in this, you have two different futures. One has a different outcome than the other one. Are they exactly the same, or is something different about them?
There's an ad hoc difference, but not.
So the futures are different. I'm done. Go ahead,
John.
I
just think
just let me explain. Just give me a moment.
We've drifted so far from the shores we started on, right? We started talking about whether we think that. Basically, you offered like our previous caller, you just offered a response to the problem of evil, and you split it into natural evil and the act of people. And I showed you that the only the only response you can ever have to either is that God was obligated in some way to allow these things to happen. I pointed out that the moment you say God is obligated to allow anything to happen, you are limiting him. And your response to that was to say, well, no, because it's a logical contradiction, to appeal to the idea that, you know, he's limited because he can't make square circles. But you haven't been able to demonstrate at all that any of the objections that you've got are objections which derive from logical contradictions, which is what you're saying there. Like we would be saying, you know, God would be able to make a square circle, should be able to make a square circle. Then you would be entitled to say no, because a square circle can't exist because it violates the law of identity, and that would be a logical contradiction. But nothing you've said approaches that at all. All you've done is you've made ad hoc appeals to things like he has to preserve natural laws, or he can't change the future, or stuff like that. Fine. Well, then you're just shrinking your God down. You know, he may not be happy with you shrinking him in that way.
No, I'm definitely not shrinking him down. So let me explain. All right, if you can give me just like 30 seconds to a minute, I'll be happy to explain. Okay, so to answer okay, so let me make sure I'm getting this right. You're saying that you're asking, I don't want to get this wrong before I start dig into it. So why can't God stop, for example, evil to happen? Well, I already gave you the free will answer, but then you said that, for example, he can change the future without harming free will, right?
I didn't necessarily say change the future. That was your terminology. I just said that he could change things in the world that would prevent these actions from happening. Every time you do anything, the future is changed because the world is in a different state than it would have been if you hadn't done that thing. So you don't need to label it change the future. God could reach into reality, as he's credited for doing all the time, and merely make some minor adjustments to logistically prevent the actions that we're talking about happening. It would be easy. We're talking here about the God who made everything, who created the entire universe. It's insane for you to say he couldn't have a tweak here and there to stop the odd bit of abuse and murder.
Got it. So I'll give a response to that, and I'll explain why it's logically impossible, okay? So you're saying, right, that he's going to change the future dependent on an agent's will. And I'm saying that's logically impossible because that doesn't make him all-powerful anymore if his future is dependent on another person's will. So, for example, you said, for example, you make a quote-unquote small tweak. So let's say we have a person that's going to, like, he has a plan. He says, like, you know what, I'm going to open the store, and the first person I see, I'm going to rape them. But then you're saying, like, God could have made it so, for example, the doors don't open. But then that's changing the future dependent on his will. So I'm asking you for the same question I'm going to ask you.
The future is changed all the time. Everyone changes the future with every act they do.
God's decree is predisposed.
If you smile at someone in the street, you've changed their future because otherwise they weren't going to have someone smile at them in the street. You're making your God sound like absolutely pathetic.
Yeah, so the difference there. So just one moment. The difference there is that's in accordance with your free will, so you're not changing the future. So if you wanted to smile, then you can smile. So that's still in accordance with your free will. You're not changing the future. That's predisposed in the future.
So
does that make sense?
What is the problem with God slowing the lift down for a minute so that it gets to the floor where the little girl was going to be 5 seconds later? What's the problem with that? Where's the contradiction?
Yeah, there's no problem with that. But the problem is if it's dependent on the person's free will. That's where there's a problem.
It's got nothing to do with the person's free will. It's got nothing to do with the person's free will. Honestly, respectfully, you're pulling this out of your backside. This has got absolutely nothing to do with anybody's free will. We're just talking about God doing exactly the thing that he's credited for millions of times all over the world every day, making little changes to things so that things happen a little bit differently than they otherwise might. There are people saying that all the time, that God does that.
Well, hold on. Let me ask
you defined free will as the ability to act with, given the constraints that are around you. He's not doing the Professor X and taking over somebody's mind and changing their will. He's simply slowing down the elevator. So
that's changing the future dependent on the agent's will. So therefore, he's not all powerful.
What do you mean by dependent? What do you mean dependent on the agent's will?
All right, I'm trying my best. He's
just slowing down the elevator. The person's will.
You have some sort of notepad that you can maybe write down because I explained it once.
No,
I'll do it again, no problem. So just listen closely, okay? If you're saying that if this person has a will to do something harmful, then God should, quote unquote, make a small tweak to accommodate for this will because it's harmful. Then that means that that logically follows that you saying that God's decree should alter depending on man's will. So therefore, he's not all powerful.
That didn't make sense. That didn't make sense. Depending on someone's will. So if did I interfere? Did I interfere? If I slow down the elevator myself, did I interfere with the person's free will?
No, because that's already planned in the future. That's in the decree.
Okay, so if I slow down the elevator to stop the assailant, that it doesn't change the future, but if God does it, it changes the future.
Yep. So the difference is because that's according with your free will. So then you're making actions consistent with your free will, and therefore consistent with God's decree.
If God slows down the elevator, is that in accordance with God's free will?
God's free will. What?
Yeah. Because you said that's in accordance to my free will. I use my free will to slow the elevator. God uses his free will to slow the elevator. What's the substantive difference?
Mm-hmm. So when you ask me generally like that, nothing. But when the specific example you give, there is a difference.
What?
So in the specific example you gave me, because in the specific example you gave me, it's going to be determined by the agent's will. So therefore he's changing the future dependent on this will. But if it's just generally without any reason to, then no, it wouldn't be against his free will, and he would be able to because there's no the man's reason doesn't.
This is
not
an
just
argument.
to be clear,
What exactly don't you understand? Just hold on. What exactly are you not understanding? Can you maybe reiterate my argument? Because it seems like you're not understanding what I'm saying, and I'll correct you if you.
Because what you're saying is nonsensical. What you're claiming is that if I slow down the elevator, what you're claiming is that if I slow down the elevator, it doesn't violate the assailant's free will. But if God slows down the elevator, it does violate the assailant's free will.
That's literally not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
So that's why I said pull up a notepad because you don't understand exactly. Which is fine.
Okay. I'm not pulling up a notepad.
All right. So listen closely. So please listen closely. I'm probably going to get kicked off, right? So just look back at the recording on your misunderstanding.
You got voted off the island.
Yeah, we have done a room vote, and people on both chats are like, please spare us from any more of this nonsense. But you know, before we end up, I don't think that you have succeeded in providing any reason at all why God is not significantly diminished by the reasons you're giving for him allowing all of this stuff. There is simply no way of getting away from the fact that when you make all of these excuses for why God allows all these terrible things to happen, every single one is of the form, God must allow this in order for something else to happen.
How do you know it's bad? What are you basing that off?
Because
I'll
all
come
of
back
them,
next time before
yeah,
that.
all of them,
What are you basing that off? What moral framework? Yourself?
Because every single one of these.
Wait, how do you know that it's bad?
Sorry.
Yeah, now I'm gonna be a bit. How do you know?
Can you stop with the performative laughing and let him answer a question? So we're getting ready to Chad. We're getting ready to like move on to the next caller, and now you're suddenly.
Hang on, it's all right. It's all right. All I said was, Chad, that every single one of these arguments are always of the same form. They provide a reason why God allows this stuff to happen, and the moment you give a reason, it's implied by the fact that you're giving a reason that God wouldn't be able to achieve that reason without the suffering. And if you're going to say that, that's fine. But then you're giving up your all-powerful God. And you can play games with free will and appeals to logic all day long. None of that's going to get away from the fact that the moment you say, God has a plan, and in order for him to get his plan right, he needs to allow this suffering, you've shrunk your God down. That's it.
Yeah, you're all right. It is needed.
Yeah.
And what's your point?
So,
how do you know that it's morally bad, though?
We're not talking about whether it's morally bad. We're talking about whether
it's morally good.
No, we've already established that the suffering of the needless suffering of people and entities is morally bad. We all agree with that.
How do you know that?
Well, if you don't agree with that, then there's something very seriously wrong with it.
How do you know that?
Right, because I think it's kind of how we define good and bad is in terms of suffering of others.
So what about slavery then? Well, everyone thought it was good for them back then. So does that make slavery good?
No, we can look at it now and see that it caused the suffering of others, and so we can call it bad.
Really? So is it objectively bad, or is it dependent on others' opinions?
There's no objectively bad. There is no objectively
slavery was good back then. So if you went back in time, you would have said that slavery was good. Listen carefully.
Listen carefully. I got it. Listen carefully. Right. We're not saying that it was good. We're saying there is no objectively good or bad. There is no objectively anything like that. Good and bad are expressions of how you feel about something and how you feel about whether people ought to do a thing or not. There's nothing objective about it. It's a value judgment. Value judgments, the clue is in the name, judgment. Judgments are made by minds. Minds are subjective, not objective. So when we say slavery was bad, even though everyone back there might have thought it was great, and God might have thought it was great, which he does, he's a big fan, we can just say that that is a moral dereliction because it ignores the suffering of all the people who were unfortunate enough to be slaves.
Sure, let me ask you, what if someone thinks torturing an innocent child is good? Are they false, or is that true or false? According to you, it should be true.
It's neither.
It's
True
neither,
nor
so it's
false.
not bad then.
It's like saying, what if someone said chocolate ice cream is really yummy? Is it true or false? It's a value judgment. What about the phrase, value judgments are subjective, do you not understand? It sounds like after all of this talk, we've been on for nearly half an hour, Chad, and you're just making category error after category error.
No, I'm not.
Is it, you are. You're saying, is it
I
true?
said the argument three times.
You said, is it true if someone says that hurting a child is good? Is it true or not? You're missing the point completely. We're saying that you are. If you were less defensive and more open-minded and listened, you might learn something. We're saying that.
Even though I said my argument 3 times.
We're saying that we're saying that when somebody expresses the idea that something is good or bad, they're telling you whether they think it comports with their standard of good or bad. That's all that it means. It's all that it means when you say it too. You can appeal to objective this and objective that, but you'll find that your standard for good or bad that you've subjectively chosen is trying to align your values with something written in a book somewhere. That's what your values are, subjectively chosen. So you and I both have, no, I'm answering the last one you asked. Be patient. You and I both have subjective values about these things. That's it.
I have a question for Chad. Yeah, so you asked John. You asked John if somebody told him that harming a child is good, would he consider it good? No, or is it good? Since you think morals are objective and the morals come from God, if God told you unnecessarily harming a child is good, would you consider it good? Yes or no?
No, because that's logically impossible. So you can't ask that question.
Yeah, we're not going around that again. We're not going to go around that again.
Well, in the book it says it's not allowed.
Yeah.
So you're saying that he's going to go against his nature,
if it says it in a book, it must be true. Chad, come back another day, but come back with better arguments, because the arguments you made today, you might find you
respond to it. I made it 3 times.
Yeah, it was bullshit every time. So
you can't even steelman my argument correctly.
There was nothing to steelman there. It was vague appeals to free will and logic where there was none to be found. So come back another time and make better arguments. You had your time. We're at the half an hour mark now. We're not going to go. Sean stillmanned it for you before. Sean stillmanned it for you. Yes, we can. But we're not going to. So off you go. Run along now. Back to your Quran. Good boy. Okay. I'm going to have to find out where those crazy noises are coming from. Someone is messing with my shit and I'm not happy. But anyway, in the meantime, we will bring in our next guest. Which is, I am Cameron Jane, it looks like. There we go. Can't quite read exactly what it says, but we'll figure it out. Coming in right now. Sorry, that went on a bit too long, everyone. I apologise. We will try to be a bit more snappy. It was not good. We're trying to bring our next guest in, but now TikTok is prevaricating and thinking about whether it really wants to join it or not. Looks like that's not happening. So, yeah, request up again if you want to come in, because that just didn't work. There we go. Let's try second time lucky. Let's try second time lucky. Is TikTok going to let us add a guest? We'll find out in a few seconds. It looks like it might not. I don't know if that's a problem their end, but we are trying to join you.
That's weird.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? Yeah, we're trying to get you in. I am Cameron, but it's not working. Try a third time. We'll see if it works a third time, and if not, then we'll have to move it along anyway. But I don't know why that was working. I suspect that might have been an issue there end. But third time lucky. There, coming in for the third time. If it doesn't work now, then who knows? I mean, what we could possibly do. Could I ask?
Is it working?
There we go. Yes, we can hear you now. Yeah.
All right.
So I'm going to just put your name up on the board. So was it I am Cameron?
Yes.
I am Cameron. All right, we'll do that. I am Cameron. Okay, let's do that. Good. Well, welcome in. Thank you for trying. Third time lucky we managed to get you in. And thank you
Yes.
for waiting in the queue. What would you like to say? We have 4 topics above us. Would you like to pick one of them?
Let's see. I guess we can continue in the topic of God not being morally good.
We can, if that's the one you want. Yeah. Can you make better arguments than the last caller, please?
Yeah, I don't really think that the last person was saying some of the things that I thought that he should have said. However, I did agree with him on certain aspects of, who is the decider of what is good and what is bad. And I felt like I kind of was noticing a pattern as everyone was speaking. And it kind of just became all about what we think God should do, how we think he should act, what we think is wrong for him to do.
Okay. Do you think that it's ever good to cause needless suffering?
I don't agree with the needless part because I don't
You
know
don't have to.
what you mean by needless.
Yes. Is it ever good to cause suffering that you don't need to cause? Suffering that's not for the purposes of anything else, suffering that could be avoided, and that if you didn't do the suffering, it wouldn't be a problem. You could still, get on with your day and do whatever you needed to do. The suffering is completely pointless and needless. If there was a being that was causing that, would it be meaningful ever to call that being good?
I think yes, but I also am confused about who is it that you're saying is causing? Like, are you saying
anyone who causes needless suffering, just enjoys the suffering of children, let's say, likes it, enjoys watching them, let's say enjoys watching them die a painful death because it's fun, and enjoys doing it. Would it be possible to call such a being good? What would it mean to you to say, yes, that's good?
No, I don't think that I just don't think that we're talking about the same thing because I just want you to be specific about whether you're saying God.
It's hypothetical.
I'm just asking you questions.
That.
Yeah,
I understand that it's a hypothetical question.
I'm just asking you questions at the moment, and I'm asking you. I'm asking you the purpose. The questions for a reason. Don't worry about who.
Are we talking about God or are we talking about
listen.
other
At the
human
moment,
beings?
we're talking about principles. We're not talking about any people at all. I'm trying to establish some moral principles with you, and once we've established, listen. Once we've established the moral principles,
You haven't answered my question.
once we've established the moral principles, then we can start applying them to characters and people and gods and giraffes and whatever else you want to apply them to. But right now, we're trying to get some ground rules. So I'm asking you, because we're talking about, have you heard the term meta-ethics? Meta-ethics is like the study of how we understand right and wrong. So as part of our meta-ethics that we're going to figure out together, I'm going to say to you, is it ever good, is it ever meaningful to use the word good to describe behavior which allows pointless, needless, avoidable suffering?
I would say no, generally.
Right. So if there was a being that did allow pointless, needless, avoidable suffering, you would agree that that being isn't good, right?
No.
So that being, so you've contradicted yourself. You said that allowing pointless, needless suffering is not good, and then you said
That's not what I said.
Well, shall I ask you the question again? Is allowing pointless, needless suffering good?
Well, you said enjoying pointless and needing suffering.
Allowing it.
No.
Allowing
now you're
it.
saying allowing.
Allowing
which
it.
sounds like you're talking about.
Allowing it. Is allowing, causing, and the reason I said enjoying is an all-powerful being only does the things they want to do. So,
right.
So is allowing or causing pointless, needless, avoidable suffering good?
Yeah, I don't think this is a good or bad question.
It's not a good or bad question. It's a straightforward question. It's a straightforward question. You either think it's good or you don't think it's good, or you have no opinion about it.
My answer is not good or bad. My answer is
neither good nor bad.
I don't.
So causing unnecessary suffering is neither good nor bad in your view?
Wow.
So talking about God.
Oh, so there's a special case for God. So
correct.
What could God do that you would consider bad?
there's nothing God could do that I would consider bad.
Okay,
That's
so
my whole
Yeah.
point. If that's why I wanted to know, were we speaking about our opinions according to a human standard?
Right.
Because only humans are defined by human standards, or are we talking about God?
We're talking
I
about
am
your
Cam.
standards.
If God grinded up 10 babies and made baby paste out of them, spread it on bread, and then made you eat the sandwiches, would that be good?
What kind of hypothetical? I don't know what
Would
God
that be
you're
good?
talking about. My God.
A hypothetical God. So
Well,
let's say your
we
God.
need a
Let's say
more. Can we have a more reason?
Yeah.
no.
Let's use a more reasonable example. How about if God told men to kill babies? Would that be good?
Would that be good? You have to unmute.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that it's good. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
we can't really tell him what's good or bad. It's kind of
Yeah, you
just up to
can.
him.
Yeah, you can. It's bad. Hey, God, that's fucking bad.
Okay,
I just did
well,
it. I just
don't
did
know
it.
what God you're speaking to, but I'm talking about my God.
So if your God did the whole sandwiches thing, would that be good or bad? The baby sandwiches thing, would it be good or bad? You're saying God is the author of good or bad. Good or bad is determined by whatever God said. That would entail literally anything by your own admission. So
No,
if God forced you to eat baby sandwiches, would that be good or bad?
I don't think we're talking about the same God based on the hypotheticals.
I didn't say that's why I said if. The whole thing is
And
if.
that's
Like,
my problem is that if you're going to give a hypothetical, it needs to make sense. Your hypotheticals are talking about
sense.
spreading
It makes
baby
sense.
grindings on bread.
It makes sense. The problem you're having is that whatever answer you give will poke holes in your position, which is a problem for your position, not the question itself. You could ask me any yes or no question, and I will immediately tell you yes or no. There's nothing special about me. It's just that my positions are earnest, and I'm not afraid of them being challenged.
And I am with just baseless arguments. I am coming straight from my opinions that are based on my beliefs.
I'm asking you a clear question.
You're asking me a yes or no question about a topic that's not applicable.
It's applicable. It's applicable. So if John asked me, hey, because my car is blue, if he said, hey, if your car was red,
are you all going to keep muting my mic so that you can speak?
No, so you're speaking over me right now, and I'm trying to explain to you hypotheticals.
No, because the conversation goes two ways. This is not a speak.
Okay, listen. If you don't talk over me, I won't talk over you.
Well, that's not true because you've been doing it since I got here.
Okay. A hypothetical is by definition.
So when I finish speaking, then it's your turn.
Okay. All right. A hypothetical is by definition a case that's not that's not the case. So for example,
what a hypothetical is. I'm an attorney.
Then great. Then great. Okay, then don't tell me that no, that's not my God, because that's irrelevant. It's hypothetical. I didn't say it's your God. Correct. So that's not an art. That's not a reason.
That's what I'm talking about. Is my God. Your prompt is God is not morally good. So are you talking about my God, or are you talking about any God?
We are talking about your claims about meta-ethical framework. I'm not interested in your excuse not to answer a question. I will answer any and all questions. Apparently you won't. What's special about me? Okay, so answer the question. If your position is on solid ground, there would be no fear in answering the question because I won't have a good follow-up if that's the case. If it's the question's irrelevant and it doesn't actually poke holes in your position, you should not be afraid to answer it. So if your God made you eat the baby sandwiches, would that be good or bad?
She's muted still.
Well, my God wouldn't do that.
I'm sorry. You misunderstood my question. You thought I asked you if you're.
I understood it.
Okay, so just outright say you're refusing to answer.
No, I'm not refusing. I just am
okay. So yes, it's a yes or no. No, if a closed-ended question, you're an attorney. A closed-ended question is like, did you, is it the case that, etc. A closed-ended question necessarily must be answered
I understand
with
that.
a yes or no. Yeah, so responding to a question, Your Honor, is not answering the question. If
Well,
you don't
no
give a
one
yes or
here
no,
is
you
my
didn't answer
judge.
the question.
That's my issue. No one here is
Okay.
opposing counsel.
Okay.
No one here is being respectful, even if you were. So I'm just trying to,
Okay.
when I
Okay.
get to speak is when I want to speak, because this is not I run the panel, I get to speak and determine when you can speak. It's a conversation between two people. So why
Great.
is that not happening?
Great. So let's both agree that both of us, all three of us, are going to answer direct questions immediately when they're asked. I will hold myself to that standard. John will hold himself to that standard. If it's a closed-ended yes or no question, like is it the case that, or did you, those word cues that make something a closed-ended question that can only be answered with a yes or no, we will immediately give yes or no. Will you hold yourself to the same standard? Yes or no? You have to unmute.
I know, because someone keeps muting me. Like I don't have the ability to do it myself.
Okay.
You do. Okay, so
I
will you
will
hold yourself
answer
to
the
this?
questions as long as they make sense. And your question
So
just doesn't
you're
make sense to
qualified.
me.
Okay. So as long as they make sense, as long as they're convenient. So I'll answer it for you.
Okay.
If you, yeah. So if the answer is yes, then that poses a problem, because God can do literally any heinous thing. You would have to consider it good, which would kind of break the definition of good. If you answer no, that would mean God is not the standard of goodness. But if it's
To
yes,
you.
then
To you.
Okay.
No, actually, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I think we need to have a bit of a reset here, because there's a major misunderstanding, and if you'll forgive me, the misunderstanding is on your part. So there's this ludicrous idea that in order for us to be able to judge somebody else's actions, that we must be somehow expecting everybody else to hold to the same moral framework that we have. That's obviously not the case, is it? Because everyone has their own a different moral framework, right? Some people think what's moral is what's written in a certain book. Other people think that what's moral is written in another book, and other people have a slightly more sophisticated view of ethics and don't think that they need to get their morals from books. They get them in other ways, right? So what I do is I look at the behavior of this God. Let's do the thought experiment and assume for a moment that God is real. And God is very, very powerful, and God is capable of doing absolutely anything he wants, other than logical contradictions like square circles, right? God allows all of this suffering to take place, and in fact causes it to take place. God specifically tells men to kill children with swords, for example, right? Orders them to go and slaughter children, if you believe the Bible. Tells men to do that. What I do is I look at that behavior, and then I think, is that behavior good? And I think, well, what do I mean by good? And what I mean by good, we've all got our own idea, right? What I mean by good is, good means promoting the well-being of others and avoiding suffering. That's to me what good means. If there weren't any other people or any other things, if you were on an island by yourself, there's no morality, right? Because no one else can suffer as a result of your actions. So we know morality is something to do with how your actions affect other people. And to me, it's about suffering. So I look at the actions of this God, telling people to kill children and promoting slavery and allowing suffering, causing it, commanding it. And I think, does that fit in with my understanding of what goodness is? You know, she's teacupped at the moment, but I'm going to answer anyway. And it doesn't. It doesn't fit in with anything like what I understand to be good. Because to me, if you're completely indifferent about the suffering of others, and you allow it, and you command it, then it's meaningless to say that that's good. If you're going to use the word good to describe that, you've just stripped the word good of any meaning at all. So it sounds to me like our guest has got more pressing business to attend to, because she's teacupped and off on another call or doing something like that. But that is the response I would give. And all your fussing and flapping and your appeals to whose idea of good and God's standard and people's standard and all of that, they're all word games to just avoid the idea that for the word good to have any meaning at all as a description of anything that counts. Oh, you're back with us. Welcome back.
Yeah, I've been here. Sometimes I go and look at my Bible as we're speaking, because that's kind of where I come from. But
lovely. Okay. Well, I'm glad you heard me. Okay. Then. So what I was saying was that if you're going to use the word good to describe all of that barbarism and all of that cruelty and all of that terror and all of that suffering and all of that absolutely horrific injustice that God perpetrates all the time, well, then you've kind of broken the word good. And you can appeal to people's standards and this and that all day long. It's not going to help you.
Okay, is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay, so my problem, I guess, with this conversation is using the word good in general to define God or God's behavior. For one, I think that us as humans, we don't have morality on our own without there being a God. And you don't have to agree with that, but I just don't think that
that's patent bullshit,
people,
by the way. Patent bullshit.
Okay,
People without but it's actually factually wrong. People without gods have morality all the time. Have done for years.
So
you think Christianity invented morality? That's bullshit.
Okay. Are you done?
Look, I don't need this kind of attitude from you. This is my live stream. I moderate the discussion here however I choose fit. I don't need you to say, "Are you done?" I'm allowing you space to speak, but I'm also going to interject. If you say something which is obviously untrue, I'm going to interject and say it's not true, so that you don't yap on for another 5 minutes, and then we all have to rewind the tape to get back to where the bullshit started. So if you're going to say things like that, okay, I am going to interject and say it's not true, and then I'm going to give you space to respond. But if you're going to come with attitude, then we're going to end the conversation. I'm going to get onto a grown-up who can have a conversation. So what's it going to be?
You can have your opinions, it's fine. I just thought that according to what both of you said, that when it is my turn to speak, that I can speak. And as soon as I started speaking,
you can.
You wanted to give your opinion.
No,
and so I wasn't really giving an opinion.
You can speak, but if you say something that's factually untrue, I'm going to interject and I'm going to clarify the matter.
So since you were talking about adults, usually as an adult, how you do that in a conversation is to speak after someone else is done speaking.
Right.
If you
but
can
on a live
stream,
when it's part of my job is to curate the conversation and keep it focused for an audience. This is not you and I sitting at the kitchen table or having a beer in the pub. This is a live stream with 1,000 people listening, and part of my job is to keep the conversation focused. So if you'll forgive me, I am going to occasionally do that. Now, would you like to carry on crying about how we run the stream, or would you like to carry on making your bad apologetics?
Am I crying or am I trying to speak?
Carry on.
Thank you. So as I was saying, that was my first opinion. My second opinion is the fact that I think that humans have this issue with not being in complete control of their lives. And I think that issue stems from the fact that you want God to be some type of genie or whatever you want him to be. And you think that he should bend to our human standards and not do the things that he knows why he's doing them and doing the things that he sees fit to do in order to carry out whatever that mission is. And I think a lot of times the reason that people don't understand why things are done is because they don't have a open line of communication. They don't have a prayer life. They don't read the scripture other than to nitpick.
Okay, so we get time for another interjection. Time for another interjection. Nothing you've said is responsive to anything I said before. You've literally come in with what sounds to me like a pre-prepared script of some sort, and you're not responding. You're not responding to anything I said, which was that all of these appeals to what people think God ought to be and all of that stuff, that's just waffle. It's just noise. It's just noise.
You asked me to choose a topic from above,
right? And now we're engaging on the and now we're engaging on the topic. And I explained to you that your God orders the killing of children, right? And you think that's good. So I don't think you're in a position to criticize anybody's moral framework and say that people who don't read your Bible enough don't have morality. What a ridiculous, ignorant thing to say. You said it earlier, and that's why a number of people in the chat are responding and saying, how dare she say something like that? We've raised our children. I've raised my son to be a moral, ethical person. He doesn't have a God anywhere in his life. And he is a kind, sweet, considerate boy. He thinks about other people. He understands self-sacrifice. He understands putting himself out for other people. He's compassionate. He's motivated by helping people, not a God in sight. So for you to make the asinine claim that unless people have your imaginary friend, we can't know right from wrong, just BS. And all the waffle you can make about us wanting God to be this or that is all just hot noise, nothing more. Have you got anything better than that?
I have more to say.
Okay, right.
Is it responsive to what John said?
We would like you to respond to what I said. I would like you to tell me why you think it's good for your God to have demanded the slaughter of children with swords, please. That's the thing you're going to now address.
I am now going to address the fact that
no, you're going to now address why it's good for your God to have commanded the killing of children. Because you say morality comes from God, and that's the standard for morality, I'm going to hold you to it. So why is it good for your God to have commanded the killing of children?
I think that what God decides to do, whether it's slaughtering children or saving children, I think that I don't define whether that's good or bad by my own standards, because my own standards would be based off of my emotions. And if I personally,
we don't care about that.
Feel like,
we don't care about that. I want you to explain why you think it's good.
I didn't say that it was good. You
did.
So
no, because you said that goodness comes from God. So was God wrong? Was God wrong? Was God wrong?
I said all morality that we feel and have as humans comes from God.
Was God wrong? Was God wrong to order the Israelites to kill the Amalekite women, children, babies, explicitly, ox and sheep, etc.? Was that good? Was that so? That wasn't wrong.
It wasn't wrong.
So there you go.
Okay. Yeah.
So there you go. Yeah. That's all the demonstration we need.
That's what y'all want to.
Yeah, that's all the demonstration we need. That, like, your religion has made you essentially a psychopath. And then you can come in and make all the meta arguments you want about to anybody's reasonable standards. Somebody who thinks it's good for people
decides what is reasonable?
Anyone who's not a fucking psychopath thinks that it's not reasonable to tell men to kill babies with swords. You know, the fact that you think it's okay is just it's a you problem, my friend.
If God ordered you to do it, would you do it?
Well, I don't think that God would order me to go against.
I'm sorry. My question. I'm sorry. My question was: if God ordered you to do it, like He ordered the Israelites to do it, would you do it?
I heard your question, and I said I don't think my God would ask me to go against His commandment.
She's not going to answer it.
Okay, so yeah, of course she's not. I just wanted to highlight that you're ducking and dodging. Woo-hoo, I'm this attorney.
No, I'm just not answering the questions the way that you want me to. And real life, that's how
conversations work. You're just avoiding the questions.
Debates work in real life. Yeah. So
no, you're responding to a question is not answering the question. It's not that you're not answering. It's not that I wanted a yes and you're giving a no, because that would be answering it in a different way.
You both have been trying to.
I just want you to actually answer the question. If somebody asks you a closed-ended question and you don't give a yes or no, or potentially I don't know, did not answer. You did not answer the question. So don't lie for Jesus and say, I'm just not answering. And don't just lie for Jesus and say, I'm not answering it the way you want, like as if you're actually answering it. You're dodging the question. I know it. You know it. My dog knows it. Yeah. So yeah.
It's pretty disgusting, really.
Because this was never a conversation. So I'm fine with leaving.
You all don't know how to talk
to other people. Because only John and I were answering questions.
No, because... And you also don't want the answers to your questions unless they align with what you think your answer should be.
No. It isn't about should. It's just really sad that you're a person who thinks it's okay to kill children. I just think it's disgusting.
No,
actually,
I'm
really
just
disgusting.
A person that serves a God who I know does not make mistakes.
Yeah, it's your person.
I'm not going to tell you that something was bad.
It's a person who can't say it's bad to kill children. You should be ashamed of yourself.
It's bad for me to kill children because I've been commanded not to kill children, but I'm not a creator. I'm not a creator of people that.
If God ordered you to do it, would you do it? Yes or no? If the answer is yes, let us know, but not saying yes or no out the next word out of your mouth.
She'll never answer it in a billion years.
Well, no, she will, because if the answer is yes, let us know.
I said no because God wouldn't
so you would disobey God. See, you change the parameters of the question, you dodge.
Yeah, because that's just kind of how my full answer goes.
Yeah, it's the way that you try to distract from the fact that there's nothing that God could ever say that you would call bad. And that's why, as we say to all the people who come on here trying to argue for this, you don't actually have morality. All you have is obedience. Just a good little God person. And if God absolutely. If God told me to kill a child, I'd tell him to go fuck himself. But you wouldn't, because you have because you have no moral backbone. You have no ethics whatsoever. You would just do anything that God tells you to do. And I think that's sad. I think one of the things that's really sad is that this is what religion does to people. It breaks them morally, turns them into
And I'm not
essentially
really big on religion. I'm
essentially,
more
yeah,
big,
it's a relationship. It's not a religion, of course. We've never heard that before.
correct.
But
Thank you.
yeah, of course.
You hit
Yeah.
it right on
It's
the
a
head.
relationship with the creature who sanctifies slavery and tells people to kill children. Have fun with
I
your
understand.
with your relationship with Jesus Christ. Yes, I prefer to have a relationship with people who are not genocidal. Funnily enough, I don't really like people who support slavery. I choose not to have relationships with people who enact genocidal ethnic cleansing, the stoning of young suspected non-virgins, who says that gay people deserve to be stoned to death. These are some of the people I quite enjoy not having a relationship with. And another
So
person
what do
that
you
I'm
think
going
God
to,
has done?
another person I'm going to quite enjoy
Can
not
you-
having a relationship with,
can
funnily
you-
enough, is you, because I think you're pretty
So-
disgusting.
Can I ask you a question without
Sure.
being muted 5,000 times?
You can try.
Teach her how to answer questions. Go ahead, ask him a question.
Thank you. So, what is something that, if you have read anything in the Bible other than the things that you debate about, what is something in the Bible that you think, by your human standard, that God has done that was good?
That was good. I thought that the coastline of Norway, particularly pleasant on the eye.
Something that you think is, by your moral standards, good
Right.
that God did in the Bible, if you've read it.
Yeah, I have read it.
Okay.
Something good that God did. Do you know what? I'm struggling to come up with something. I think most of what he did was pretty horrible. I thought that maybe, I suppose, if you think that God is the
Because it
creator,
includes Jesus.
if God is the creator of the world, then allowing humans to feel love would be maybe a good thing, which they could feel love just before they killed each other's kids on his orders. That would be nice. That would be something that he did that I would credit him for, if he indeed is the architect of such experience. Of course, I don't think he is, of course, but I think that the fact that God may occasionally do nice things is a little bit like the abusive husband who beats his wife black and blue on a Monday and a Tuesday, and then buys her flowers on Wednesday to demonstrate how wonderful he is.
Sean,
and then
why
everyone
don't you
goes,
mute
"Oh,
him when-
he's so lovely. He bought her flowers." Let's ignore the fact that he kicked 7 shades of shit out of her a couple of days before. That's kind of what you're doing. Find something in the Bible that God did that was good. I don't care. The God of the Bible is a monster, and you're a monster for venerating this God. So, with that said, we're going to move on to our next guest. But thank you for demonstrating that you're indifferent to the murder of children. Okay, that's the end of that one. And I am trying to deal with this horrific noise attack. I can't figure out exactly how they're doing it. I will get to the bottom of it. Bear with me.
I don't hear it on my side.
No,
by the
you
way.
don't, because
Is there-
you don't get the audio piped to you. But someone's triggering the bingo sounds. I haven't figured out how they're doing it, but I will get this stuff sorted out.
Is there a way to disconnect it completely,
I'm trying to, but it's plumbed in a tricky way. Okay. So anyway, with that said, we'll have a few super chats, and then we're going to get Hannah Banana in next. There we go. That was quite a piece of work, that one, wasn't she? I wonder if she represents murderers.
I thought, honestly, I kind of worried a little bit. So, admittedly, sometimes I get so frustrated when people don't engage honestly and don't answer questions. I can be a little short fused sometimes. And I thought with her, maybe I should have backed off a little bit. Like, people are like, Sean, chill out. But she was very obstinate with you as well. So anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. For those suggesting I disable the bingo, I am trying to do that, but it exists as a standalone thing. And for me to go off and start taking down bits of code and stuff like that would be more than I can do whilst I'm running a live stream. So I'm trying to limit where the sounds from it come in. So bear with me for annoying bingo sounds as they may happen. I am going to get this sorted out. But for now, we will make do. Okay, so Dean said, voting is toast again too. I know it is. I know, but thank you for the heads up. And the Spanish Inquisition gifted out 5 memberships. Thank you so much for that. Very, very grateful for the support. And wonderful Doxon Greenlight, great to see you, said, this is the Child War Brides supporter, remember? I don't know who that was about. I'm not sure who that was about. because it does say normally who was on when the comment came through, but I'm not sure. But when we were speaking to Legion, and Cyprium said that wasn't a human but a dishonest piece of shit who was only present to be a contrarian and waste your time. Hence all the backhanded comments and obstinance. I think that was possibly the South African chap earlier. May well have been. Okay, let's get our next guest in for now. Hannah Banana coming in. Hopefully it's going to work all right on the TikTok. Hey, Hannah, how are you? Hello.
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very good indeed. Welcome in. Welcome in. So we have we got a list of topics above my head. Is there one you'd like to talk about?
Well, we're a bit. Sorry, you'll have to bear with me. I do have a speech impairment and I'm English, so yeah, you'll have to bear with me. If you don't understand anything, please ask me to repeat.
No problem.
Hannah, are you outside in the wind?
No, it's my fan. It's hot here.
Okay, yeah. If you could try, I want you to be comfortable, but if you could like direct the wind away from the microphone,
Yeah,
please.
I turned it off. I'm quite cool.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah. So what you were talking about before, I've put in the comments quite a few times. God gave free will, so I think that's what causes like all these horrible things to happen, you know, around the world and stuff. Do you think that's right?
No, I think it's bollocks. Why would God giving free will cause earthquakes to happen?
That's true. I didn't think of it like that. Maybe it's the devil's work.
Why would God let the devil cause earthquakes?
I don't think God has any power over the devil.
Oh, the devil's actually in charge. So let me get this right then. So in the pecking order, you've got the devil at top is the boss, and then God works for the devil, and then we're all under that. Is that how it works?
No, I just think that, well, people say God is good, don't they? They say he's good and stuff, and the devil isn't, they say. So I don't think God has really any power over what he does, so he can try and help when there's earthquakes.
Wow. Okay. So the devil's really in charge, and God just has to take what he's given and say, "Yes, sir, Mr. Devil, sir." When the devil goes, "Ha ha ha, child cancer," God just goes, "Yes, sir, Mr. Devil, sir." Is that how it works?
Don't really know. I mean, you know, like, my son's disabled, and I asked a religious person, "Why has this happened to my son?" And she says it was the devil's work.
It's plainly idiotic, isn't it? Did you laugh at her?
I said, I can't remember what I said. I said, it made sense at the time, because when something like that happens, you want to blame it on someone. And obviously it's not me. I didn't smoke during the pregnancy. I didn't drink. I didn't do anything wrong. And he was born 3 months early and nearly died. Still got some challenges. And, you know, some things won't get better, some will. But, you know, I'm not a bad person as far as I know. You know, I try and be kind to everyone, whether you're black, white or yellow, you know.
Of course. But here's the thing, right? Wanting to blame someone for bad things that happen is kind of what children do. And when we become adults, we grow out of things like that. And we accept that in life, good things happen, bad things happen, things that make us happy happen, things that make us sad happen. Some of life is joy, some of life is pain. And that's just reality. That's exactly what reality is like. We don't have to blame anyone. And there isn't anyone to blame for things like, you know, a child being born early and suffering as a result of that. It's just life. Now, the thing is, if there is a God who's completely in charge of everything and deciding what happens, well, then we could blame that God. But we have no reason for thinking there is, which is why I say God is not morally good, but I also say I don't believe God exists.
But why if he did exist, say hypothetically you believed he did exist, why would you think he caused all this to happen?
Because if he exists, he could stop it happening, but he doesn't. which means he wants it to happen. And a God who wants people, we have people in our audience who have lost children to illness and had to bury them. And God allowed that to happen. Could have stopped it and chose not to.
Yeah.
Chose not to help.
I'm miscarried.
I think that's just I'm so sorry. And so I look at that and I just think that's a terrible thing that happened, and my compassion is activated, and I feel empathy and compassion for your loss. But if there was a God, I don't think there is one, but if there was a God, well, God watched that happen, could have intervened to stop it happening and said, nah, can't be asked today, I'm just going to let that happen. He's a bit of a dick, isn't he?
I suppose in a sense you are right. In a way, you are right. But I don't know whether I believe in him or not. I'm sort of on the fence because, like you say, all these horrible things happen, and yeah. So what I can't answer either because what you say makes sense. It really does.
Yeah. Well, have a think about it. But thank you for calling in, Hannah.
Thank you.
And I'm sure your son is lovely.
He is a very lovely boy.
Yeah.
And he's very clever. He's very on it. He might be brain damaged, but he's very clever.
Good. Well, give him a hug from us. Take it easy.
Thank you, John. Thanks,
All right.
Sean. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Nice to talk to you. I feel like we've spoken with her before.
Could be the case.
Yeah. A long time ago.
All right, we are going to get SX Bio Official in. We tried to speak to SX Bio Official last time and it didn't quite work out, but maybe it will work this time. Let's see if it does. Come on, TikTok, you can add a guest. You can do it. It seems particularly bad today. TikTok, it's like thinking about it. SX Bio, you might need to drop down and come back in again because it doesn't seem to be connecting you for some reason. Yeah, it doesn't. It's saying it doesn't want you to. Try again. Just try again. I can't even drop you down from there. Let's see if we can do it from here. There you go. Request up again, and maybe our last guest, she had to try 3 times and she got in on the 3rd time. It's something is weird with the TikTok business today. We'll try again, 2nd time. Let's see. Wild that it's being so uncooperative. It's trying to make Video Ninja look good. There we go. There we go. Welcome in. Are you there?
He just muted. SX, are you there? By official?
You're in the call, but we can't hear you now. It's delightful, isn't it? Live TV, folks, don't do it. Yep, dropped out again. Are you going to try a 3rd time? You could come back up. No one else is in the queue, so you might as well. Wild, isn't it? It's a crazy one today. Right. We're going to try it for a last time, and then if this doesn't work, we're going to get Slice 78 in. If this doesn't work for the final time... there we go.
There we go.
We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Oh, his mic is muted. You got to unmute. There's a microphone at the bottom. Press that.
He's unmuted now, but there's no sound. Okay. So it's an issue with your device, my friend. It's peak viewing for a Thursday night.
Yeah, there's no sound.
Yeah, sadly not. All right, come back when you've got it sorted out. We'll speak to you then. What a shame. What a shame. Okay, we're going to get Slice 78 in and see if that is any more successful. There we go. Hi, Slice.
I just wanted to say a big thank you to you and Sean. I love you guys. Thank you very, very, very much for what you do.
Thank you for saying that. We are just asking for opposition for the debate stream tonight, but we appreciate your kind words. And if you want to have a longer conversation with us, give us a ring back tomorrow because we've got the after hours show tomorrow from 3 p.m. Eastern time. And you'd be very welcome to call in if you want to speak to us anymore then. But yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, well, that was short and sweet, but he was very agreeable, of course. We appreciate it when people like what we do. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Okay, well, call queues are currently almost empty. We do have, we've got one on the YouTube side. It looks like Duckman. Let's try Duckman and see if that works. Bringing Duckman in.
Oh, no.
Hey, Duckman.
How's it going? Wait, is your name John, by the way?
It is. It is. Yeah. How are you?
Okay. All right. I'm a little nervous, man. I've never debated an atheist before, but actually I have. I've debated a lot of atheists, but not online. I'm kind of nervous.
Don't worry. We're nice. We're nice atheists.
Well, in my day, I've known a lot of not nice atheists. And that's another thing I want to bring up, but that's not the main argument that I want to bring up to you.
Sure.
Are you familiar with a Nick Bostrom?
No, I don't think so.
So he's a philosopher, right? And I have not read all of his works, right? But essentially the premise of his philosophy is the idea that the laws of physics themselves could essentially be thought of as like a code for a simulation, right? And it's kind of like, and that's not my only argument. I got a lot of other arguments, right? So like one of the arguments that I have right here is you talk about, let's say, the Bible God is a meanie, right?
Yeah.
So I think what a lot of Christians will say, right, is they'll say that, okay, well, we have an incomplete understanding of God's morality, right? And I want to give you an example, right? And I guess what I would say is, dude, I don't know. I'm so nervous, man.
It's all right. You're okay.
So there are examples, right, in mathematics, right? So if of things that are, well, so do you know who Kurt Gödel is? Like with the Gödel numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So logic itself, right? The very reasoning that we use to do logic itself is circular reasoning. So when and
I wouldn't say it's not necessarily circular. It's just axiomatic, isn't it?
Well, so all barbers, yeah. So explain what do you mean by that exactly?
Well, reasoning is based on like inference laws, for example. So if you say something like, if it's raining outside, the floor will be wet, and then we say it is raining outside, and then if those 2 points are true, then it follows by an inference law called modus ponens that if P then Q, P therefore Q, so we can say therefore the floor will be wet. And that's not circular. It doesn't rely on anything other than just what statements mean and how propositions work when they relate to each other.
Well, yeah, so I understand that. But there is and I want to say I do have a limited understanding of this. Philosophy is not my wheelhouse.
Mine neither.
I'm debating.
Mine neither. Also
and
not.
I have heard of modus ponens. I had to learn this at some point, but what I will say is that I want to give an example, right, of something that we believe, because I think what we believe, right, is that our understanding of God's morality should be intuitive, and that if he is all powerful and all good, well, that's a contradiction, because how can that, how can both of those things be true? But I want to say something, right? Something that the example I'd like to provide is that of imaginary numbers. And I'm not articulating this quite as well as I could, I think, because I'm incredibly nervous right now. But so if you think about imaginary numbers, right? Taking the square root of
-1.
A negative number, yeah. Taking the square root, well, positive times a positive is a positive, and a negative times a negative is a negative. Or is a positive, I'm sorry. It's a positive, yes. I misspoke. I promise. Yeah. So, and that's something, right? So that's something we see in physics equations, right? So that's actually something that is used in explanations of the natural world.
Sure. Argand diagrams and the complex plane. We get it. We get it.
Yeah, absolutely. But so what I'm trying to say here is that I don't think that our understanding of theology or these kind of philosophical questions, you can say, well, okay, well, that doesn't sound very nice. But I'm saying that, from our perspective, God's morality doesn't have to make sense.
Can I explain why this argument doesn't
Absolutely.
really work? So let's
Absolutely,
grant that we can't possibly understand God's mind, right? Because his mind compared to our mind is like 1,000,000 times more than our mind compared to an ant's mind. We can grant that. We could say that even if it's the case that his morality is not intuitive to us and couldn't be intuitive to us because we could never intuit that level of amazingness, it still follows that we can say things, we can apply logic deductively to God's morality. So we can say, for example, there is pain and suffering. We know that there is. God, if he's very powerful, could stop the pain and suffering. If he's powerful enough, he could stop it. If he's not powerful enough, that's a different argument. But let's assume that he is, very powerful. God could stop the pain and suffering, or at least limit it. He could remove elements of it. The fact that he doesn't must mean that he must therefore have a reason for having it there. Even if we can't grasp the reason, even if we can't understand it, even if we never ever could, all we can say is there is some reason that we can't understand why God allows this suffering.
And I'm saying, what exactly is the problem with saying that?
Right. The problem with saying
it's
that
inconvenient, I would say, but it's not necessarily
it's devastating.
Unfathomable.
No, it's devastating, because the moment you make an argument of that form, you're shrinking your God and saying that his reason can only be achieved if he allows the suffering. The reason, when we say there's a reason for something, what we mean is the thing has to happen in order for something else to happen. That's what there being a reason for something means. So we're saying we can't understand it, but God has a plan of some sort, and he requires Children's Cancer Awards in order to make his plan come to fruition. Well, the moment you say that, implied necessarily in that position is that he's not powerful enough to reach the end point he wants without that happening. So your God's shrunk, he's got a little bit smaller. And then you think about malaria-carrying mosquitoes. Well, yeah, he's got to have the malaria-carrying mosquitoes because reasons we can't understand, beyond our understanding, but he's got to have them in order for his plan to work. Oh, he's got a little bit smaller still. And every time you make an argument like this, you're basically saying that he needs these things to happen in order for his plan to work, which is just not squareable with an all-powerful being. So what you're left with is a being who isn't that powerful, or is at least a lot less powerful than people say.
So, okay. I will, and I agree. That is because in philosophy, right, they talk about the soundness of an argument, right?
That's just whether the premises are true.
Yeah. So I'm still hesitant, and I understand what you're saying. I almost want to say though that there's like a particular cultural context that is maybe not being fully considered. But I think that's something that's probably not worth getting into. What I want to, because to me, right, I'm sorry, what?
I didn't say a word.
Yeah.
I didn't say a word. But I think it's inescapable. And the reason why I say this is that our lack of understanding doesn't matter. We can grant it from the beginning. Okay, we don't understand God, but it must still be the case, even if we don't understand God, that whatever his sufficient reasons are for wanting this pain and suffering, it means that he can't achieve those aims without it. Okay, well, then you've sacrificed his omnipotence for the sake of preserving his benevolence. You have a different type of God to the one you may have thought you have.
So benevolence, though, doesn't necessarily mean in relation to... well, it does mean in relation to humans, but it doesn't necessarily if my dad disciplines me, then I may not like it and I may not understand from a younger age why he's doing that. But as I grow older and I understand why it's important that I can't just do whatever I'd like, that's not necessarily to say that. Well, and okay, I suppose that's not a one analogy for this particular situation.
For lots of reasons, because your dad's not all powerful, and because we're not talking about disciplining. We're talking about random acts of suffering that cause unbelievable agony, and have done for millions of years.
Well, and yeah. So I'm trying to kind of.
I mean, dinosaurs had bone cancer.
Yeah.
We have fossils of
Yeah.
dinosaurs with bone cancer. So God watched the dinosaurs get bone cancer. Could have helped the dinosaurs, but was happy for them to suffer with bone cancer. This is like 150 million years ago.
Can I ask you a follow-up question?
Sure.
What benefit do you think there is to dissuading people from religion?
Okay, so the benefit is that I don't think religion as a whole is necessarily bad, but I think that certain religions have doctrines that are toxic and horrible. And one of them, the one that is my personal least favorite, is the idea that is a central pillar of Christianity, is that you're morally accountable for what you believe to be true. This is the whole core of salvation, isn't it? Is belief-based salvation. Is when you die, if you believe the right things about Jesus, then you don't get tortured by him. And if you don't believe the right things about him, then you're in a world of trouble. Now, is that fair?
And actually, I have a counterpoint to that.
Sure.
And it's not like a Calvinist, because here's the thing. I'm not an expert, right? I'm not an expert. I haven't even read the Bible cover to cover, admittedly, right? But I am somebody who, identifies with the Christian faith. But I will say that I saw recently something about translations, like actual like Greek and Aramaic translations of the Bible.
Yeah.
And that faith, the Greek word that was used for faith has less to do with like how I feel in any moment. Like, do I feel necessarily like the presence of God? And it's like, do I demonstrate faith? And they say not by acts alone. So I'm still kind of sorting this out for myself. But I do think there is kind of like a translation of the Bible that allows for
let's allow for that
as opposed to
let's allow for that. Let's say that certain ways of interpreting the Bible may remove the obligation to have a relationship with Jesus, and it's more just about living a good life. Okay, well then that's a slightly more benign interpretation. But there are billions of people in the world right now who suffer with the idea that if they don't believe the right things, they're going to be tortured forever, or annihilated, or tortured briefly and then annihilated, or cast into a furnace, or cast into a spiritual furnace, or whatever it might be. This idea of telling people that the ultimate moral test is what they found to be convincing to them, I think is deeply, deeply horrible. So you asked me, why do I think it's a benefit to pull people away from religion? My aim is not to do that. My aim is not to talk people out of their religion. My aim is to legitimize non-belief for those who have been told that their non-belief represents a falling away from what's good, and that it makes them bad. That they're people with honest non-belief for whatever reason, because maybe like me they never had it, or maybe like Sean they did have it, and then through intellectual honesty they just lost it, and they're told by the culture they live in that makes them bad people, and that God is going to punish them, and that punishment is righteous, that it's good, that it's ethical, that it's moral. They deserve what's coming to them simply for being honest about what they find convincing. I think that's one of the cruelest ideas that mankind has ever come up with, to make thought crimes the worst thing you can ever possibly do. And so my job, as I always say, is rather than pulling people away from religion, I see myself as wanting to legitimize non-belief. That's it. And I think it's a noble cause.
So I will, and and I understand it sounds as though you've had some adverse is that the correct word? I don't know. Some adverse experiences with
never
the church,
in my life. No, never once in my life. I've not had no church hurt, no adverse.
What about all the good it inspires? What about the fact that it allows a lot of people to hold themselves to a higher moral standard?
I think you can be held to a higher moral standard without believing that there's a cosmic policeman making you do it. You can hold yourself to a higher moral standard when you say that things that are good are good because they're good, because you
But what
believe
about people
in
who don't hold themselves to a higher moral standard
I'm answering your question though.
because of the lack of a policeman?
Well, because I don't think that's a thing, because I think that you've got like Christians overrepresented in the prison population. The idea that religiosity is going to make you a better person is just not supported by the evidence. It's just not a thing. There are people who think that because they have the possibility of redemption later, they can sin all they like and behave all they like and crap on other people all they like. But as long as they know they can accept Jesus at some point later, it's all going to be good. Or they've got some deal they've done with themselves in their head where they're like, yeah, well, I'm going to get right with Jesus. You know, that's a license to do all sorts of things. I just don't think that there's an argument to be made there that religion makes you a better person. I don't think it is. I think the things that make you a good person is having moral intuitions around treating other people well, and you don't need religion to do that. So, well, you know, I grant that for some people, religion and faith gives them something.
Push back against that notion. I mean, we still have, you know, there are still cannibal tribes that exist, right?
There may be, but that's a non sequitur as regards religion making you a better person.
I mean, if you think about pre-Christian, so like in this modern age, I will bite the bullet on some of these points right there. I understand that there's a lot of hypocritical Christians, right? But I also think as an atheist, it's impossible to be a hypocrite because there are no necessarily espoused moral values. So really, if you're going to get somebody on being a hypocrite, well,
that's
then you
not
can't.
True.
Because
it's just not true.
Okay,
it's just not true. It's just not true. So just because we base our moral values on principles that we hold to rather than instructions from a book, it doesn't mean they don't exist. I have moral values as much as you do. I just base mine on certain principles and you base yours on a book. We're just prioritizing different things. They're equally subjective, by the way. They're equally subjective. I think it's important to me to treat people in a certain way. And I don't want to presume for you, but if you're a Bible-believing Christian, then you think it's important to do what God wants you to do. Well, that's a subjective preference you have. And you're expressing that preference through the values that you live your life by. And I express my preference through the values that I live my life by, which is kindness and compassion and empathy and trying to reduce suffering. And the God that you worship clearly doesn't care about any of those things.
I'm going to have to, and this is, I know that you'll probably find this to be a lame response, but I'm going to have to agree to disagree with you on that one, John.
You can as much as you want, but your God, your God permits slavery. Your God commands genocide. Your God has idiotic laws that would have resulted in thousands of innocent people being stoned to death. Your God is homophobic. Your God is up for ethnic cleansing. Your God is a complete monster. So I can't square the values that come from the Bible about what's good with what I feel is good, which are the principles of kindness and empathy and compassion. Just can't do it. That's why I say it's bad.
Okay. All right. So do you actually don't answer that? Okay. All right. Well, all right, John. Well, it was a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in.
All right. Have a good day.
And you. Take care. All right. We will say, we will wish Duckman goodbye. And
by the way, I had to leave and come back on video because I couldn't hear him. And then I think you guys couldn't hear me, but that's okay. I just wanted to let you know.
Sorry, Sean. I don't know why.
No, it's all good.
Hear you.
No, you handled that call really well.
Thank you. Oh, I see why we couldn't hear you, because you weren't added to the scene, but you are now. Okay. Right. Our next guest is going to be Bang. We will get Bang in a moment. We are going to read a few super chats first. Liberty Giblet said, hacker suspect list, Shaquille, Deathless Light, Darth Gary, and Samu. Couldn't have been Samuel. Couldn't have been Samuel. I love that. Shaquille, that's hilarious. Who remembers Shaquille? My gosh.
That actually brings something up, though, that I wanted to mention earlier. That's actually saying, like, someone malicious hacked your shit, cared enough about your content or our ideas, etc., to actually maliciously go in and hack your shit and mess with it.
Yeah, I'm flattered. it's not going to work because I'm going to retool. Everything's going to be moved to my stuff. To be fair, was in a fairly exposed location, and I was slightly aware of the potential security threats with it because the code was on a publicly accessible repository, and it's like I thought if someone really wants to get to this stuff, they're going to. But I'm going to be moving it all over into a much more secure way that no one can mess with it. So apologies for today, everyone. I spent about 4 hours on it today, rebuilding it and fortifying it slightly, and I thought it might hold, it might not, and they'd messed it up within a minute. So they kind of know what they're doing, but they won't be successful for long. So bear with me. Everything will be rebuilt better and stronger next time. Okay, so Bab says, Phil Broth when the bowl fell. Bang, we'll get you in a minute. I love that. And John Klein, thank you for the super chat. Hackerboy has certainly got a few bingos tonight. He was rinsing the bingo sound, wasn't he? Or she? Yes, indeed. And Bab said, free will is pre-det shiny. Like, I think this was while we were speaking to the chap before who was falling over about God not being able to interfere in things. I guess that's what that was.
Yeah.
Babs, thank you. And Coco's 9652, thank you for this. Keep in mind that Frank Turek always adds for fun to child torture argument. So as long as you're not enjoying yourself, it's fine. Oh my God, Frank Turek. I'd love to have a chance to debate Frank Turek. Nothing would give me more fun, more pleasure. Yeah, would love that. Okay. Let's get Bang in. We spoke to Bang before, but we'll bring Bang in again for another go. Hey. Welcome back, Bang. How are you?
So, I'm good. So, what about you?
Yeah, we are well, thank you. So welcome back. Would you like to pick a topic from our list?
I'll just like to talk about, well, God maybe, isn't it? Like God. What I want to do is I want to present my position for why I'm not a theist, or why I don't think there's a good reason to be a theist over an atheist over a theist, and use my line of reasoning. And then I want you to tell me why that line of reasoning would be fallacious or irrational, right? And if you do believe that is irrational, I want you to give me why, or like the reason why, right? Is that fair?
Which line of reasoning? Sorry, just so I understand what you're saying.
For why I'm a theist over an atheist, over being an atheist.
Okay, so you want to present an argument for why you think theism is rationally justified.
I wouldn't say necessarily an argument. I just want to give you my line of reasoning. Like, not necessarily like I don't want to make a syllogism.
Sure. Okay. And just so we know, which God is it you believe in?
Well, let's just stick to a neoclassical theist conception of God.
Okay.
Yeah. So
go for it.
You know, me as like almost every human, the way we think about occurrences or instances in the world where we see something happening, we see something going on, we try to look for an explanation for that thing because it's an instance, right? It's something that happened when it didn't happen before. So, like how, for example, if your light bulb breaks, right, or explodes, you want to look for a reason why that happened, right? Because it's something that happened when it didn't happen before. So we look for reasons for instances. If your car breaks, if you for whatever reason anything happens, we try to look for explanations for things. We prefer explicable instances over non-explicable instances, okay? And with the reasoning we use for that is just like an intuitive reasoning behind why we group anything to have a reason. For example, when you see a human, you're going to assume that this human is able to talk, is able to speak, is able to touch, is able to do whatever we group humans to be, that's a valid inference.
Ben, can I just clarify, just a small source of disagreement? You say we intuitively. I don't rely on intuition. I think intuition is unreliable. In your instance where we presume that the person has common attributes, that's evidence-based. Like, we assume most people can speak, most people, not all people, there's some people who are mute,
Yeah.
but we have sufficient evidentiary warrant to believe that if we meet another person, they have the ability to speak, they can, most people can see, we can make certain assumptions about them that are likely true, but that's evidence-based, not intuition.
Yeah, that's fine. I agree with you.
Okay, got you.
But I'm saying the line of evidence itself, the fact that we take this evidence is intuitive. Like when we see the sun setting, right, and we take that on reason. We say, okay, there's a reason why, we have justified reason why we would believe the sun will set tomorrow. Is induction. But I'm saying inductive reasoning is intuitive. Like we don't just like assume. I just want to be careful. Like, I'm just saying that we don't assume that for no reason the sun wouldn't set tomorrow, right?
No, I got you. It might be a language thing, but like to me, intuition. If I believe something based on intuition, if I use the word intuition, I'm sort of, just the way I use the word, removing evidence from it or sufficient evidence, just sort of a feeling. And I just, if you are ascribing our beliefs to like evidence, I'm good with that, and we can continue on.
The reason why I say intuition is because I just define intuition to be a way of knowledge where you don't have to apply direct reasoning or empirical reasoning necessarily.
Okay,
right? Like
that's where I'm going to disagree with you, because everything I believe it has some type of reasoning behind it. That doesn't mean I don't believe some false things, or I might have faulty reasoning. But everything I believe to be true is based on reasoning and evidence.
I agree, but I'm saying that sort of like line of thinking itself, where you see things in an inductive manner and then make an inference from it. I'm saying that whole line of reasoning itself is intuitive. We prefer to use induction on things where we have multiple instances of the same occurrence, right?
Anyway, I don't want to bog us down. I just put ahead of time that, like, for me, it's about evidence, but I don't want to hold you up. So
no problem. So the reason why we try to explain things that occur in the world is because that's how we intuitively think of things that happen, that occur, right? We don't say, oh, there's no reason why I wouldn't look for an explanation for something to be the case, right? So
we're curious. We're curious creatures.
Yeah, this is how we look at the world. And so when we look at things in the world, we see that they're contingent, right? Like the example with the car not working, or the light bulb not working. These are contingent occurrences. These are things that could have been otherwise. Because they could have been otherwise and they did happen, we look for a reason why that's the case. We don't just assume it happened for no reason, or it's just a brute fact, or like we look for a reason. Right now, we apply the same principle onto the entire universe. Right, the universe is configured in a specific manner.
There's the problem, though.
No problem. Let me just finish my line of reasoning. You can object if you want.
Okay.
We look at the universe and we see that it's configured in a specific way in which it could have been otherwise, right? There's no reason why the universe had to be this way.
Right? I don't know that it could have. I don't know that it could have been otherwise.
I think we have to interject a little bit, because if you continue to make an argument based on things you've said, and you speak for another 4 or 5 or 10 minutes, and then we have to come back to this point, it's going to be a bit tricky. So I think you're making a couple of claims there that don't stack up. So the first is that the universe could have been a different way and could have been configured a different way. We have absolutely no idea whether that's true or not. It may be true, may not be true. I have absolutely no idea. It's pure conjecture on your part. The other is to commit the composition fallacy, which is to say that because there are objects within the universe that are contingent, or that are reliably explained by other things, that the universe itself must also have that property. That's the fallacy of composition, which is to say that a set must have the same properties as members of the set. It's like saying every brick in the wall is 2 kilos, therefore the wall is 2 kilos.
Okay. Are you done?
Yeah.
And also the universe may have always existed in some form.
All right. Yeah, I can easily address these 2 objections, no problem. So you're saying that we don't know if that would be the case. Well, I can make that inference. I can know that this could have been the case because it's conceivably true. I can conceive of the universe being a different manner, in which like gravity would have been different, gravity would have been
I can conceive
higher
of
or
myself.
lower, right?
I
That
can
is
conceive of
possible.
myself flapping my arms and flying like a bird, but it doesn't mean it could happen. The fact that you can
No,
conceive
but
of
this is why
something.
we say it's possible.
No, the fact that you can conceive
No.
of something doesn't
Is it
establish that
possible
it's
that you couldn't
possible.
have been
It's
born?
possible that you could be daydreaming. That's all it's possible.
No, I'm saying, is it possible that you could have not existed?
It's possible that I could have not existed, yes, but you can't make the claim that because it's possible that I may have not existed, it is therefore follows
So why do you say that about yourself, but not the configuration of the universe?
That it's possible because you cannot draw a line between the two. It's a complete non sequitur. One has nothing to do with the other.
No. What's the symmetry breaker between the fact that it's possible for you to not have been existed and it's possible for the universe to not have existed
because we understand the parameters that led to my existence, which is like my parents meeting and then deciding to have a special cuddle and all of that stuff. We don't know anything about the parameters that would have changed the configuration of the universe.
But we don't need to know the specific parameters.
You don't need to know them, but
we just need to know that it's configured in a specific way.
Hold on.
It's conceivably possible. Just a second. It's conceivably possible that could have been in a different way, right?
Possibility has to be demonstrated.
And I'm talking about modal like logic here. I'm not talking about. What?
The possibility has to be demonstrated. I can conceive, just like John said, I can get. No, you didn't. Actually, no, you didn't. We don't know if it's possible for the universe to be any other way. It could be that the universe has always existed exactly as it is. If that's the case, then the universe is as it necessarily is. Also, it could be that the universal constants in the universe could not be any other way. That's an unknown in cosmology right now. So you haven't demonstrated actual possibility. You conceiving of a thing doesn't mean it's actually possible. I can conceive of my friend being able to drive from his house in LA to San Francisco on one tank of gas. Maybe it's possible, maybe it's not. It depends on what type of car he's driving. So possibility is something that actually has to be demonstrated. We don't know the ultimates of cosmology. We don't know if the universe had a beginning. We don't know if it's eternal. Cosmologists don't know that. So you're claiming to know something about the universe that it could have been any other way that you can't possibly know.
Okay.
And
you
there's
can
no
conceive of it.
Yeah, there's no other context where we would ever dare to make the asinine argument that the ability to conceive of something legitimizes it as a possibility.
Right.
Okay. Can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I talk about possibility, I'm talking about like logical possibility, in which when I say something is possible, right, all I need to demonstrate why it's possible in another world for it to be the case, right, is to show that it doesn't have a logical contradiction, right? When we talk about something not having a logical contradiction, and you're not able to show me that there's a logical contradiction, then that would be by definition possible, right?
There's a difference between. Sorry, we're all falling over each other. There's a difference between a logical possibility and what Sean would describe as a non-logical
but I'm talking about logic, though.
But
I'm talking about that.
But we don't really care what's logically possible, because it's logically possible for me to sprout a trunk tomorrow morning and become an elephant. But nobody's going to care about that. So if your argument is based purely on what doesn't contradict the laws of logic, that's a pretty low bar.
Yeah.
No.
It's logic.
Okay, well, that's fine. But that's not the argument, though. Like, I'm not. Okay. I'm presenting a line of reasoning in which I would conclude.
I'm objecting. I'm objecting to your claim that the universe could have been any other way.
What's a logical contradiction?
I didn't say it's okay. So it's logically possible for me to jump to the moon.
Okay.
Hold on. Please don't speak over me. All right. It's logically possible for me to jump to the moon. I'm certainly not going to make me jumping into the moon as part of that possibility and say, but it's possible because I'm talking about logical possibility. Who cares about logical possibility?
I do.
What matters? That's fine that you do, but what matters is if it's actually possible. It may be non-logically possible for the universe to be any other way, correct? Yes or no?
It's logically possible for the universe to.
I didn't ask you about logical. I didn't ask you about logical possibility. It may. I'm not saying it is. It may. We don't know. Be nomologically possible for the universe to be any other way. Correct.
Define nomologically.
Okay, nomologically means actual possibility with the constraints of the laws of nature as they are now. Like, for example, it's For example, it's logically possible for me to jump to the moon. It's nomologically impossible
like
for me to
physically
jump to the
possible,
moon.
right?
Yeah.
I would say it's physically impossible for you to do that. Yeah, given the specific.
Exactly. It may be in actuality. I'm not talking about logical possibility, like it's a logical contradiction. It may be that the universe could not have been any other way. We don't know. That's my point. Just because it's logically possible doesn't mean it's actually possible. So my objection to your claim is that you haven't even demonstrated the universe.
Wait, are you saying just because it's nomologically possible, it doesn't mean that it's logically possible?
No, I'm saying something being logically possible doesn't mean it's actually possible. It's like, once again, let me finish. It's logically possible for me to jump to the moon. We all know it's actually, in reality, impossible for me to jump to the moon. Just because something doesn't break the laws of logic doesn't mean it's actually a real freaking option. So you're claiming the universe could have been some other way. That's a claim that requires a burden of proof. And all you've given so far is it doesn't break the laws of logic. Neither does me jumping to the moon. The fact is, we don't know if the universe could have been any other way, i.e. is contingent. That's a bald assertion on your part.
I've just read the super chat that's just come in. Karis says, "Hey guys, logically possible to write my name on the moon tonight. Look to the sky for updates."
Right, that's fine.
It's silly.
Look,
silly.
I understand your objection, right? But I see that you did a little bait and switch there, and I'm going to demonstrate what you did, right? Like, we do agree and we do understand the difference between nomological possibility or physical possibility and logical possibility, right? But if something is when you agreed, you said if something is logically possible to be otherwise, then I'm saying in that world, the different constraints or the different nomological constraints would have been different in the first place, right? You're saying, okay, given the specific set of physical laws or standards, right, you wouldn't be able to jump to the moon. I agree. But when I talk about it's being logically possible for you to jump to the moon, then all I'm saying is in that world, the specific laws of the universe would have been different, in which you would have been able to jump to the moon, right? So that doesn't really defeat the argument. That actually enhances my argument, because my point is, if it's something that is possible, and you're saying, well, it's not possible to be the case nomologically. There's a reason. Wait. I'm saying there's a reason.
I'm not agreeing with you. I'm not agreeing with you that there's any. I'm not agreeing with you that there's any world where I could jump to the moon, because that world may be impossible to instantiate, because it could be the. I didn't say the contradiction. The thing is, I don't give a fuck about.
What impossibility are we talking about?
I'm sorry, I was still talking. All right. Your argument is it's logically impossible. There's no logical contradiction in the universe being contingent. I agree. Can you demonstrate it's actually contingent? I agree.
In what sense? In what sense contingent? In what modal?
This modal framework. Oh my God! The modal framework that you used.
I'm using.
Okay. Hold on.
Logical.
Okay. Hold on. You claimed the universe is contingent. Are you claiming that about reality?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not just saying it's logically possible for it to be contingent. You're claiming it is contingent.
That's the rub.
It's logically possible.
That's the rub. We don't give the slightest shit what's logically possible. You're making a claim that it is that way.
My inference why it's contingent isn't because it's logically possible. My argument why it's contingent is because we have inferences and reasons. That's what I said at the beginning, right?
Give us one.
Intuitive.
Give us one.
Reasons.
Give us a reason. Give us a reason.
We have intuitive reasons that when something occurs, we look for an explanation, right?
No, that's the fallacy of composition again. Within the universe, I'm not composing anything. Within the universe, induction teaches us that things tend to be caused by other things. So as you say, we apply induction. And induction is itself applied inductively, because we don't know that induction will always work. So it is itself
an induction. That means induction applies inductively. What does that mean?
It means that our expectation that the laws of induction will continue. I'm granting you something here, being generous. I'm saying that our expectation that induction will always work is itself inductive. It could be that tomorrow induction will stop working and the future will no longer be like the past.
Wait, so would you say if there's any instance that we've observed for the first time ever, right? Like first ever instance, right? Would you say that we would just brush it off as a brute fact because we didn't see a previous instance of the same thing occurring?
I don't understand your question, but I was
induction itself is inductive, meaning we would use.
I was granting you something.
Reasoning.
I was granting you something. Okay, I was being generous. I'm saying
no, you weren't. You were not granting me something.
I was actually trying to grant you something in that you were saying that earlier that we have intuition about the way the world works, right? And that we make generalizations based on intuition. I was granting you that to a certain extent. You're right. There is something a little bit just intuitive about the fact that the uniformity of nature, the only reason we get to presume the uniformity of nature is that the uniformity of nature is uniform. So I'm granting you that. There is something a little bit intuitive about it. I'm granting you a bit of what you were arguing for earlier.
Why do we assume the uniformity of the nature?
Because it's
why do we assume that?
We assume it provisionally because we wouldn't survive if we didn't. But
okay,
what I was going to say is I was working towards an argument here, and you're not going to stop me getting there. So but having granted you all of that stuff doesn't entitle you to say that because we see things in the world being contingent on other things, that we can then say the world itself is contingent on something else. That is textbook composition fallacy. Like, they don't come any more pure than that. It's a vanilla fallacy of composition. That's all you're doing. You're looking at things in the world.
Okay, I can refute that. I can refute that was not a contingent.
You can't. You can't because you said you could earlier, and then you failed to do it. Sorry, Sean.
I was trying to address the previous point before that, the composition or thingy, right? You said I was assuming like possibility. I wasn't assuming possibility. I was inferring possibility based on the fact that it would have been a logical contradiction. Now I can address.
You can't base on some. You can't just
like,
assume
I don't know.
something.
John already granted me contingency.
No, I did not. I did not grant you contingency. Don't be playing funny games. I said to you that we observe things being contingent on other things in the world around us.
Yeah, that's granting contingency.
And not necessarily everything.
And that it would be a mistake to infer from those observations that reality and that the universe itself is contingent just because things within it have that property. That would be a mistake.
What is the fallacy of composition?
Okay, the fallacy of composition is to infer the quote unquote property or the specific quality of the whole based on the parts.
Okay, cool. So some of the parts are contingent, and we don't even know if everything in the world is contingent. It could be, for example, the universal constants are not contingent. I don't know. Very possibly, I don't know.
All right. I can address that, but I feel like I'm getting a lot of points at me at the same time. Like, I just want to address one point after the other. Okay. I can address the contingency objection. Okay. So not everything in which we would infer the whole based on the parts would be a contingent a composition fallacy. Okay. For example, right, if I were to build a wall out of all glass bricks. Right,
and then the wall is made out of glass.
Not red glass, because I want to make it specific. I want to have a point. Would it be fallacious to say that the wall is glass?
No, but here's the thing. Let me explain. It's always a fallacy to say the parts are the parts are this way, therefore the whole is this way. It's always a fallacy. However, here's the issue that you're not getting. An argument being fallacious doesn't mean it's necessarily wrong. It just means it has not been demonstrated to be true. And so what you found is a case where the conclusion is actually true, but it's not based on the.
So why is the conclusion true?
Because a fallacy doesn't mean it's true. Like if I were to say,
why is it true to say the glass as well?
I can tell you why this is not analogous. It's not analogous because if you build a wall entirely out of glass, then you know for sure a fact about that the material that you've made each part of the wall out of. You know this to be for an absolute fact that the entirety of the wall is made. I'm speaking at the moment. My mouth is moving and words are coming out. So you know if you build a wall out of glass, the only ingredients in the wall are glass. So you have some extra bit of information about the world, about the wall, that you currently don't have about the universe. And you said this yourself earlier when you said you're inferring it. We don't infer that a wall made out of glass is entirely glass. We know it to be true because we know that the only ingredient in the wall is glass, and so we have a justification for that claim. It's not an inference. What would be fallacious is to say, this wall is made out of bricks that are 2 kilos each. Therefore, the wall is 2 kilos, which is what you're doing when you look at things in the world that are contingent, and you say, therefore, all of reality must also be contingent. You don't know the information. You don't know that the wall is made out of glass in this case. You have no clue what the wall is made out of.
Okay. Can I respond?
Yeah.
Okay. So you made 2 points, which are pretty much wrong, right? So first of all, inference has nothing to do. The word inference here doesn't have to do with certainty. When I say inference, I'm just saying I'm using a line of reasoning and applying it to something that follows from it or is entailed by it. Okay. Secondly, when you talk about you knowing all the parts of the whole and then making the quote unquote inference or the conclusion, you're just shifting the goalpost from the fact that we do make inferences of the whole from the parts to, you have to know about all the parts. Well, I'm saying in this example, we do know that all the bricks are glass. And Sean is saying, no, even if you know, it's still fallacious. Well, it's not fallacious because the conclusion follows.
First of all, you don't know that all the bricks are... you don't know that all the bricks are glass.
Because it's hypothetical.
You don't know that all the bricks are...
It's hypothetical.
But in the case of the universe, we don't know this.
Okay.
We don't know this. You're literally pulling it out of your ass and saying because things in the universe are contingent, the universe itself is contingent. That's all you're saying. This is the same argument that people have been making for 700 years. It was a bad argument 700 years ago, and it's still a bad argument today.
Okay, I respect your opinion, but like so far with the glass wall example, right? Would it be fallacious? Would it be a composition fallacy?
In that case, it's different because in that case, it wouldn't be a fallacy of composition because you're saying that you have a fact about the composition of the wall because you know everything about what the wall is made of, and then you're just making a claim about its ingredients. But what might be a fallacy there is to say that an individual piece of glass in the wall is structurally weak, therefore the wall must be structurally weak. That would be a fallacy of composition.
John, thank you for refuting Sean.
To take one property of the glass to say the glass weighs a certain amount, therefore the wall weighs a certain amount, which is what you're doing in your argument about the universe. I haven't refuted Sean.
Sure.
It's what you're doing in your
argument. You have refuted Sean. But I can give you like this.
Okay, how about just have an adult conversation instead of trying to posture and hold on. Instead of trying to posture like, oh, thank you for refuting Sean, thank you, and all this posturing, let's not do that. Let's just have an adult conversation.
I'm just showing because I'm talking to two people at the same time. This is a 2v1, by the way. I am showing that my line of reasoning is actually correct, in which I ended up having someone concede against you. And that's just something.
What are you talking about?
I got you. You're trying to,
and that's fine. You don't have to care. I'm just pointing that out. Like we don't have to make a big.
It's also completely irrelevant. It's also completely irrelevant. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant. Sean and I occasionally have differences of opinion about things.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's fine. I'm not convinced we have one here, by the way. So
I'm not trying to let's try over it.
You are. Let's try and rehabilitate. Let's try and rehabilitate your argument in the 3.5 minutes you have left to do it.
All right, cool. So, to be honest, I don't know if I can make the full conclusion because we're just disagreeing on basic things that in which after I demonstrate. But let me just make.
Not my fault. You have a bad argument.
That's fine. That's fine. It's not my fault that you don't have an actual healthy reasoning to infer things on the world. Okay. Now let me just make the point about the differences between how it would be fallacious. What would make it a composition fallacy? What would make it not a composition fallacy? The reason why we apply composition fallacies is because when we make the inferences of the parts to the whole, it's all based on things which are abstract. Things are not real properties that are actually the case, like not real values in the world, right? When you say like the elephant is made of small parts, therefore the elephant is small, yeah, that would be fallacious because the smallness here is just an abstract. It's not a real quality of a subject to be small, right? It's just a relative abstract, right? But when it comes to like qualities like glass, these are real qualities. These are something tangible about the world.
How did you determine space-time is contingent?
Sorry, I don't think is contingent. I think it's in my worldview. I don't take.
Okay, so there's some parts of the universe that are not.
Let me just explain my position, please. In my worldview, I don't take space-time to be a tangible, like concrete thing. I take it to be an abstract.
Okay, so it's actually physical space there, guy. How did you determine? Yeah, the universe is made up. Huh?
Define space.
Really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be asking that.
I have my definition of space because
with a minute and a half left.
Conceptions of space.
With a minute and a half left of your conversation, you don't want to be saying define space. This is shocking.
I mean, I'm not really like worried or concerned or like even bothered.
I mean,
by
it's
the
the
fact
Jordan
that you guys
Peterson
are just saying,
defense.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. That's fine. Like all atheists do it anyway. Like I'm not really like expecting.
I mean,
much
and you're intentionally lying about how the conversation has gone. So that's okay.
I'm not really bothered by the conversation. Right. So
all right.
Fine. I can have 10 seconds left, but sure. I can just say in this 10 seconds is so far I have not been demonstrated why the reasoning I'm using is fallacious or unreasonable or irrational, given the fact that we all use the same reasoning. You're saying, oh, we're just using contingency in the universe. Well, you don't really have a reason why you're making a difference between inferring something from within the universe or not within the universe. It's just an arbitrary distinction, right? So if this is what you're going to base your objection on, fine.
Okay, well done. That was your argument. Cool. Thank you for coming up. Call again another time. All right. Well, I'm sure lots of people would have found that a very compelling argument for a magical space wizard who created everything and then nailed himself to a tree. Okay. Humbleness leads to wisdom. We are going to get in next. Let's have a quick look. We'll do 4 super chats and then get humbleness in next. We won't dilly-dally anymore. We'll get that name off the screen as well. Sean Hansen, thank you for the super chat. My God is good because I defined him as good. That's exactly what all these moral arguments are. That's nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. And then also while we were speaking to Lam Cameron earlier, we have Unct 61 with no text, but thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate the support very much indeed. Thank you so much. And 6 Wave Hold Down, thank you for the super chat. It's insane that in these conversations you have to teach Christians logic, how to think, how to debate their Bible while simultaneously discussing their belief, like trying to build the plane and fly it at the same time. I know, right? And it's always crashing. Always crashing. Amazing how clueless they are and what they will put their names behind. I never could. Absolutely shocking. One more skateboarder. Judge John, may I treat this witness as hostile? And this was while we were speaking, of course, to Lam Cameron. Yeah, she was pretty hostile and loves the killing of children as well. Shocking behavior. Okay, let us get humbleness leads to wisdom in. Again, we have spoken before. And we will do the same again. Welcome in. How are you?
I'm pretty good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good indeed. Thank you for waiting. I'm just get your name up on the screen. In fact, I think it wouldn't fit last time, so I'm just going to say humbleness dash wisdom. There we go. That might work. There we are. Right, we've got 4 topics above us. Would you like to discuss one of them?
Yeah, I was looking at hell is ridiculous, and I would like to know your position and why.
Sure. So I mean in two ways here. One is it's sort of generally ridiculous. The idea that hell would even be required for anything is completely ludicrous. If God is out of favor with us and he's cross and upset with us, he could just pop us out of existence or make us go away or be in a different place or something like that. But the idea of hell as a place of torture, as a place of suffering, of wailing and gnashing of teeth, as Jesus liked to say, is completely ridiculous. And it gets so much worse when you think about what hell is actually for. The reason why hell was invented, it was a bit of a theological innovation. The reason it was invented is just as a threat to hold over people for non-compliance, for not believing the right things. And so the idea that there would be a punishment specifically designed for people based on what they find convincing is completely idiotic. And yet we have it in Islam. We have it in Christianity. And so in that sense, it's completely ridiculous.
Okay. Where I come from is I actually see God as a father, and I see us as like children. And I know your argument is like, well, why doesn't God just like, I don't know. Well, I don't actually know your total argument, but why do we have to go through all this to, you know, either end up in heaven or hell? And I really do think of it as a relationship with God, that we have a choice. The free will comes into play, and God wants us to return. He wants us to learn and grow, and then by oh, sorry, just kind of, and so yeah, I see it as well. Say there's a couple like people that just, they know God, they know He exists, and they still want to rebel against Him, right?
What if
Like,
I don't? Like, so can I choose to have a relationship with Him if I'm unconvinced He exists?
I mean, I think for most, if not, 99.99%, it does come down to faith. I
Well,
think,
that doesn't answer my question though. Like, if I'm unconvinced He exists,
yeah,
is it possible for me to have a relationship with Him?
I mean, I don't think so, because you don't think
Right.
He exists.
Right. So you're saying it's a matter of free will, but I can't just flip a switch and like decide to be convinced He exists any more than you could just flip a switch and decide you believe Superman is real. Now, I know from your perspective, you don't see those two things as comparable, but the principle still applies. You don't have evidence that convinces you Superman is real. I don't have evidence that convinces me any gods are real. And so it's not a matter of free will. We literally cannot, even if God exists, I'm incapable. It's not a matter of choice. I cannot have a relationship with Him because I don't believe He exists. And, you know, if He were to convince me, if He's all powerful, He can do that, but He hasn't. Right. So how is this a matter of free will in my case?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I like with the Superman thing, I don't see a book that challenges you to experiment upon the word. It's not a blind faith, right? It's a test, right? Like,
You're not addressing the point though. Like, you cannot, it's impossible for you to just choose to believe Superman exists. Similarly, now granted, they're different scenarios. We know Superman's fiction, what have you, but similarly, I cannot just choose to believe your God exists.
And it's irrelevant the reasons why you think we could be confident Superman doesn't exist, and why you might think we should think that your God does exist is irrelevant to this conversation. The point is, we're not convinced. That's the only piece of information you need to know. Is we've heard all the apologetics, we've heard all the appeals to the Bible, we've heard all of that stuff. We just happen to not find it compelling, not because we don't want to, but because we just don't. That's just a fact about our minds, right? And so the whole idea is that this hell idea is supposed to punish us for that. That's stupid. To punish someone for what they find convincing is morally idiotic.
So I would say God's a fair judge. He's a God of, He's justice and mercy. So there's going to probably, and I can't speak for God because I'm not God, right? But I have supporting scripture that says He's a just God, and so I think, and He's a fair judge. So,
but I've got scripture that demonstrates He's not. So my scripture trumps your scripture. I mean, this is a God who regularly dishes out punishment to innocent people for crimes that they had nothing to do with. That's not just. How is that just?
So I know, like, in the Old Testament, especially, it talks about how the Israelites were actually more quote unquote wicked than even the people of Sodom, and it's because they had more knowledge. They had more of a surety that God was real. They weren't wrapped up in pagan practices. They had more light. So there is a sense of, there are people that may have arrived to your conclusion based on your background, your culture, all the things you've grown up around, that you might not be condemned as someone that maybe had more of a surety that God existed. And I think, and I understand where you're coming from. Like, I've seen you guys argue, and you guys make up good logical points. But I do know that faith is part of the equation. And if you want to eliminate that,
Can you define faith as you're using the word?
yeah, belief in something not seen.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I cannot do that. You say faith is part of the equation. It's physically impossible for me to do that because belief isn't a choice. Choose right now. Like right now, I'm going to tell you, use your free will to have faith that leprechauns exist. Can you do it?
If you provided me evidence and gave a
but if you have evidence, it's not faith, and if you have evidence, it's justified belief. So we are saying exactly the same thing. If God wants to provide evidence, then we will have no choice but to believe. And then we can use our lovely free will that he apparently gave us to decide whether we want to love him freely or not. Right now, he's stopping us, if he exists, he's stopping us from using our free will to decide whether to love him freely by hiding and not providing any evidence of his existence. All we have is silly old books that feature talking animals and ridiculous stories and poor arguments from apologists. If God exists, he's watching all of this happen, knowing full well that some people, millions, in fact, won't be persuaded by all of this rubbish. And so it must be according to his will that we are therefore still non-believers. And that's fine. He's entitled to do that. He doesn't owe us anything. But if he's going to set us on fire because of that at the end of our lives, then that's a problem. And that's not something that you should stand behind.
I would say with the leprechaun analogy, it would be like if my friend or someone I knew provided me like this description in a book, right, that said leprechauns. Did I see the leprechauns with my own eyes? No. But there's quote unquote evidence, not first-hand account evidence, right? But it's so I still have to have faith in the evidence that I didn't actually witness.
No, we don't choose whether it's also not a choice whether what evidence we see is convincing to us.
Why not?
So if I were to tell you here's the next lottery numbers and I know they're correct because I consulted a magic 8-ball, that's my evidence. Can you choose to find that evidence convincing?
I mean, if you had a track record of predicting the Powerball,
that's not the scenario. That's not the scenario. The scenario I gave you.
I would look around for evidence. I would look.
Okay. Well, no. I gave you evidence. According to you, you could just decide to find the evidence convincing. My evidence is I consulted a magic 8-ball. Can you find that evidence convincing? Yes or no?
Not on alone, and that's why the scriptures say experiment upon the evidence, learn knowledge, learn wisdom.
Hold on.
You can determine.
Humble. I just gave you an example. That was my evidence. You acknowledge you cannot find that convincing. Similarly, even though you find evidence, whatever, convincing that your God exists, John and I cannot just decide to find those arguments convincing.
I would say your example is based on very, very limited evidence. But if you had, say, a track record, and I studied your background,
yes, if evidence. There is some evidence that would be convincing to me, but that has not been provided to me, and I can't just choose to find it convincing. So the point I'm getting at, I can look at evidence, and it's either going to be convincing to me or it's not. That's not a choice. If you say it's a choice, choose to believe my magic 8-ball. If you can't do it, then my point stands. The evidence that's presented is either convincing or it's not.
It's not convincing with the very limited evidence, and that's why I say that's why it says to study the scripture.
No, convincing to me. I did all that.
Yeah, we have people who've studied the scripture. In fact, tomorrow after our show, we're going to be joined by Dr. Todd Phillips. Do you know who that is?
I think I've come across him. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's has a doctorate in theology or Bible stuff. He was an ex-megachurch pastor at a congregation of 18,000. Very, very learned man, Bible scholar, ex-believer. He studied the Bible more than most people. And through doing that, he became convinced that actually it doesn't stack up, and it's not true. And so this idea that if you're unconvinced of stuff, the way to get convinced of it is study the Bible. The most common reason I hear for why people fall away from faith is reading the Bible. It's more than all other reasons put together. Because when you do, you realize it's nonsense. It's complete nonsense. And we have other people, Justin, Deconstruction Zone, same thing. Went to seminary, was a pastor, went to seminary, studied the Bible, studied the Hebrew Bible, studied the Hebrew, and realized it's a load of nonsense. All these claims of prophecy, they don't work. Jesus is not the prophesied Messiah of the Old Testament, and all the promises that are made are broken. It's just not true. And so here we have a system where we're told we're going to be punished for not believing the right things. We say that we're not convinced of the things, and you say, well, the route to finding that conviction is looking more deeply into them. And I tell you that looking more deeply into them tends to leave people less convinced, not more. It's a problem, isn't it? God would know that this was the case, could do something about it, and doesn't.
So I'm having the opposite experience. I'm trying to learn Hebrew. It's a very difficult language, at least for me. And I just, the parts that people come up, especially in the Old Testament, where it sounds pretty awful, or the more I understand the culture, the language, it makes more sense. And then I do think that a lot of people that come at the scriptures from a certain point of view, where it's even people of back in Jesus' time, even before he had was born, they still didn't really understand exactly what was being prophesied, that it was going to be a Messiah in the way of like crucifixion, and he was going to be a redeemer for the world. It took further revelation, further understanding from apostles and prophets. And I know that's going to sound like they went back and rewrote history, and
yeah, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's all retrofitted bollocks, and all the claims in the New Testament of Jesus fulfilling prophecies from the Old Testament, when you look into them closely, they weren't prophecies. They were just random lines of text, or they were prophecies given in other contexts, like the Isaiah 7:14 prophecy of the virgin birth, which wasn't a prophecy about Jesus. It wasn't even a prophecy about a virgin. It was just a timekeeping exercise to reassure a king that he was going to be victorious in a struggle he was having. And the author of Matthew didn't realize this, and pointed to, and said, here Jesus fulfills as was written in Isaiah, and it doesn't. It's all just bollocks. And so, and the fact is, even if we didn't say that, it's still the case that you may find all of that stuff super convincing. An awful lot of people don't. Just don't find it convincing. And so the reason why we say hell is ridiculous is, as Sean said earlier, if we don't find it convincing, there is literally nothing we can do to believe it. And this idea of saying, well, just have faith. Faith isn't believing something. Faith is role-playing belief, where you don't really have it. Otherwise, you don't need faith. You just have the belief. I don't have faith that I'm in my house. I know I'm in my house. I don't need faith. And so, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean that. It just popped in my head.
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is my own personal understanding, the own conclusion I came to why faith is part of the equation. Faith is a form of mercy. It's a form of mercy. So it's, say God opened up the skies and said, here I am, worship me. If you don't, you're really in trouble. If people still chose to rebel, that they would have a greater condemnation because they had a greater amount of light, right?
You just ignored everything I told you. Faith is impossible for me. You understand that, right?
I disagree for you, but I think it is a choice. You can.
Okay. Choose to believe right now. Choose to have faith that leprechauns exist right now. Can you do it? Like, we're going in circles. Every time you say it's a choice, I show you and demonstrate that it's not a choice. If it's a choice, you should be able to choose to believe leprechauns exist. Can you choose to have faith that leprechauns exist?
If you gave me a book,
no
eyewitness testimony,
hold on, wait, you don't need
false equivalency.
Stop. You don't need all that, because all you have to do is choose to believe it.
Just have
According
faith.
to you, it's a choice. Yeah, just have faith. According to you, it's a choice. It's a choice. Oh, so not blind faith. So, okay, so in order for you to believe something, you have to have evidence that is convincing to you, correct? Yes or no?
Yeah, some type
Okay.
of.
Okay, got you. And it has to be. And would you agree that it's not the weight of the evidence that matters? It's how someone perceives the weight of the evidence that matters, right? Like in other words, something may be very convincing to me, but not convincing to you, and vice versa. That's the normal human condition, right?
Yeah, because we judge things by our own experience, background, all that.
Yeah, exactly. And so what that means is, in order for us to believe something, we have to be exposed to something that's convincing to us. I haven't been exposed to that. So until that happens, belief for me is impossible. Do you recognize that?
I recognize it for you, yes.
Yes. Okay. So you say belief is a choice, but it's not. If evidence comes in that's convincing to me, I will believe. I'll have no choice but to believe. If it doesn't, belief is impossible for me, right?
So faith is part of the equation, faith in your belief, right? So
what did I just say?
What do you mean by belief exactly? Like how
to accept to consider something to be true or likely true. Okay, so in order for me to consider something to be true or likely true, I have to be exposed to evidence, not that you find convincing, that I find convincing. I have to. Yeah, right. Now, that hasn't happened. So for me, belief is impossible. It's not a choice.
Could more evidence
It could, but if it doesn't, it's not my fault. I cannot choose to have faith in your God, just like you can't choose to have faith in leprechauns. But you could end up being convinced of leprechauns if sufficient evidence that you find convincing comes your way. That's how beliefs work. And so what you have is a system of salvation that is not based on something we can choose. Either somebody is exposed to evidence that they find convincing, or they're not. And the thing is, if God exists, he could provide that to everybody, but he doesn't.
And can I point on that point? So I believe it's actually part of the mercy that he allows for this human experience, because he knows a lot of people do want to do the worldly thing, do want to live in sin. It's, they want to have a good time, whatever. He knows the fallen human
purposely
nature.
hides for us. So he purposely hides from us because they just want to sin, and so he just lets them do that. So then he'll burn us in the afterlife.
No, it's form of mercy, because it's like the court system, right? Like depending on how much knowledge, how mature your brain is, all that stuff is taken into consideration with what kind of judgment you're going to receive for a crime. So if we knew without a doubt that God was real, and then we still chose to rebel, we would have a greater condemnation. And I do think
so. Do you have that level of belief to where it's a problem for you?
I will, without a doubt, have. I know I would not end up in a good place if I ever chose to.
Hold on. Do you have that level of belief that it's a problem for you?
A problem for me is, I wouldn't say a problem, because the Gospels it lightens the load in life.
Do you have the level of belief that you described?
I would be condemned very harshly if I chose to walk away, 100%.
Okay, so but you're saying atheists won't be condemned harshly for being non-believers.
Yeah, and I know that like God, he doesn't like people that try to lawyer their way and say, what if someone was given an opportunity and they didn't search the scriptures and they're like, well, I'm not going to study it because I don't want to be condemned. And
hold on. What you're saying? Okay, so you're saying non-believers here, believers here, but these believers that do bad things, they're going to be judged harshly. What about the non-believers? How will they be judged?
No, because there's the repentance process and the atonement, right? So that's always available. I'm talking about if I were to totally walk away from the faith and say, no, I no longer don't want to do this, I would be condemned. And I can only speak for myself. I don't know everyone else's backstory, their faith.
So your reason God doesn't let everyone know he exists is because why?
because it's a form of mercy. It allows for when the final judgment happens, it allows for more mercy because he's a balance of mercy and justice, right?
So atheists will be given mercy.
Yeah, but I think there's going to be some atheists that probably knew and then their hearts turned hard and they chose to fall away because they wanted to go after the... Yeah, there's all kinds of different levels of stuff.
So I was a believer myself, and so tell me about my experience, about like my heart hardening, and like tell me about my journey from like belief to non-belief.
I can't because I don't know your whole story, and I know that there's atheists that for logical reasons they weren't like selfish, they weren't. I want to live in sin type.
I wish you hadn't said all of that stuff. I really do. It's such a disgusting, horrible view of the world to say that there's an all-good God who really loves us, but if you just, find yourself honestly unconvinced of this stuff, is your fault. You must have had a hardened heart. You can't have been just being intellectually honest. It can't possibly be the case that you researched this stuff and it's such a horrible view to say that people deserve to be punished for this.
Can be intellectually honest, and they're not.
But they still deserve to be set on fire by your God if they have the wrong conclusions at the end of their lives.
No,
because you were talking about hardened hearts and stuff like that. It's just victim blaming. It's a horrible way to look at the world.
There's all kinds of different atheists, right? And there's all kinds of different Christians, right?
So just some of them deserve to be set on fire. Then, that's not what the Bible says. If you're being biblical, the Bible makes absolutely no distinction about why people might get to their state of apistos, right? The Greek, the apistos are the ones like me who are going to be thrown in a burning lake, according to Revelation 21:8. We deserve it. I am grouped together with the sexually immoral and the murderers and the idolaters and the sorcerers and all the worst of society because I don't have this religious belief. I deserve to be burned in a lake of fire. It's absolutely barbaric.
So just 2 quick points. I would think it's really, say there is a heaven and hell for sure. What do you think of, like, if everyone was to be in heaven and you had bad actors, you had people that wanted to hurt other people, like that's what made them feel alive. Like they like to hurt people. They like doing evil things. And then in heaven, you see the person that was hurting all these other people. How would that be heaven for like the victims, right? Like there needs to be some degree.
What you mean, like Jeffrey Dahmer, who accepted Christ and is now on his way up to heaven to live next door to the people who he killed and ate? You mean, or Hitler, who had God with us on all the Nazi uniforms as they shepherded the Jews into gas chambers, and the Jews are all going to go to hell directly from the furnaces of Auschwitz into God's own furnace. Whereas all the guards who shepherded them there, who are mainly Christians, by the way, with God is with us on their uniforms, are partying together up with Jeffrey Dahmer in heaven. This is a horrific cult. And you would do better to reconsider this stuff.
I would say, just like how I don't know how the different degrees of atheists and their beliefs before they fell away. Some, like I said, could be very intellectually honest. They're doing it for the right reasons, because maybe they were never convicted of Christ. Same with Christians. There could be some Christians that only call him in name, and he says, "Depart from me, I never knew ye." Like there's going to be a whole awakening of a lot of people are going to think they were saved that probably aren't, and there's going to be people that were really trying to live a good life and might be saved that maybe never really even understood Christ.
So you can get salvation even if you don't know Jesus, just if you live a good life. Great. In which case, what do we need the Bible for? It's a load of bollocks and it supports slavery. Bin it, chuck it in the bin, light it on fire because it's rubbish, and get on with your life in the real world where you don't have to worry about burning bushes and talking animals and parting oceans and all of that nonsense. Grow up and live in the real world. Come on, honestly, you can do it. I've got faith in you.
I have faith on you that one day you might understand that God is real, and it does give, like, do you believe we have at least spirits?
No.
No.
The idea of a spirit is one of the most stupid ideas in existence. We don't have spirits. We have no reason to think that we have spirits or souls or pixies or goblins or fairies. Any of that stuff is all hogwash. Come on, man. It's the 21st century.
Nah.
Stop all of this bullshit and go and look at the pictures of the Hubble Deep Space Field. Or, read into like these amazing new fundamental particles like the Higgs boson that we're discovering, and all the weirdness around that, and all the incredible stuff that happens on the scale of the very small or the very large. Bin all of this religious twaddle and live in the real world. Come on, you can do it. And with that,
proof to me.
With that, my friend, it's proof of God and magic. I know.
Thomas,
well, thanks for calling in, and nice to talk to you again. All right.
Yep.
Good luck on your journey out of the cult. Okay, we're going to get Ad in next. But before we do, we're going to read a few super chats. You'll be pleased to know I figured out how to stop the evil bingo music. That is going to be no longer tonight. We're going to get all of this stuff sorted out. So I'm very sorry for the cessation of services. No bingo, no caller rating, no kill switch, all of that stuff. This is just old school, just you and us hanging out with a guitar, campfire, sing a few songs, roast a few bad arguments over the fire, and then we'll get on with our lives. So, Bab says, no morals, no ethics, no integrity, no reflection. This was while we were speaking to the hideous Lam Cameron earlier on, the child slaughter advocate and attorney, apparently. Lovely. And 46 Strings says, I have a parasocial relationship with Jesus. Yes, a lot of people do. They're convinced that he loves them back as well, apparently. And Karis said, sorry to say, but this woman's arguments are about as clear as her speaking. Well, we won't give Hannah a hard time because of her speaking, because I thought it was very brave of her to come up. But I agree her arguments were poor. But to give her credit, she was able to reflect on them. And so we'll give her props for that. And last one for now, Miklat says, God gave tectonic plates free will as well. I never would have thought of doing that. He's so wise. What a wonderful comment. Thank you for that. Love it. Okay, let's get Ad in next. I think this is someone who we have spoken to before, coming back for another go. So welcome in, Ad. How are you?
What's going on?
It's going. So we've got a menu of options above my head that you can see. Nobody chooses what they believe. God is not morally good. Hell is ridiculous. And God hates women. Which argument would you like to lose first?
Yeah, that's just another statement. These are just another statements. That's just your opinion. You can have your opinion. Can you provide me any evidence for any of them?
Yeah. Which one would you like me to? Which one would you like me to address?
You choose in it, my friend.
You're calling in and you want me to pick one? Okay. Well, I will pick God hates women.
Okay.
Do you think that the God of the Bible...
I don't believe in the Bible.
You don't believe in the Bible? Oh, okay. If you don't believe in the Bible, then we won't do God hates women, because that's a biblical argument. Okay. Well, then we can do... We've done a lot of God is not morally good. It seems a shame to relitigate that again
chooses
now.
what they...
Yeah, let's do that.
Nobody chooses what they
believe. Nobody chooses what they believe. That's kind of my jam.
Let's go with the God is not morally good.
You want to do that one again? Okay, well, we can if you...
We never spoke about it. I don't know.
No, but Sean and I have been speaking about it for about 3 hours. But we can do it again. It does seem to be a crowd favourite for people calling in. Okay, so which God do you believe in, just so that we're not arguing against positions you don't hold?
I'm a Muslim.
You're a Muslim. Okay, all right. We probably could have done God hates women then. Because the Quran does say, actually, that men are allowed to rape the women that they capture in war. So I think that's not very, very loving to women, is it?
But okay.
Do you want me to show you?
It doesn't say that. It's just when you...
I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you. It's amazing when people don't know what their own holy books say.
The
Incredible.
terminology they use is wrong.
Yeah, of course.
Can I reply?
Yeah, of course. So, O Prophet, indeed we have made lawful to you. This is talking about the people that men are allowed to have sex with. We've made lawful to you your wife.
You can have sex with? Where?
This is a conversation about who men are allowed to...
You can have sex.
So this is the context of this surah.
No, don't give me the context. Where's the exact word that says you can have sex?
So this is what this is about. So read it. I'll read it to you. we have made lawful to you your wives, to whom you have given their due compensation, and and those your right hand possesses from what Allah has returned to you, that's captives, and also the daughters of your paternal uncles and the daughters of your paternal aunts, and the daughters of your maternal uncles and the daughters of your maternal aunts. When it's saying these are all the women that we've made lawful to you, what do you think that they're meaning lawful to you for what?
I think the main issue that you have is with the right-hand possessors. So let me explain to you since you don't know.
What does it mean when it says these are the women that are lawful to you? Your wives and the women that you've captured and the daughters of this and that. What does lawful to you mean in this context?
Yeah, but there's a condition now. We can't just see. That's what
does lawful to you mean in this context?
Can I finish?
No, I asked you a question. What does we have made lawful to you? Lawful to you for what? Is it lawful to you to have a conversation with or walk in the park with?
No, it means, see, that shows me the intellectual level with all due respect.
I asked you a question. Are you going to answer it?
Can I answer? But you just said keep interrupting me, so
go for it.
I can't. So the right-hand possessors issue is that when you catch captives in war, is you have to marry them and then you can't just go and have relations.
You have to marry them. Oh, okay. Well, then let's look at this one. So this is... Abu Said, did you hear Allah's messenger mentioning Al-Azal? You know what Al-Azal is, don't you? Want to tell the boys and girls what Al-Azal is? Do you know what it is?
What's your argument, my friend? You just keep bringing things up.
I'm about to disprove what you just said. You said that when you capture people, you have to marry them.
I think you would do, but I don't think so.
Okay, so I'll show you. Because seeing as you don't know, again, what your own book says. So Al-Azul is pulling out, right? It's pulling out. It means not ejaculating inside a woman who you're having sex with, okay? So this is from a chapter on the rulings on coitus interruptus, which is pulling out. Abu Said, did you hear Allah's messenger mentioning Al-Azul? He said yes, and added, we went out with Allah's messenger on the expedition to the Mustalik and took captive some excellent Arab women, and we desired them, for we were suffering from the absence of our wives. But at the same time, we also desired ransom for them. So they captured some women who they were planning on getting a ransom for, not marrying, because this is not my interpretation. It's in your hadith, my friend. It's in your hadith. This is your holy book. This is your holy book. So they've captured these women. They've captured these women. You are going to listen and you're going to learn this. They've captured these women, and now they want to have sex with them. They want to have sex with these women before they ransom them. But the problem is, are they going to pull out or not? Because if they inseminate the women and make them pregnant, they may not get such a good ransom. So this is what it says. It says, we desired them, for we were suffering from the absence of our wives. So the absence of their wives means they didn't want to marry these women. They just wanted to have their way with them while they were away from their wives, right? But by observing Al-Azul, withdrawing, we said, we are doing an act, whereas Allah's messenger is among us. Why not ask him? So we asked Allah's messenger, and what did Muhammad say to them about whether they had to pull out of these women while they were raping them? What did he say? Did he say don't rape the women?
Weak.
He didn't. He said it does not matter if you do not do it, for every soul that is to be born up to the day of resurrection will be born. That's what it says. So what it says here is that they're asking Muhammad's advice on whether they have to pull out while they're raping their war captives.
Where'd you get your morals from?
Don't change the subject. Don't change the subject. We're talking about your holy books at the moment.
How do you know that's wrong, though?
You
have no morals, bro.
Okay, that's it. Good boy. Okay, so they consult their prophet on whether the right thing to do would be to pull out while they're raping their war captives. And he says, no, don't worry about it, because every baby that's going to be born is just going to be born. So he doesn't say, don't rape the women. He just says, rape them. He says, do whatever you want with them. It's absolutely fine. So tell us again about the morality and how much your God loves women.
Weak.
Yeah, you're weak. I agree.
Yeah, you're weak, bro. Your argument is weak, as well as your friend Sean. He's weak as
Right.
well because he's
Well,
quiet.
that's just you admitting that you don't have a response to this by saying, you're weak,
That's
your
your
friend is weak.
interpretation, my friend. I
That's
don't have
what
to explain to
that's
you,
what
man.
people say when they don't have an adequate response. So I'm going to give you a chance to have a response.
You're not letting
So
me
I've
speak,
shown.
my bro.
So I'm going to show you. I'm going to
Where'd
let you
you get
speak
your
in a
morals
moment.
from?
Okay. So I've shown you. Don't change the subject to my morals. We're talking
No,
about yours
no,
at the
because if
moment.
you're going to say that's immoral, so you tell me what's
I
your
haven't said
morality.
it's immoral. I haven't
So
said it's
obviously-
immoral.
So
I
what
haven't
is
made
it?
that argument.
What is it then?
I'm not. We're talking about my opinion about it at the moment. We're talking about yours.
Why are you stuttering?
So I showed you two
Why are you
things.
stuttering?
I showed you the verse in the Quran that legitimizes having sex with
No, it
people who
doesn't
you
say that, my
capture,
friend. That's your interpretation.
and then I showed you one account from the Hadith where
No, it
they
doesn't say that. That's what
ask
you think.
whether they should practice coitus
what you
interruptus
say.
while they're
That's what you
raping their
think.
captives. And so
No, it
far,
doesn't
you've
say that.
singularly failed to legitimize these positions. Now,
cherry
are you
pick.
going to try to mount a defense of these verses?
Cherry pick. No, cherry pick. That's what you do. You haven't read it. You just picked up those.
I've backed up my claims with
Yeah, you
evidence from
cherry-picked
your holy book. So are you
Yeah, but
going
you
to?
cherry-picked it, right?
So are you saying the Quran is wrong?
Well, you're wrong. The way you say is wrong. The way you interpret it.
Is the Quran? So when the Quran says you can have sex with what your right hand possesses, i.e., the captives of war, is the Quran right about that or wrong?
You have to marry them and then you can.
Oh, so the women that they were planning on having
Where'd you
sex
get
with
your
and then
morals from, bro? You
ransoming.
just keep asking me questions. Where'd you
I'm
get your morals from?
not going to let you pivot.
You don't
So
have an answer.
so I'm not going to let you
Running away.
pivot. So yes, I'm running away. I'm terrified. So the women that they were planning on
Running
having
away.
sex with and then ransoming, were they planning on marrying those
stuttering?
women? Were they planning
Why
on marrying
stuttering?
those women?
Why are you stuttering?
Ad, answer the question, or I'll boot you
No, you
quicker.
answer my question.
I'll boot you more quickly than a football boot. Now, were
Well,
they
that's your
planning on
opinion. You can have
marrying
your
those?
opinion.
Were they planning on marrying those women?
Bro, I answered all your questions. Can I
Yes
ask,
or
can I at
no?
least ask
Yes
one?
or no? Were they planning on marrying those women? You've not
I don't
answered
do
a
this
single
now.
one. You've just acted like a terrified child. We can all see it. So, were they planning on marrying the women that they were about to
Don't let
rape
yourself-
before they ransomed them? Ad,
I already answered you. I don't know why I'd have to keep.
were they planning on marrying the women that they were planning
where'd
on
you get your
raping
morals
Yes or no?
before they
No, I don't do
ransomed
yes
them?
or-
That's
You
a
are going to
closed-ended
answer.
yes or no
I don't do
question.
yes or no.
It's actually fairly straightforward, Ad.
All right.
If you're terrified to answer the question, you'll leave. You can answer it or you can go. Either one is fine. Totally fine.
Okay,
We've got
take
other
care,
people in the queue.
Take care, Sean. Sean, you were quiet today. That's why I like. So stay
We've
quiet.
got other
Oh,
people
I
who
didn't need to say a thing. I was just watching
Oh,
the
you
show.
don't. Oh, you don't know
Yeah.
a lot about
Okay.
this topic, innit?
So Ad, final chance for you to answer the question or not.
I'm
Whether
not answering the questions,
whether
then take care.
you're not. Okay. Well, off you go then.
Take care. Bye.
Okay. There we go. So his position was that they were planning on marrying the women who they were concerned about ransoming. That's Ad's position for you, people.
What I saw was where does it say that? Show me where it says that. Okay, it says it right here. Oh, where do you get your morals from? Like all of a sudden.
Yeah. There you go.
And I've said this many times. It's not just Christians, but it's apparently Muslims as well. When they have a problem with the text, they'll eventually they will pivot the argument toward like objective versus subjective morality and the nature of ethics, and wild pivot, bog you down for 45 minutes because they're terrified of what their own religious text actually says.
Yep,
I'm just making coward move.
I'm making my notes about Adam. I'm just going to say couldn't defend rape of captives, ran away. There we go. All right. I don't think God's going to be very impressed with you, Ad, for abandoning him and not trying to defend his honor. He just ran away, but that's fine. We get it. It happens a lot. Okay, there goes Ad, like a terrified child. We are going to get in our next guest, which is looks like just a dot. Seems to be the name. So we'll do that, and then we. Hello, a dot. Are you there?
Hello.
Can I ask how old you are, my friend?
13.
Well, you need to call us back in a few years when you're a bit older, because we only speak to adults here. But thanks for calling in anyway. And now we're going to speak to F dot, and then after that we have SZP on the YouTube side. So bringing in F dot right now. Hi, F dot.
Excellent. You got me down.
Good. It sounds like you're somewhere very noisy. You're going to have to improve your sound because this isn't going to work. Yeah, call us back when you're somewhere less noisy. That isn't going to work at all. Okay, we'll get SCP in just a moment. We'll read a couple of messages and then get SCP in. Simeon Urchin, great to see you. This guy would probably say the US is a Christian nation. This is while we were speaking to Duckman. And also while we were speaking to Duckman, Simeon Urchin also said, imaginary number isn't imaginary, bad name choice mostly. Yeah, I think I probably agree with that. Although, yeah, I think I probably agree with that. I guess it's square roots of negative numbers. Yeah, imaginary numbers. I've lost all the mathematics I had when I was young. I was quite good at maths when I was young, and I loved it. But if you don't do it, you lose it. So all of that Argand numbers on the complex plane, complex numbers and all of that, Argand diagrams, so all gone. And Buzz said, oh God, this is bad. It was fairly bad. And then when we were speaking to Bang, Legion said, wow, that's a massive super chat. Thank you, Legion. That's extremely kind. Love it. Excited to talk, hopefully tomorrow. Well, please do come in and speak to us tomorrow. The After Hours show is super fun. We don't get any boring Phil bros. We don't get any rape apologists or genocide enthusiasts. It's super mellow, great vibe. And I really appreciate your generous support. And we'll be very, very happy to take your call tomorrow. So anytime from, what was it I said? I keep on forgetting. 3 p.m. Eastern will be when it will start. So there we are. Okay, let's get in SCP, who we have, of course, spoken to before. And hopefully the audio is all good and works nicely. SCP, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome in. How are you?
I'm well. How are you? Welcome back. Back home.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, we've spoken a few times before. What would you like to say?
So this might be a very quick conversation, depending on your answer to this question. When you say hell is ridiculous, are you speaking strictly in terms of the Christian concept of hell, or all various versions of an afterlife?
I think that the idea of a place of punishment is pretty crazy. But I think specifically punishment for non-belief is really where I say ridiculous.
Okay.
I mean, a God doesn't need to send anyone to hell. God can make the universe any way he wants it if he's really in charge. So the idea that he would have a requirement to torture people is just weird.
No, I definitely agree with you, but I was going to more so say that obviously I'm biased, but I find the Jewish concept of not even hell, but just of Gehenna to be, I think at least to be morally fair, in the sense that it's purely based on your actions in life, and that once your life is over, it's sort of like a washing machine. You sort of are in purgatory, sort of, whatever sins you committed in terms of, your bad deeds, that needs to be atoned for in terms of just going through that spiritual washing machine. And then once that's finished, just, move on to the world to come. It's not necessarily based on, if I don't believe silly. X, Y, Z. And
bit silly though, isn't it? Is it all a bit silly? Why not just say, look, it is what it is. If there are important lessons to be learned, God can teach those lessons like a clever, all-powerful kind of university professor, make everyone see the error of their ways. Everyone can go, sorry for the things I did wrong. God will go, no worries, I understand it's hard down there. And then everyone gets on with their happy afterlife. The whole thing of hell is all a bit silly. And even the need for a Gehenna or anything like that, it's all a bit crazy. But for the most part, I do relate it to hell as a punishment for non-belief.
Okay, so all right.
Which I know you don't hold to. No.
So not really much of a disagreement. I mean, it might be a disagreement in terms of whether it's a necessity or if it's silly or not. But in terms of being I think a purely evil sort of doctrine, I think we pretty much agree, because you're not being punished for disbelief or lack thereof. I think we sort of more or less agree on that. And I guess the other question I had, so when you say God is not morally good, so obviously, we've spoken before. I don't believe God is omnibenevolent. But when you say God is not morally good, does that mean that God is not capable of good, period? Or does it just mean that God, in your opinion, is more on the spectrum of not being good than...
Somebody someone, if I say a person isn't good, I mean, I don't really like labeling people as good, but what I really mean is that God does enough bad things and behaves badly enough to disqualify himself from being defined as good. That doesn't mean he never does good things. You know, like there are serial killers who really love dogs and occasionally give to charity. Like, okay, great. But a God who is powerful enough to reduce the needless suffering in the world and doesn't do it, how does it make any sense to call that good? That can't be good.
I don't believe God is omnibenevolent, so I agree with you. I think my question just more so was, with the topic, when you say God is not morally good, I guess I was just confused if you think that God is cold evil or God is, just more so leaning in the direction of not being good versus being good. I guess that
So
was just more.
yeah, there's two lenses to look at this through. So the first is the God of the Torah, who's an absolute monster, genocidal lunatic, right? Not good. That is not a good character. That is someone who dishes out massive punishments to people who weren't involved in the crimes being punished. That's not good. If a human being did 1% of that, we would throw them in the slammer and throw away the key and
I agree.
not thing. So that's a monstrous thing. And then you can generalize it and just say, look, any God who's very, very powerful and allows all the suffering in the world that we see now, not good. Not good.
No, no, I definitely agree with you. I guess just as I would say, then is the goodness or the benevolence of God is not necessarily correlated, I would say, to whether the God exists, though.
I agree.
So you could
completely agree. Yep. I don't make that as an argument for God's non-existence, although I do make it as an argument for a triomni God's non-existence. But you're not holding to that. So yeah, I would agree with you.
All right. No,
All right.
I more so just came in for the hell question because that was the one that
Sure.
sort of piqued my interest. But no, thanks
Great.
for the quick conversation and
Sure.
good to have you back. And,
Nice to talk to you again.
Thank you for the time.
Thanks, friend.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Thanks. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, we are going to get 231 going. I've just seen an absolutely ludicrous super chat come in from Legion. It's not showing on my aggregator yet, so I can't put it up on the board for some reason, which is strange because normally they do show. But I wonder if I can. No, I can't do it like that either. That's absolutely massive. I want to be able to read your message though. So just in case I'm not able to display this, I just have to read it out. So Legion has sent, I kid you not, a $400 super chat and says, I value discussions like this. There needs to be more and it must be widespread. If this helps, then I hope it reaches some. Thank you. That kind of support really, really does help. It's a big deal to do something like this as a full-time job. And that kind of financial support makes it all the more viable. So I cannot possibly express my gratitude enough. That's absolutely huge. I don't know why that super chat hasn't landed in my aggregator for some reason. I don't know why it hasn't. Sorry, that one was not supposed to be there. But huge thank you, Legion. That's absolutely massive. Yeah, I don't know why. It's weird. My super chat thing seems to be being a little bit strange because it has put it in there. It has put it in there. I can show it right now. Here it is. I just missed it. Here we go from Legion. That's absolutely massive, friend. I'm truly humbled by that. Thank you. That's a big deal, and I appreciate it very, very much. Okay, we will get 231 go in next. But first, we'll just do a couple more, just so that I don't let the queue of these get too long, and people will think that I'm ungrateful, which I'm definitely not. So. There was one that just popped up there that I didn't show properly, which was from Kristen. Thank you so much, Kristen, for your generous support. I really appreciate that as well. And Buzz says, I'm sorry, but I'm extra sleepy tonight. I hope the show goes well. Thank you, Buzz. Go and get some rest, friend. Join us tomorrow on the After Hours. We look forward to seeing you then. If you haven't seen the After Hours show, by the way, people, come in for it. It's really cool. It's a very, very different vibe. it's not angsty and it's not tense, and it's just a cool, mellow thing. We just hang out and people come in and talk and ask questions, and it's a really, really nice kind of community building thing. It's wholesome. It's good. It's really, really good. One last one before we get 231 go on, and it is from Karis, who says, this is why we were speaking to humbleness. Will admit I may believe in a higher power. I call it Zerts, and it's basically a giant 3D printer that prints reality. But sorry, don't try to pray to it, for it has a connection error, and also the toner is low. Well, that sounds as sensible or more sensible than any of the religious nonsense that we get up in here. So let's get in 231 Go, who we also have spoken to before. So returning to the show again. Welcome back, 231. How are you?
Yeah, thank you for having me on here. I appreciate you.
Sure.
I have been on here one other time before. And it did, well, I wouldn't say we agreed, of course, but I don't think it went as bad as what we thought. But we definitely agreed to disagree at the end of it, which I guess is best case scenario for somebody that doesn't agree with somebody, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think agree to disagree is, there's something dissatisfying about that as the resolution to a
Very
conversation.
dissatisfying.
Because
I agree with you.
I think we should be able to put our arguments forward and then stress test them and see, and if I make an argument which is poor, then I will withdraw it, or I will, I won't stand by an argument unless I can defend it. So I'm sure you feel the same. So with that said, which of our topics would you like to engage with tonight?
Well, here's one question that I have, because I also run a live myself. I try to have more fun with that. I'm not asking for any money or reading any super chats or anything like that. Not saying that I'm more righteous than you or that you're more righteous than me.
Sure. Which of our topics would you like to engage with tonight?
Right. Right. The topic of you run the same live every single day, every single time. Why, I guess, is the question.
Which of our topics would you like to engage with tonight? I try to vary the topics between lives. I've got about 5 or 6 that I rotate between to vary it. So sometimes we'll run atheism makes more sense, or sometimes we'll run hell for non-belief is immoral, or sometimes we'll run what's
they're always anti-Jesus, always anti-Christian.
Yeah, so
why do you run the same 6 ads?
Yeah.
That's a funny number.
So
why do you run the same 6 ads? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, they're not ads, and they're not the same 6. It's just approximately 5 or 6 topics that I try to rotate between. They're not anti-Jesus, by the way. They're anti-dogma. They're anti any belief system that would tell people that they're wrong for believing certain things, or for not believing certain things, more importantly. So it's not my fault that Christianity is just the one that is really, really sucky at that. I mean, Islam is pretty sucky at it too, which is why I will have debates with Muslims also.
But not as sucky as Christian, right?
They're both
the one that offers eternal life.
Do you want?
Yeah.
231. Which other topics would you like to discuss?
That's what we're here for.
Well, we could go into Islam, and we could go into the discussion that Islam is.
Are you Islamic?
A little bit sucky. No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm a Christian.
Right. Well, we've just had a call with an Islamic caller who completely failed to defend some of the horrible doctrines that he holds, that are entailed by his belief. But if you're not a Muslim, then I'm not particularly interested in discussing Islam with you. I'm interested in discussing your views. So, as Sean said, and as I had asked you now 2 or 3 times, which one of the topics above my head would you like to engage on? Or did you just want to come in to ask me questions about why I do a live?
You can unmute.
At some point would be good.
Little microphone, you got to push it. Can you send him a?
Yeah.
It's weird. Some people don't. There you go.
There we go. Okay. Right. Welcome.
All right,
Welcome
sorry
back.
about that. Let's
That's
go.
okay.
Let's go. Hell is ridiculous, or
Okay.
whatever that prompt is.
Yeah. Yeah. So hell is ridiculous. What we mean by that is hell as a consequence for non-belief is ridiculous. Now, do you agree that hell is ridiculous as a consequence for not having a relationship with Jesus, or do you think it's a good thing?
I think that that it's a very complicated answer to that, but at the same time, I do believe that it is a very complicated answer because it has so many layers to it. But I don't disagree with that there is a hell. And I think that if you don't trust Jesus enough, even if you've only lied about something inconsequential, that you're not going to go to hell. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy like that, but I'm not sure. But I'm not sure. And you're not sure either. That's the whole funny thing about it.
Well, I'll tell you what I am sure about.
You pretend to know.
I'll tell you what I am sure about and what I do know. What I am sure about and what I do know is that you can't choose to have a relationship with Jesus unless you're convinced that there's someone there to have a relationship with. This is the starting point. This is the foundation that we're going to build our argument on, right? So if you don't think that there's anyone there, then it wouldn't mean anything to choose to have a relationship with them. So the starting point, the first thing you need to do is be convinced that there's someone there to have a relationship with. And if you find yourself not convinced of that fact or of that idea or of that claim, then choosing to have a relationship with them is not possible. And therefore, if you're someone like Sean or someone like me or someone like many of the hundreds of people in the audience who just don't believe that there is a God there to have a relationship with, then punishing someone like that for the failure to do so is morally idiotic.
So why every single day of every single one of your lives do you choose to talk about this topic if you do not believe in God?
Because these ideas. I'm answering your question now. You've asked the question. I'm going to.
Ideas?
Okay, you've asked the question, and traditionally in conversations, when you ask a question, well, why don't I answer your first question, and then you can ask us another lovely question. So
I would love to ask you another lovely question.
Great. Well, you can. So I'll answer your first one. The reason why I do this every day, and the reason why I speak about this stuff, even though I don't believe it, is because
you don't believe in it.
No, of course I don't, because it's bollocks. But the reason why I speak about it is because I see the effect that it has on millions of other human beings around the world. And I see these ideas as being...
You would rather lead people to hell than lead people to heaven, even though you don't believe in...
When you asked the question... I got this. When you asked the question, were you interested in...
you don't believe in either one of those.
231.
You don't believe in one or...
When you asked the question, were you interested in hearing the answer or just carrying on speaking?
I'm okay. I just want people to understand that you're leading people towards...
Okay. When you ask me a question, I'm going to answer it, and then you wait until I've finished my answer, and then you give your and then because you're incapable of conducting a conversation like a grown-up. Now, what you do is
I just wanted to get my point across.
Okay, but what you do is you just wait, and I promise you, I know how to have conversations. I'm quite good at doing it.
I know you know how.
Okay,
all right. I've seen you do it every single day.
So when I finish speaking, I will give you your turn to say something. So you asked me, why do I speak about this stuff if I don't believe it's true? And the reason I do that is because I see the effects that these ideas have, and I think they're cruel. And I see people suffering because of these ideas, and I want to do something about it. So what I do is I offer people a way of feeling legitimized in their non-belief. And guess what? I get messages nearly every day from people saying, thank you, it was helpful for me to hear this. It made me feel less shame. It made me feel less fear. It made me feel like I'm not a bad person. And that gives me such a feeling of fulfillment. Look, it's still moving and words are still coming out. It gives me such a feeling of fulfillment to do something which helps other people that it motivates me to do it. That it motivates me to do it more because I like helping people. Now, what was the next question you wanted to ask?
Hold on, don't make me yet. Do you like helping people because it actually helps people, or do you like helping people because it makes you feel good?
Well, it makes me feel good to help people.
Which one would you rather? Would you rather help people because it helps them, or would you rather help people because it makes you feel good?
So
Which
occasionally,
would you rather?
occasionally,
let's play
I'll answer
that
your question.
sixth grade
Yeah,
game.
yes, lovely. So occasionally, I give blood, and when I donate blood, it doesn't make me feel physically good. In fact, I feel often a little bit lightheaded and a little bit weak after it.
Again,
right?
about you.
But I do it because I think it's a good thing to do. And so, even though it doesn't make me personally feel physically good, I just think it's quite a good thing to do. So that's why I do it, and I enjoy doing this as well.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I love it.
You love giving blood? You said it just makes you feel dizzy.
This, not giving. Try and follow.
You love leading people to hell.
Yeah,
that's what you would rather.
Yeah, I want people to all go to hell. Now, can you spot the problem with that line of argument? Do you think that when I speak to people,
you don't believe in hell and you don't believe in heaven, so
Correct.
you don't believe in nothing, right?
That's right.
So that's a fair statement.
So you cottoned on. So because I don't believe in hell, I obviously don't think I'm leading people to hell. If I did, I obviously wouldn't do it, would I?
Well, if you're not leading people to heaven, then obviously you might be, but you don't believe in either one of those. So
I don't think
why
this
are
dude's
you
okay.
leading? Why are you leading in the first place? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm not leading anyone anywhere. 231.
Apparently
I'm just having conversations with people. Just having conversations. That's it.
Oh, not leading anybody nowhere.
I'm not leading anyone
With your
anywhere.
Conversations.
Did
you just say 10 seconds ago that you love the?
I was
when
indulging
people
you.
Say to you.
I was indulging you.
I love the way you led me, and now I'm leading this life. And thank you so very much. Didn't that just happen?
Hang on. No, it didn't happen. You imagined it. I've never once in my life said that anyone says to me, I love the way you led me. That's not a thing that anyone's ever said to me. And I would laugh if anyone said that because I'm not presuming to lead anyone anywhere. I have no ability to lead anyone anywhere. All I do is
Thank you so very much for your point of view. It has led me down this road.
Nobody says that.
Decision making because of what you just told me
nobody
about
says that.
there is no God.
Okay, 231. You need to listen more and speak less. I said that people mail me and message me to say that hearing this perspective helps them to feel less shame and less fear. Do you want people to feel shame and fear?
Let me ask you
No, I asked you a question now. You've asked lots of questions. No. You've asked lots of questions. Now it's my turn. Now it's my turn.
Don't answer the question with a question. I got it.
Do you want people to feel shame and fear?
Absolutely not.
Right. So do you agree that it's a good thing if some of the conversations I have and some of the perspectives I offer that anyone is free to agree or disagree with end up helping some people to feel less shame and fear and to feel more legitimized? Would you agree that's a good thing?
I disagree that that's a good thing because you are not a man of faith. You don't believe in anything. So where are you leading them? Hold on. You don't believe in any. Hold on. Let me finish this one real quick sentence. You don't believe in anything, yet you're leading people to where? Where are you leading them to?
I asked you a specific. I asked you.
You don't believe in anything.
Okay.
Where
I asked you a specific question which you didn't really answer. I asked you, is it a good thing?
That's my question.
I asked you, is it a?
If you don't believe in anything, how can you lead somebody?
I asked you, is it a good thing if some of the conversations we have lead people to end up feeling? I shouldn't have said lead. Result in people ending up feeling less shameful and less frightened. Is that a good thing that they feel less fear and shame? Is it a good thing for people to feel less fear and shame, or would you prefer them to feel more fear and shame?
Well, look,
a direct answer to this question.
The direct answer to this is yes, but it also depends on who is leading them there.
It doesn't.
If somebody is leading somebody. Let's just say I jump in a canoe.
Okay. No, let's not. No one's leading anyone anywhere. You asked me why I do this, and I told you. Now, aside from crying about the fact that I have a live stream, are there any issues
I don't think
that are related to the topics above my head that you would like to engage with? Because the only thing you've talked about since you came in is my personal motivations for doing a live stream.
Question answered, sir.
Which I have answered.
I like you. look. However
I like you. So please.
Well, I'm supposed to love you, but
right.
Like, but
that's
I
a
really
bit
don't
weird because I don't feel that way.
I'm meeting God in the middle with this.
Okay, that's lovely.
What I'm trying to say.
I'm sure we're all delighted about this. So, would you like to engage with one of the topics? We've wasted 15 minutes speaking about why I do this. No one's really interested in why I do this. Let's talk about some good stuff.
People?
Okay, are you still wanting to go back to it again? You've got two choices now. You can engage with the topic above my head, or we can respectfully say goodbye, and I'll speak to someone who wants to do so. Which would you like to do?
Which would you like to do? Like, better question.
I'm here to have conversations about the nature of belief, or the morality of God, or the substance of the idea of hell, or the misogyny in the Bible. I'm itching to speak about any of those, and I'm sure our audience are.
I would love to have the conversation with you and your audience. You have a big audience. I would love to reach people about
Let's do it, then.
what Jesus Christ can do for them.
Sure. But let me explain to you. This is not a platform for you to preach. This is a platform for us to.
I'm not preaching.
No, we're not here for you to have a conversation about what Jesus Christ can do for people. We're here to have a conversation about the topics above my head. So, shall we pick one?
Well,
let's talk about whether God is morally good. Because you're such a big Jesus fan, I'm going to assume that you think God is great.
Wait, I thought we weren't talking about Jesus. What happened? What happened 2 seconds ago?
Well, no, we're speaking about God. Which obviously, if you think that Jesus is God, then we can speak about some of the things that God does, right? Yeah. Okay. So is it?
You're going to go Old Testament? Here we go.
Yeah. Absolutely. We're going to go Old Testament.
What about New Testament stuff, where actually Jesus was? Right?
Well, I don't really care about. I don't particularly care about the New Testament stuff because do you know why? I mean,
because this New Testament stuff, and it's about Jesus, and it talks about love and
2, 3, 1, go. Is the God
and loving everybody and healing.
It's the same.
You gotta take a breath. You gotta take a breath. Is the God of the Old Testament immoral? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, then you shouldn't worry about us talking about him. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, thanks, Sean.
That's not what I was talking about.
Yeah, okay.
You're asking me questions.
Yeah, so here's the next question. You'll love this one. Is it moral to punish someone by having their wife raped?
You're gonna reference somewhere in Deuteronomy where it says that that's what happened, but you don't
stop trying to get ahead of the question.
Stop trying to do is mention that it says.
Okay. Stop trying to get ahead of the question and worrying about what we're going to do. I've just asked you a moral question, and we just want to know. We just want to know. We just want to know what your opinion is. So, is it moral to punish someone for a crime by having their wife raped?
You're not going to have any frame of reference. You're not going to give.
This is the last time I'm going to ask you the question. I'm not going to ask it again, I promise. Is it moral to punish someone by having their wife raped?
Can I answer the question in more than one word?
You can answer it first with a yes or a no, and then you can elaborate on your answer.
Can I answer the question with more than just one word, please?
You can start with a yes or a no, and then you can elaborate with as many words as you want. So is it or not?
You promise? Okay, you're not going to mute me? Okay.
I'm not going to mute you, but you're, well, I didn't promise I'm not going to mute you. I'm going to say you're going to answer the question with a yes or a no, and then if you want to provide some clarification, we'd be delighted to hear it. So, what's your answer?
You're going to allow me to do that. Okay, wonderful. Ask the question one more time slowly so that everybody understands, so I understand, since I'm the dummy. Go ahead.
Okay. Is it ever moral to punish someone for a crime by having their wife raped?
No, it is not moral to do that.
Okay, good. I'm glad you said that. Because some people wishy-washy about it, and it depends, and they prevaricate. Thank you for saying that. Okay, so would you agree that a God who did that wouldn't be moral?
Did a God do that?
Don't worry about that. Would you agree that a God who did...
No. That is a very important point.
We'll get to it. I promise.
I'm
going to do more than... I'm going to do... No, you can hold on. I'm going to do more than insinuate in just a moment, but we're building an argument here. This is what we do. Would you agree with me? Would you agree with me that a God who organized for a man to be punished by his wife being raped was immoral? presumably you would agree with me with this. If a God were to do this,
but you blame a
if-
God. You blame a God for this.
if I'm asking you a hypothetical question, my friend, if a God
It's not
organized,
hypothetical. It's in the Bible, so it's obviously true.
if a God organized to do
It's
this,
not hypothetical. You're asking me about it in the Bible.
if a God organized to do this, he would be immoral, correct?
God did not do that. That's the whole
Don't worry.
point.
Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. If a God did this,
Well, why don't you
he
ask
would
the correct question then?
he would be immoral,
It's
correct?
ridiculous. If you asked if a man did that, if it's incorrect, then
Well,
yes,
I'm
I
gonna
would
take
agree with you.
take your answer to be a yes. If a God did this, he would be moral. Okay. So, are you aware of the fact that
What are you putting words into my mouth for?
Well, because you were flip
I wish
flopping.
that I could see the comments. I bet the comments are not.
Yeah, they're lit. They're lit.
I bet they're skewing. I bet they're skewing my way.
You're being skewed. You're absolutely right. You're being skewed. So, okay. So you're refusing to answer the question, but I'm gonna. If you refuse to answer a question, you are. No, you are.
You're diverting the question.
Of course, yeah. When you refuse to answer a question, I'm going to answer it for you based on the other questions that you did answer, because that's how it's going to work here. So,
I would love for you to talk.
Okay.
Talk for me.
Yeah, I'm going to. When you refuse to, I'm going to do that. So you said that it's immoral to have somebody's wife raped as a punishment for a crime they did. So then I said, well, if a God organized to do that, it would be immoral, and I'm going to presume you would agree. You would agree with me. So then we're going to have a look at an instance.
I don't agree with you.
So here's his answer.
Oh, okay. So if a God, okay, that's great. So your position now is if a God punished someone for a crime by having their wife raped.
God didn't rape anybody. It was a man.
Your position is that if a God arranged to have a man's wife raped.
It wasn't a God, it was a man.
You need to learn how to be quiet. So your position that you've just taken is that if a God did that, it would be moral. So I'm going to respond to the answer you actually gave. Why would it be moral to punish a man's wife?
Ridiculous. Why are you keeping me on? If you were winning, I would have been dropped already.
Why would it be moral for God to punish a man by having his wife raped if a God hypothetically were to do that?
You're waiting for a moment where I'm going to slip. I'm not going to slip, by the way. I'm
not waiting for a slip. I'm just responding to what you said. So previously,
why haven't you dropped me already? This is crazy that I haven't been dropped already.
Previously, you said that it would be moral if a God did that. If you drop me right
now, you already lose. It's crazy. It's wild.
No one's worried about winning and losing. We're just trying to have a conversation.
Why are you going to keep me on here? Doesn't make any sense. You can keep me on
you can
here.
laugh nervously all you like, but I'm just trying to respond to what you said.
I'm laughing. Well, good. I'm laughing. I'm laughing because it's hilarious.
Sure. Yeah, of course. So before you said that that if a God were to punish someone by having their wife raped, it would be good. Why is that?
It wasn't God that was punishing anybody.
I haven't said that it was.
Any of the grapes.
I haven't said that he did.
The only people that did the grapes were the people. Hey, God didn't do any of those.
Did you notice that the question had an if at the beginning? I said if a God organized for a man's wife to be raped, that it wouldn't be good, and you said it would be good. So do you want to take that back, or are you standing by it?
What do you want me to do? I guess
just give us your opinion.
If you trick me with the eye.
Just stop being so defensive and give us your opinion. We just want to know.
I'm not being defensive. I'm just
okay. So do you want to take it? Do you want to take it back, or are you going to stick by it?
I am going to choose to plead the fifth. How about that one? Oh, okay. You didn't see that one coming, did you?
Well, if you're pleading the fifth, then you're just refusing to answer. Is that your position, that you don't know whether it would be ethical or not?
I just feel like that you are such a sly dog that no matter what I answered, no matter what I answered, you would skew it into a different kind of a way.
So
I think it goes to the same way.
Of course you do. This is what I meant by being defensive. Watch this. Sean, is it ever right for a God to punish a man by having his wife raped?
No, of course not.
Right. If a God were to ever do that, Sean, would you be able to say that God was just and moral?
No.
It's pretty straightforward. It's easy. Are you capable of doing what Sean just did, or not?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not capable of being because I'm not on his payroll. He's on your payroll.
Sean's not on my payroll.
He's on your payroll.
Sean,
What are you talking about?
Sean
I have
does.
a job.
That's a 100. Sean has a lot of money in his bank account
in the
because
mix.
he's
Shot.
Yeah. Okay.
right.
So this
How
is
much
this
of
is
that 400? How much?
Okay. So this is all very, very silly stuff. You're either going to respond to the conversation we're having, or we're going to move on to the next guest who will. So here's where we're going with this. For anyone who doesn't know, because you've just been so desperately trying to get ahead of the questions to stop yourself being revealed.
To be honest with
you,
lost.
You're going to stay here.
Your chat knows that you lost.
You're going to stay here.
Everybody that's listening knows that you lost.
You're going to stay here while we read this one. So what it says in 2 Samuel is that God is very, very upset with David for his infidelity with Bathsheba.
He's very, very upset with you, by the way, because you're a liar.
Of course. So what he says is quite interesting. What he says to David is, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and in broad daylight. So this is God saying to David that as a punishment for his infidelity, God is going to organize, hence the word I used 3 times here. God is going to organize for David's wives to be raped. And in fact, what happens is, just a little bit later, that's exactly what we see is the fulfillment of this plan from God, where yeah, it's fine. That's okay. We knew he was going to run away. The fulfillment of this plan is where David's wives are in fact raped as a punishment for David's infidelity by Absalom, who's David's son. It's a bit of a coup. It's a power play. So that's what happens. So here's an instance where God says, I will do this to you. And the thing that he says he's going to do to David is having innocent women raped. So there we are. I don't think we need to say too much more about that. But I lost, apparently, in some way. Okay.
I think that guy needed a little more blood in his alcohol system. But
well said, Sean. But you're on my payroll, apparently.
Yeah.
Love it. You have to call me boss from now on. Is that all right?
That's right. You're my leader. That's right. You're the leader.
I'm leading people, aren't I? Yes, I am a leader. I am a leader. All right. This is really wonderful. Okay, we are going to get Lloyd is back again for more punishment. Oh my God. All the stars are coming out tonight. Okay, well, we'll get Lloyd in a minute. That's hilarious. We'll get Lloyd in a minute, but we'll just do a few super chats first. So, Did He, though, said, theists and their moral avarice is pretty gross. Again, we were speaking to humbleness earlier. And also, whilst we were speaking to humbleness, T said, for anyone interested, there is a giveaway in the Discord. It's for one of John's shirts that I bought as an extra large, but it fit like a large, so it's new, but I did try it on. If interested, just go to the Discord and enter. This is one of the shirts from my merch store. I can't remember which one it was, T. Was it the Belief is Not a Choice shirt? I think it might have been. But I appreciate that. I need to give you guys a link to the merch store, but you can find it on the YouTube account page. If you just go to home, there's links to it. There's all sorts of fun stuff on there. I spent ages making all the stuff, so there's going to be something on there you like. There's even a bingo mouse mat. So have a check out the merch store if you are that way inclined. But T, that's wonderful.
This is wizard stuff has got to go somewhere in the merch store.
Yeah, you're arguing for wizard stuff, or this is wizard stuff. I need to do it. I'm going to put that on the list and make it so. I'm really annoyed that the bingo was sabotaged tonight, because I put some new things on there tonight. Also, apropos some suggestions that were made yesterday. We've got God of the Gaps is on there now, and there was another one as well, which now escapes me. People had some excellent suggestions, but there we are. Okay, a couple more, and we are going to get Lloyd in again for more comedy. This should be like a comedy show, isn't it? Bab says Hades was not hell. Hades, brother of Zeus, was the god of the underworld. Cool guy who called his 3-headed dog Cerberus. Spot. Well, there you are. I didn't know that he had a 3-headed dog. I think I might have heard it. Okay, let's get Lloyd up. Lloyd is always good value and quite entertaining. So we'll bring Lloyd in right now. If you like logical arguments, this would be a time to go and have a cup of tea. Hi, Lloyd. Welcome back.
Hi, John. You okay?
Yes. Welcome back.
See, you're a bit of a fan of me now.
Yeah, we're all fans of you, Lloyd. What would you like to say?
Listen, today? I wasn't going to go on, to be honest, because obviously you guys see me as a funny joker, right? But
yeah.
There was something that struck me quite deep when 231 mentioned that he was trying to lead people to hell. Now, as a believer of God and as a Muslim that I am, I kind of felt that to be like quite striking.
Did you?
Yeah, honestly, like I'm not trying to trying to annoy you or trying to rage a bit,
sure.
yeah. But
so do you think I'm leading people to hell? Then is that what you think I'm doing?
I think you're promoting people to go hell. Yeah, I do think that. I'm not trying to come up here trying to be dumb.
Why doesn't God sort that out? Why doesn't God sort that out? So if John is up here convincing people to not believe in God, could happen. Why doesn't God just, hey guys, he doesn't know what he's talking about, here I am.
It's because people have their own brains and logic to either believe or not believe, right? So we can't there's no compulsion in religion.
Well, if people have their own brains and logic to believe or not believe, then I can't lead them to hell. If God's not capable of doing it, then I'm certainly not.
Well, you're trying to obviously promote atheism, which is obviously a path of hell.
According to you, but God can
you're talking about a believer's point of view, not as a or what you presume for me to be a dumb idiot or whatever you want to call me. But that makes sense.
Why doesn't God sort it out? Because if I had a long lost son that didn't know,
to sort it out, you got to sort it out yourself.
Well, if God, so you got to sort it out yourself.
Yeah.
So okay, so what am I I don't believe in God. What am I supposed to do?
Accept it. Accept that you do not believe it.
Just decide to believe.
Accept it. Go for a walk with the dog. Done.
Is that how belief works?
Yeah. If you don't believe in a God, accept it. Take your dog for a walk. Get on with your life.
Okay.
Why you have to rabble on about it?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Wait, what now?
Yeah, he's saying, he's not suggesting that we could just believe. He's saying that what we ought to do is just zip it and be quiet.
Hold on.
But that's what he's saying.
Oh, that's okay.
Just be content.
Thank you for the clarification. No,
why are you not content about disbelief?
No, what I'm saying is, why if I don't believe in God, I end up in hell, right?
Well, no, because you don't believe that, right? We do, so you won't believe that. You won't think like us, would you?
No, I'm asking you your perspective.
Well, it's not looking good for you. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. So wouldn't it be incumbent upon God to let us know He exists? If He's going to punish us for not believing?
Not.
Why?
Okay.
No.
Something free will. But Lloyd, I've got another question for you. What would you say to someone who said you are leading people to hell because you're leading them away from you are leading people to hell because you're leading them away from Jesus? You personally, people hear your incredible apologetics for Islam on here, and droves of them are abandoning their faith in Jesus, and you are leading them to hell because you're pulling them away because you don't believe in the divinity of Jesus. You believe that Jesus was not God, and people who hear you say that are going to go to hell because they're rejecting Jesus because of you.
Well,
would you accept that as a criticism?
No, because we believe that he was born out of a Virgin Mary, and also
but you don't think Jesus is God. But you don't think Jesus is God.
Why is it in God? Is because if you look at Adam,
I didn't ask you what your argument for it is. I'm asking you to recognize something. The thing that you're accusing me of, you could also be accused of doing. Anyone can pick their favorite religion and then point at somebody who doesn't support their favorite religion and accuse that person of leading all people to the hell of their chosen religion. Anyone could accuse you of it just as you accuse me of it. It's asinine.
No, because if you look at it from Adam all the way to Islam, there was only one message: is to believe in one God. And what you doing is the opposite.
Again, what you're doing now is you've just slipped into trying to defend your beliefs. We don't care. We don't care why you think your beliefs are true. I'm just saying that the thing that you're accusing me of, which is leading people away from the things you think are true,
astray, yeah.
Any Jehovah's Witness could accuse you of, or any Hindu could accuse you of, or any Sikh could accuse you of, or anyone from any religion could accuse you of leading people away from what they think is true. Okay, the world is full of people with different opinions.
You can't compare yourself to someone that has a belief, because you have no belief in God. You can't compare yourself to a believer of God.
I have no belief in God, but I have no belief in your God, just like they have no belief in your God.
Yeah, but
and just like
God at all.
you have no belief in their God too.
Yeah, but at least they believe in a God. You don't believe in a God, though.
So what?
So that's like you're a rebel.
So what?
You're a rebel
according
against
to your religion, those people are still going to hell anyway.
Not necessarily. Not
oh, come on!
Muslims
come off it! You're a Muslim, and you think that people who reject
Hindus
Allah, Hindus are going to your
for example,
your heaven.
For example, Unitarian Christians will have a good chance of going to heaven because they believe in one God. They're not associate partners to God.
I'm not talking about Unitarian Christians. I'm talking about people. I'm talking about people who have religious views that you can't square with your own. You think they're going to hell, and they think you're going to hell, and I think you're all balmy.
Well, I can't say that everyone's going to go to hell, especially if people believes on one God. But
dude,
with you,
look,
you have less likely to go to heaven because you don't believe in anything.
You're arguing for wizard stuff, basically. That's it. Just live in the real world.
I don't believe in anything, which I find bizarre. It's really bizarre.
I believe in lots of things. It's just I don't believe in magic. And I don't believe that people fly around on horses. And I funnily enough, don't believe in adult men marrying 6-year-olds either. That's something I believe in quite passionately. Is adult men ought not to marry children. Is something that I believe in quite passionately.
Yeah,
do you?
I agree as well.
You agree?
I'm in agreement. Yeah.
Yeah, good. I'm pleased that you agree with that. And I also agree that it's never okay for a man to strike his wife under any circumstances for disobedience. I'm not talking about self-defense or when her finger is on the nuclear button or some of the messages I get about this when I say it's never okay for a man to strike his wife, and people say, but what if her finger's on the nuclear button? Yes, okay, fine. but you know, under normal circumstances for disobedience, I don't think it's ever okay for a man to strike his wife. That's something that I believe in. Do you share my view on that?
John, listen, man. Like, you come across a sincere person in terms of ethics.
Do you share my view on this?
I do share your view on some of the good human ethics.
So what about
you know why?
how do you reconcile that view with the rules in the Quran that permit a man to strike his wife?
The credentials that you've got as like sympathy for human beings is irrelevant because you don't believe
I asked you a
God.
question. No, I asked you a question. How do you square your agreeing with me that it's always wrong for a man to hit a wife, strike a wife for disobedience, with the fact that the Quran says you can?
Well, the Quran says it's like a tap, in it. It's not really a strike.
Oh, that's the domestic abuser's favourite line. It was just a tap. It's not really a strike. It's a strike, and the word is strike. And so, what's your view on that? Is the Quran right to say that if wives are disobedient?
As far as I know, it's a tap.
It's a strike. It's not a tap. And you know what? If it's a tap, it's still not okay. Are you saying it's okay for men to tap their wives for disobedience?
If it's a tap and it's harmless, then I don't see why not.
Right. Well, that's what people who defend domestic abuse say. It's just harmless. It's just a tap. You know, the bruises that didn't really bruise. That's what people say. I've got news for you, my friend. When a man exerts physical dominance over a woman with the threat of violence, even if it's just a tap, that's never okay. That's abusive because it's taking away somebody's power, and it's abusing a power dynamic to make a woman feel afraid and less than, and not able to respond in kind. And the implied threat of violence is something that should never be accepted. So, do you think it's acceptable or not?
What, for tapping a woman?
Yeah.
Well, there are also good reasons for it, but
he has to have good reasons for it. Yeah. So yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, this is Surah 434 from the Quran. It says, men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other, and what they spend for maintenance from their wealth. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding, in the husband's absence, what Allah would have them guard. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first, advise them. Then, if they persist, forsake them in bed. And finally, strike them. And it says here lightly, but the lightly is not actually there in the Arabic. This is a dishonest addition to the text. Strike them. So is that okay with you? You think that's all right?
Dishonest.
Yeah.
It just says lightly, so it's, the way I see it, it's a tap. I wouldn't agree to hit a woman.
It is not likely.
Who's that Dajjal?
By the way, Mika is a former Muslim who's read the Quran over 100 times. I don't remember the exact number, and he speaks it.
Well, and he speaks. You sound like the Antichrist. This guy. I've come across him before.
You have not come across me before. And
you sound like an Antichrist, like the devil.
He sounds like Ems, but he's not Ems. Just avoid confusion.
John, could you do me a
I don't want to
favor?
talk to the devil, to be honest. Sure. I made my point anyway.
John,
about Tuesday.
could you do me a favor? John,
sure.
Could you do me a favor and pull up Quran 850? Go ahead.
So Ems-like.
I know it's weird. We've been over this.
Dajjal,
If you pull up Surah Al-Anfal,
I'm gonna walk in Muslim. It's not gonna work with me. Trust me.
Could you be quiet and let him pull up the verse? Go ahead.
Which okay, be quiet, Lloyd.
Quran
Quran
850. Quran 850.
850.
Chapter
as
8,
in
verse 50.
Oh, chapter 8, verse 50.
I can't believe I'm talking to Dajjal here.
Yeah, 1 second. I'll get it for you right now. 850. Let's get it up right now.
And in the meantime, by the way,
his voice is scary, man.
Could you be quiet? And again, could you also pull up and keep in mind, by the way, could you also put the same 434 verse at the same side, and I'll show you something very impressive, by the way.
So 850 we're going to deal with first. So here is 850.
Satan's present with me.
Could you pull up? So can you read it out for us, please?
It says, and if you could but see when the angels take the souls of those who disbelieved, they are striking their faces and their backs and saying, taste the punishment of the burning fire. Lovely.
Right. So, could you move it to the left a bit? I mean, to the right a bit, because I cannot see properly.
Hang on.
So, like, can you move it down now? Because actually, you for me, okay. Now, can you go to the? Okay. Now, can you go to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Can you go to the 9th word, please? The 9th word.
The 9th word in this.
That's one there.
That one?
No.
In Arabic?
I can, if I were to pronounce it for you, just keep clicking the words until I tell you what right word you have to take. Can you go to the one? No. In the Arabic. In the Arabic.
Oh, in the Arabic. So I'm so sorry. There.
No. Above. Now the one next to it.
There.
Can you play it?
يضربون.
Yeah.
Okay. That word. The word is called, you pronounce it, sorry, my mind. The word is wa'adbarahum. This is the same root word that is used in 434 to describe the angels striking disbelievers during hell. So it is not a light word at all. It is a word that describing a physical, forceful strike in terms of punishment.
Oh, yeah, he's showing context to show that it's not like a light tower.
For Arabic, by the way, how Arabic works is that there are root words that describe a certain concepts. In this case, it is daraba. Daraba describes, again, the physical strike, but it can be used in multiple contexts. In this one, it is using wad barahum in the same way in 434 with describing the hitting of a wife and comparing it to striking disbelievers in hell. So it's not a light one. It is not a light strike.
There you go.
Thank you, Dajjal, for that.
There is plenty of them. I speak Arabic, by the way.
Yeah, you're Dajjal as well. Satanic.
Why you go? I am a human being. I am not Dajjal. And Dajjal does not exist.
You're satanic, mate. Sorry.
Sure. Are you going to respond to what I said?
No, because you're a Satan.
So Lloyd, you're not going to distract. You're not going to distract from what's just happened here. I showed you an instance in the Quran that says that men should strike their wives for not being sufficiently obedient and for being arrogant. Is the Quran right to say that men should strike their wives for not being obedient and for being arrogant?
If the Quran mentioned that in its Allah's text,
I can even also
of
give
course
you.
we're not
I
going
can
to disagree
even
with it.
again.
Allah's the all
Just
best
a
of
second. Just a second.
all planets.
Just a second. I can also give you a hadith where it is actually listing you the effects of this verse when it's released. John, could you go ahead and present Sunan ibn Majah Hadith 1985?
Hadith is a human narration.
It is Sunan, so it is authentic hadith. Could you pull up Sunan ibn Majah? So it is Ibn.
Yeah, it's Sunnah, but it's not Allah's words.
Again, could you be quiet? Again, could you pull up M-A-J-A-H, Sunan ibn Majah, Hadith 1985? Go ahead.
1985. Yep, I see it here. On marriage. Is it this one?
This is Kitab al-Nikah. Okay. So, can you read out? Can you read out the last section from the next day? He said.
You see, the next day he said, last night 70 women came to the family of Muhammad, each woman complaining about her husband. You will not find that those are the best of you.
This occurred once 434 was released, which caused a societal dispute where men were beating their women roughly to the point where they would complain to the Prophet about this occurrence. So if the people at the time, again, let's use simple logic, if the people at the time were viewing this to be like a light strike, why were the women complaining about horrible physical abuse? Go ahead.
The Prophet made a mistake and the Prophet corrected him, right?
No. Ibn Abbas introduced something called Darban Ghayra Mubrih. When this problem was becoming such a point that society was not even at rest. This was introduced and is not even Quranic.
Well, they made mistakes. Allah will sort out, Allah to forgive him.
Allah did not sort it out. It was Ibn Abbas, I believe, or Ibn Abbas or Ibn Kathir, I can't remember. But one of them sorted it out by introducing Darban Ghayra Mubrih, which is introducing what you're calling the striking of with the toothbrush or with a miswak.
Okay.
In the Quran, it says plainly to strike. Plainly to strike.
Okay.
It is not.
So what's the point?
The point is the Quran is instructing domestic violence.
Yep.
It is plainly structuring physical and.
Well, that's your translation, isn't it? That's how you reading it. So
it is literally.
I read it as a light up. So whatever you say.
Literally, again.
And the satanic.
Just a second.
Translation that you make it doesn't make any sense to me.
Do you speak Arabic? تتكلم عربية. Do you speak Arabic?
No.
No, you don't, do you? So you cannot say it's my own translation. I actually speak the language of the Quran, and I've read it 145 times more than you.
Yes, even Satan can speak Arabic. Big deal.
I know
Lloyd, do you have any idea how ridiculous you sound? Accusing somebody who is a native Arabic speaker, who's a native Arabic speaker who has read the Quran hundreds of times in the original language, of making translation problems. When you don't speak the language.
This is like.
By the way,
go ahead.
Victoria in the chat, who I know speaks Arabic, she's from Iraq. It means hit or kick. Can confirm. There's no other quote translation unquote.
Yeah.
You have multiple Arabic speakers telling you what it means, Lloyd.
I could give you multiple.
What do you want to condemn the Quranic text?
Again, hey. I can give you another hadith. I can give you multiple hadiths. Where this verse once released.
That's derailing the life. I didn't come up for this anyway.
You came up to spread lies. I
was speaking to John, actually.
You came to spread lies.
I don't want to speak to Dajjal.
You came to spread lies. That's what you did. You came to spread lies to John, and you came to spread lies to Sean.
I came to speak to John, and you
embarrassing. It is embarrassing. It is embarrassing that you're spreading lies. And now that you're being honored about it, and that you're being honored about it, Ash, will you be quiet? Now that you've been confronted about it, you're just calling me a devil because you're pivoting. It's embarrassing.
I call you devil.
And I also think
before he talked about anything.
Lloyd, the part of this call that I want people to remember as we draw to the end of this delightful exchange is your support of domestic violence and your pathetic attempt to justify it by saying it was just a tap. Because even if it was just a tap, as I explained to you, the implied threat is as bad in many instances as an actual strike. So, no, it's not just a tap, but even if it was, what you're defending is morally hideous, and shame on you for defending it. Really shame on you.
Shame on you,
really.
Lloyd.
Disgusting.
Do you think a tap is more
disgusting
You are calling me
behavior.
Dajjal. You are calling me Dajjal. You are
Dajjal,
calling me
let me-
Dajjal. Yeah, go. Be quiet. You are calling me
Dajjal,
Dajjal.
let me speak. I'm
will
gonna
you be
go
quiet?
now.
Will you be quiet? Go. Will you be quiet?
Dajjal, let
You
me
are calling.
speak. You can talk
Will you
online
shut?
if you
Will
want.
you shut the fuck up and let me talk?
Let me
Listen.
talk, Dajjal.
Will you be quiet? No, 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 no. Again, you again calling me Dajjal when you're blatantly supporting domestic violence. You are a disgusting human being. You're calling me Dajjal. You're calling me Antichrist, and you're the one who's supporting this bullshit.
I would agree with all of that.
It is
So,
disgusting.
Lloyd,
It is bullshit. Don't.
yeah,
is disgusting.
it is indeed. Yeah, food for thought for you, Lloyd. Have a think about this, and then come back another time to make another argument. But that's all we need to hear from Lloyd today, because I wanted the last thing we talked about with Lloyd to be his support for domestic violence, and that's something that he can think about. It's something we can all think about. And then he can come back to carry on being a clown and making bad arguments afterwards, because his arguments are just unspeakably poor. But
You've spoken to this guy before.
yeah, we've spoken to him a few times before. He made the argument a while ago that if enough people believe something, then you ought to believe it too, even if the reasons for believing it are really poor. That was kind of set the tone for the quality of dialectic that we can come to expect from Lloyd.
So by that logic, John, we should believe the Earth is flat.
Definitely.
Thank you very much for having me up. I appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. I hope you're going to call in tomorrow.
Of course. Thank you.
All right,
Of course,
friend. Take it easy. Thanks. How is it possible for that not to be M's? I'm genuinely confused.
Okay. So here's the thing. There's based on a number of factors, I'm 90% sure that it's like earnestly not. But there's that 10% of me because M's loves to F around and like mess with people.
That's M's. It has to be M's.
yeah.
That's completely M's.
No,
it is M's.
You think it's him? You think it's him?
It has to be M's. I mean, it's a totally different accent, but the inflections were all the same, and the turns of phrase were all the same, and the go ahead was all the same, and just the way he did it, it was M's. Like that was M's. That has to be M's. And someone's just said, and someone in the chat's just said, if that's not M's, he's going to be filing an injunction. Oh dear. Okay, all right. Well, that was fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Lloyd is a constant source of hilarity and also completely disgusting. Anyone who's going to come up and defend domestic violence, you're going to get it with both barrels from us, I'm afraid. We're not going to allow for that. Okay, we are going to get in Mental Mickey next, and then Wadjo after that. I'll do 3 super chats and then we'll get that going. So Bacon and Bush said, this was while we were speaking to Humbleness still. My life has become more complex recently, so I'm more often absent. I still love y'all. I got to run again. Later, John, Sean, and all the people in the comments. Well, thank you for popping in, Bacon and Bush. We hope that all is well for you. Complex can mean good. Complex can mean not so good, but we hope whatever's happening for you is great and life is good. And thank you for the support, and we love it. And thank you. And then he goes and gives out 10 gift memberships. So that's absolutely incredible. Thank you, friend. The support from this audience is just absolutely amazing. I love you guys. Honestly, I'm truly humbled. Okay, Mental Mickey is going to come in next. That's a good name. It's a good name. Coming in right now. Mental Mickey.
Mental Mickey.
Hello.
How you doing?
Very good. Very good indeed. What have you got?
So what was the question, or we're just having a general conversation here?
Well, there are 4 topics above my head on the screen. Can you see them?
Okay, God is not morally good. Okay, yes. Okay, but this is the problem. Are we talking about Abrahamic God? Or are we talking about one of the major faiths here? How do you define God when you say God is not morally good?
So, depending on what your perspective on God is, if you believe in the Abrahamic God, then I will engage with you on that. And if you don't believe in the Abrahamic God, then I will ask you, what God do you believe in?
Oh, okay. So I believe God is dual. So it has like a duality to it. So it's like yin and yang, and we have polarity of like 2 fields. So you've got negative, positive, which would be good, and evil. So evil is like part of a cycle that's necessary, unfortunately. Obviously, we have animals that prey on other animals and eat other animals. So evil is obviously part of whatever God is. So my understanding of God is more of an energy field.
An energy field.
like the Higgs boson, like
The Higgs boson isn't an energy field, and the Higgs boson's a particle.
No, it gives particle its mass, doesn't it? It passes through it, okay? But I'm trying to explain it in an abstract sense. I'm just saying, to me, God is both evil and good.
Right. Okay. Well, it sounds like it sounds like you've got a conception of God which is quite idiosyncratic and a little bit personal to you. Frankly, not very
I can back it up by the Bible belief as well, because in the Bible it says God created evil. Does it not say that?
It does. It does say that God created evil. So, but why are you referring to the Bible? Because you're either interested in, you either give the Bible authority or you don't. So, do you give the Bible authority?
Yes, in a different sense to what you would. I believe it in. I'm a relativist, so I have my own relative view on Scripture. So I'm not a Christian, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, right? Interesting. All right. So let's try and get past the waffle. Do you think that an entity exists who created everything and watches over the moment-to-moment developments in the world?
Not an entity, no. This is why I differ to Christians. Like, their being is a bit more personal. I don't think it's as conscious as that. I think it's more decentralized.
You don't think God is conscious? Okay, so
yeah, it sounds like we don't really have much of a basis to have a conversation. Then, really,
we do. You haven't let me finish. You haven't let me finish. Excuse me. I believe that God is the universe is a brain, and we're all part of that brain, and we're all co-creating. That's what I believe. Yes.
Great. All right. Well, off you go and believe that somewhere else. It's not particularly interesting. Okay. We are going to get Luca Pisanu in next. Coming in right now. Hopefully. There we go. Hey, Luca. Luca,
hey,
are you there? Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just. I wasn't expecting that you would call me. I requested a while ago.
There you go.
I'm just back home.
You're
How
up
you guys
now.
doing?
Yeah, we're good. Welcome in.
Thank you.
What topic would you like to engage with? We have a few above my head.
Belief is not a choice.
Yeah.
Thing. I would like to hear what you think about it. And
sure.
I'm just here to have a friendly conversation.
Great.
I'm not here
we love those. Okay, no problem. So yeah, the reason why we say belief is not a choice is really about what it means to believe something. So if you are persuaded that something is true, if you find yourself convinced that something is true, then belief is something that happens to you as a result of that. And if you are not persuaded that something's true, then belief is impossible. Because whilst you're not persuaded that it's true, you're not believing it, definitionally, right? So I think that's probably fair. What I've said is uncontroversial. The question then is, can you choose to find something persuasive if you are not persuaded by it?
I mean, not really.
Right.
If you're not persuaded by it, no. But there are going to be some factors that make you choose to believe something.
The only thing that can make you believe something is if you find it persuasive. So you can make choices which may end up with you becoming persuaded. So like, for example, you can make the choice to start listening to arguments, or you can make the choice to start reading certain books or watching certain YouTube channels or participating in certain religious behaviors or groups, or those are the things that you can make choices about. But what you can't do is you can't choose how the experiences you have as a result of making those choices are going to either persuade you or not persuade you. That's something that you wait and find out.
Well, yeah. I mean, you experience something and then you learn about it, and I mean, sometimes, I mean, you gotta be persuaded to believe in something, I guess.
Exactly. So if you think about something that you currently don't believe to be true, right? You can start with a really extreme example, like the moon is made of cheese or something. Are you capable of just deciding to be convinced that that's true?
I mean, objectively, no.
No.
But subjectively, if you access a part of your brain that makes you believe it, then I guess you could.
You can't.
Like hypothetically, like in a imaginary sense.
Something would have to persuade you first. So something would have to change to persuade you that the moon is made of cheese. If that happens, then you have no choice but to believe. That hasn't bought you a choice. It's just put you in a position where you have to believe the thing because now you're persuaded of it, and that isn't a choice either.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
So belief itself is never a choice. There are lots of choices around the actions that lead to beliefs changing. But when a belief changes, it's never because you chose to change it. It's because something happened that changed what you find convincing.
Okay, so like in my case, for example, I just saw a shooting star. That was wild. In my case, I grew up as Catholic, for example, right? So I didn't choose to believe because it was part of the culture of the people that I grew up around. But I still kind of, done my reasoning about what could be true and what could not be true. And just through life experiences, I guess, I go to a point where it makes sense to believe in something bigger and like smarter than me, I guess.
But when you say it makes sense, what that decodes as is you find that persuasive. If you didn't find it persuasive, you wouldn't describe it as making sense. You'd say it doesn't make sense, which is why you say it doesn't make sense to believe in fairies, because you don't find it persuasive.
Yeah. I would say convincing more than persuasive, but maybe it's the same thing.
It's kind of the same. It's that when you think about it, you feel a sensation of agreement. You feel a sensation of it making sense.
Yeah.
And that's really the claim. It's not a wild claim, this. People sometimes treat it as if it is, but it isn't. It has devastating consequences for belief-based theologies, but as an actual claim, it's pretty mundane, because there are lots of other things that we do with our minds, or rather that happen to our minds, not that we do, that happen to our minds that are also involuntary. Things like the examples I always give are the same ones, like finding something funny. You don't choose to find something funny either. It just happens, and you become aware that you find it funny. You don't choose to, and you either do or you don't, and you discover it. And in the same way, you discover what you believe. So, if I said to you now, if I said to you that I have a tail and I can swing through the trees, you probably wouldn't believe that, and it's because you consider the proposition I'm giving to you and you weigh it up with everything else you know about reality, and you know that generally humans don't have tails and they generally don't swing through trees, and you would just discover that you find yourself unpersuaded. Whereas if I told you something much more mundane, if I said I had eggs for breakfast, you might be more open-minded about that, and even that orientation towards my breakfast claim is because your mind allows you to be more open-minded about it than the swinging through trees claim. Does that make sense? Are you muted? You shouldn't be muted. That's strange. I wonder if he muted himself. Oh, and he's dropped down. Okay.
He left.
Yeah. Well, I think we made the point anyway, and I think he seemed to be grasping it. At least I hope he did. There we are. Okay, we're going to get AJ Hatch in next. We'll take this off here. And no problem, Luca. No problem at all. Do you want to come back up? He's saying, sorry, I didn't mean that in the chat. Maybe you dropped down by accident. You're welcome to come back in if you want to carry on. I think we pretty much made the point, though. Is he coming back up? We'll keep on going. We'll keep on going. Okay, AJ, hold fire. We're going to get you in just a minute. And then we've got John over on the YouTube as well. Ontological Shock says, hi, John and Sean. It drives me crazy when theists assume God's nature, for example, loving, to justify horrendous commands and laws in their scriptures when they haven't even proven God exists in the first place. It's pretty disgusting. Absolutely disgusting to be arguing for and justifying all the barbarism and genocide and killing and raping and all of that in the name of a being that, as you say, they haven't even demonstrated that such a thing exists, which is why I think this thing is such a tragedy, because it turns people into kind of moral monsters for no reason at all. And Me voice, oh great artist, greatest? I'm not saying that right. No bingo. What did I just buy a membership for, John? I'm going to go watch Joel reads Bible. He's live right now. I think that's completely fair. I am completely annoyed about this whole hijacking business, but I am going to get to the bottom of it, and all of these services will be fixed and made impenetrable. I will make it my life's work. I'm going to try and get it done as soon as I possibly can. And I do appreciate that some people have indeed got memberships which entitle them to use these things, and they're currently unavailable. So that's weighing heavily on me, and I'm going to make it a priority to get the stuff all sorted out. Totally fair. And Joel, of course, is fantastic. And Anthony, thank you so much for sending out 5 completely useless gift memberships. It will be sorted, though, I promise. And last one before we get our next guest in, who has now just dropped out again. Godwin says, you got me through breaking down my massive synth rig in this awful heat for band practice this week. Thank you for keeping me sane all the while. Wow, you got a massive synth rig. When I used to, in the olden days, when I used to perform as a musician, I had a very light rig. I wasn't having any of that massive synths and all of that stuff. I needed stuff that could be moved around easily. So I feel for you, Godwin. But yeah, cool stuff. Okay, we are going to get in John over on the YouTube side. Hopefully the audio will behave itself and be nice. You never know with this platform, but let's try it anyway. John, are you there?
Hey, mate, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes, welcome in.
Yes,
Just gonna
let's go.
Gonna get your name up on the board. Thank you for waiting. You are up. So, what topic would you like to engage with?
Hey, let me see. I was thinking about, what was the first one on that list?
Nobody chooses what they believe.
Nobody chooses what they believe. Okay. I'm kind of a bit curious about that one, to say the least. I wouldn't say I agree with that.
To just clarify the chat, no, I was never in craft work. I'm not sure how that came across. In the olden days, I used to be a touring musician, but I was never in craft work. Someone said it in the chat. So you want to speak about nobody chooses what they believe. It's basically the same conversation we just had with Luca, that believing something means being convinced it's true or likely true. That's literally what belief means, right? And if you are convinced that something is true or likely true, then you have no choice but to believe it. It happens to you automatically. And if you're not convinced it's true, if you're not persuaded that it's true, then belief is impossible. Because for you to believe, you have to be persuaded that it's true or likely true. Does that make sense?
Okay. So are you saying that because somebody is like convincing you that a belief is true, that you're not really voluntarily holding the belief to be true?
It's not necessary. When I say convince, I don't mean like that someone has to be arguing at you. You could sit in a cave by yourself and think about something, and then as a result of that, you could become convinced that it's true. By convinced, I just mean that you come to be persuaded of the truth of that thing by whatever reason, for whatever reason. It could be an argument that someone presents you with. It could be an experience you have. It could be just contemplating it. It could be a book you read. Whatever it is, something makes you buy it. Something makes you feel that it's true. That's what a belief means. And that's why you can't ever choose it, because you either believe it or you don't. If you believe it, if you're convinced of it, you have no choice about believing it. The belief happens automatically. And if you're not convinced of it, well, that means you don't believe it. Make sense?
Okay, I think I see where you're coming from right here. I think, personally, I think I have a little prima facie disagreement with you. I would say that, whenever you believe something, if we take the definition, something you take to be true, you would still be able to, you could argue that just because the logic and evidence points this belief to be true, that doesn't mean it's necessarily true. It's not like some like,
We agree. That's not what's being argued here. You can believe, whether you believe something is independent from whether it's actually true. You can believe something to be true that's false. What John is discussing is whether belief itself, which is independent from whether it's true, is in itself a choice. Like right now, you can't just choose to believe Superman exists or that leprechauns exist. You can't like flip a switch and become convinced that that is true, right? That's go ahead.
What? I mean, that's kind of assuming that I don't think Superman exists.
Well, I mean, I would assume that you don't, but I am making a reasonable inference that you probably don't. Do you believe Superman exists?
I don't think he exists. I mean, maybe on a certain level, but if you're talking about in actuality, I would have to disagree.
In actuality, right? So can you just flip a switch and then like be convinced that Superman is real? And
yeah, I mean, I don't see the issue with that.
You don't see an issue with flipping a switch and just believing it?
No, I mean, don't you think people irrationally hold beliefs to be true?
Well, do it then. As an experiment. Like right now, flip a switch and let us know when you start believing.
Okay. So about Superman, yeah, I think well, let's suppose I think that's true. Because that's possible.
Well, we're not supposing. What I'm asking is, do you think you actually can flip a switch and just decide to believe Superman is real and actually believe it?
Yeah, I think that if I was more stupid than I am, I don't see why that would be an impossibility.
Are you more stupid than you are? You're not, right?
No, because that's definitionally
so that means
incomplete.
right. That which means you can't. You said if there was a condition you were more stupid than you are, you could believe in Superman, but you're not, so you can't, right?
Right. So it would be like a hypothetical.
Right. So the point is, the you who you are right now with the information you have cannot choose to believe Superman is real. And so right, correct?
Well, so do you think it's like metaphysically necessary that I am the way I am and I couldn't be more stupid?
Please don't eat during the live, like while we're discussing.
I'm sorry. Let me get this fried down. I promise it'll take 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. No, a lot of listeners like complain about that, have misophonia and stuff.
Okay.
So do I. No, it's all good.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're good now.
What's that?
We're good now. Sorry, I had to get that fry. I went Chick-fil-A, a big waffle fry. Sorry.
No, it's all good. You seem to have acknowledged that the you who you are now, with the information you have, cannot just choose to believe Superman is real and actually believe it, right? I mean, that's not controversial, right?
I would say I can't believe it and it be like a justified belief, but it could be a belief. Like I could say, I could hold it to be true, but I might be irrational in doing that.
You could say it. So as an experiment, try it right now. Try to actually believe Superman is real. Can you do it?
Well, I mean, I could irrationally do it, sure. Like, yeah, I'll tell you right now, I irrationally believe Superman exists.
So, well, I already know that that's not true because you said irrationally, and if you thought it was, if you actually hold the belief, you wouldn't consider it irrational because that's an assessment that it's not a justified belief.
Well, I'm saying, well, just because it's an irrational belief doesn't mean it's false.
All right. No, I feel like I'm not getting anywhere with go.
No, that's not. No. Are you from? Oh, so you don't know what the Gettier problem is, brother?
John, you're getting confused between whether a belief happens to be true or not, and whether someone holds it or not. This is not a conversation that has anything to do with whether the beliefs are actually true. It's a conversation that has to do with the nature of belief itself. So we can completely forget about whether the beliefs are true or not. It's completely irrelevant. As Sean said, you can be completely convinced of something that happens to be false. So the truthfulness of the claim is totally out of scope of the conversation we're having right now. So try and have the discipline to, if you can, to just focus on that.
Okay, I understand, brother. Okay, I understand. Yeah, so I guess my point would be that you could get someone who's I don't want to say that word, but stupid enough. Like you can conceive of somebody who's that big of a moron who thinks that Superman actually exists because, say, his parents. It's like Santa Claus, dude. You think those little kids?
You understand? You're missing the point. We are not saying no one can possibly believe in Superman. That's not the claim. What we are saying is you cannot choose to believe Superman. Other people may believe, some little kids may believe that Superman is real, right? But we're saying for each person, we are either convinced something is true or we are not convinced. And it's not a decision, it's not a choice we make. You can't look at a red car and then just decide to believe it's blue.
Oh, so you're saying there's a normative aspect that we're rationally bound to our beliefs?
Yeah, well, I don't know about necessarily rationally, but you're bound to either be convinced something is true or not be convinced, based on your priors, the information that's been fed to you, etc. Like if you look at the wall and you see a spider crawling up the wall, unless you have schizophrenia or something that if you generally trust your senses, you will be convinced there's a spider on the wall, and it's not something you choose. It just happens to you.
Okay, I see. So are you saying there's a normative standard going on here?
No, I mean, I don't know what you mean by a normative standard. It's just as simple as like John explained it. You either become convinced of something or you don't, and it's never a choice. A belief is something that happens to you. It's a belief is not an action, it's a perception. It is your perception of reality, and it's not something you choose. You perceive something to be true, or you don't perceive it to be true.
Well, I think perceive would just be to think at that point.
Say again?
I would say that whenever you're saying it's, how we perceive reality, that's just to say that that's how we think reality is, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. If you believe something, that means that that's how you think reality is. Like, you have prior knowledge that you can't get rid of that's in your head that Superman is a fictional character. You may or may not know he first appeared in Action Comics #1 in 1939. You know that there's movies about Superman. Like, you have all this prior knowledge that Superman is a fictional character. You can't just unknow those things, right? You can't just decide to forget all that contrary information. And so you can't just decide to believe Superman is real because you have all these priors in your head that have convinced you he's a fictional character.
Okay, so just to steel man your position, you're saying that you can have beliefs, but you don't necessarily choose it.
You don't, not just necessarily. You have beliefs, and you don't choose them.
You can't.
They can change, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, your beliefs can change. You can become convinced of or unconvinced and convinced and stuff like that. But it's never a choice.
And there are things you can do. There are choices you can make which will affect your beliefs. We're not suggesting that first of all, definitely not suggesting that beliefs can't change. They change all the time. And that's literally what persuasion is. Persuasion is trying to give somebody information or speak to somebody or present them with arguments in such a way that they will become persuaded by what you're saying, and they will then have no choice but to change their beliefs.
Yeah, right. Okay. So, but don't you think whenever they're kind of battling with what you're telling them and like what they thought prior to the conversation, that they're kind of easing with the they're kind of trying to align the information that was given to them, and then they go, oh well, that would make sense. But that's kind of the issue. That's your argument, I suppose. I mean, it's pretty cool. Let me think. So it's like they're. Oh well. I mean, if you're saying once we realize what's true, we must necessarily hold it to be true.
It's not that we've realized what's true, because as we keep on saying, you can become convinced by something that isn't true. The truthfulness it's what you find persuasive. If you find something persuasive, belief is the word we give to what happens to your mind. And the reason why we say all of this, it's not just like a intellectual kind of exercise. The reason why this is important is because belief is treated as a moral test in religious frameworks. So Christianity and Islam, for example, say that if you don't believe the right things at the point you die, that you deserve to be punished for that. But what that completely fails to grasp is if you're someone like Sean or someone like me who just is not capable of believing these things because we don't find them persuasive, it doesn't make sense to punish someone for that.
Okay, so you're saying you're not in charge of what you ultimately believe.
I mean, not in charge is not quite how I would say it, because you're in charge of your actions, right? So there's a certain amount of responsibility that you have for things like how open-minded you want to be, or how willing you are to look at evidence, and how willing you are to expose yourself to positions which are different to the one you necessarily hold, and that kind of thing. That some people would say that it's a moral duty to search for truth, and some people don't do that, right? Some people just live like this, blinkered, not willing to look at other perspectives and other viewpoints. I don't want to make it sound like we're all this, like we're like balloons on the ocean, just being, blown around by the wind and battered by the waves. We have some autonomy and we have some agency, but what we don't have is any control over whether we find something persuasive. That's something we discover, and that's why it doesn't make sense to make a moral test out of it. Because you can do all the things. People have said to me, they said to me like, accept Jesus. And I said, well, I can't just accept Jesus because I'm not convinced he exists. And they say, well, you will be if you research it more. So I research it more and I'm still not convinced he exists. So what am I supposed to do then? Right? According to that system, there's no way for me to obtain salvation, and there's no way for me to be spared the punishment that awaits me, because I just don't find it convincing that it's true, and there's nothing I can do about that.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's where I'm gonna disagree with you, but that's the I mean, we can. My question for you would be, what if you have two equally compelling explanations for something, and you believe one to be true and the other not to be true, but by your preference, by your personal preference, not necessarily that you perceive the other one to be true.
Well, I would push back and say, what does it mean to say you believe, if they're both equally compelling, then you wouldn't believe one over another one. You would say, I find them equally compelling and I can't choose between them. And if you are convinced that one of them is true, then what that means is that they're not equally compelling. It means that one of them compels you more. One of them is more convincing than the other, if you genuinely believe it. If you're saying you don't genuinely believe it, you're just saying that you like that one, fine. Then you're saying, there's option A and there's option B as possibilities. I don't know which one is true. I have no way of figuring out. Let's say you flip a coin, right? And I don't know whether you've got heads or tails. And I say, well, I'm going to choose to think it was heads. What I really mean by that is I'm going to choose to say that I think it was heads. I'm going to act as if I think that's true. But I can't say it knowing that I really do think that, because on what basis could I be persuaded of that? It doesn't make any sense. So in those situations where the evidence is the same for two options and somebody appears to pick an option, what they're really doing is just affiliating with it. They're just saying, I don't know, I'm going to go with this one. But it doesn't mean they're not really saying, I think this one is true. Because if they are saying that, then it means those two options aren't really equally compelling.
Okay, but what if I were to say what if I were to say I believe that my favorite color is blue, right? And I could thus, depending on the, and say depending on the color, depending on my choice, ultimately, I like one color over another, and I hold it to be true. Wouldn't you say I'm the one formulating the content of the belief itself?
No, because when you say my favorite color is blue, what you're saying is you're reflecting on your experience of perceiving different colors, and you're remembering that you felt most pleased by the blue ones. If you had found yourself most pleased by yellow, you wouldn't be saying my favorite color is blue. So you're reflecting on the fact that you yourself are persuaded by the fact that blue made you feel nice.
Okay, so but doesn't that mean I'm persuaded by myself?
It means that something happened in your life that caused you to be pleased by blue, and you're recollecting that.
what could wait? Okay, so you don't think I can just like arbitrarily think that blue is superior to red, even if I don't have any experience, like any crazy events that would change? Like you can conceive of me liking a color, even though I don't have any events that have to do with me liking a color.
Yeah, but something's going to make you like the color. I mean, we're straying slightly outside of.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
We're talking about beliefs are sort of attitudes about propositions, right? Whether we think these things are true, right? So yes, if you find yourself drawn to the color blue, then you will be persuaded by the proposition, I like blue. And if you find yourself drawn to the color blue, you will not be persuaded by the proposition, I prefer red. It's just how belief works.
But what if I just, all right, well, I'll leave it to you, brother. That's an interesting little philosophy you got going on there, brother. But man, I hope you have a good night, brother. I'm gonna let you have it, though. I appreciate the conversation.
Sure, John. If you want to look this up more, just look into doxastic involuntarism. That's what this is called.
How do you say dog?
Doxastic. D-O-X. Doxastic.
Dog or dox?
Dox. D-O-X.
Okay, dox as in like a fishing dog?
A dox as in, I don't know what, dox as in, yeah, D-O-X.
Yeah.
Doxastic.
Oxford X-ray.
Delta operator X-ray? Okay.
And then astic. Doxastic involuntarism.
Yeah, one more resource for you. There's a book coming out in November called Unconvinced. Pick up that book. It talks all about it.
Okay. I'll look into it, brother. I might have to buy that book. I'll read the review.
You definitely should. You should buy like 10 of them.
I'll be recording the audio book. I'll be recording the audio book in the next month. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your English accent you got going on there, mate. I think it's really cool. All right,
Thank you very much.
I hope y'all both have good nights, man.
Cheers, John. There you go. Lots of interesting chat and speculation about that accent. It was definitely a mix of something going on there. People were saying stick to one accent or another. Okay, we've got a couple of guests in the queue. So we will go with we're going to go with Black Hen next on TikTok, and then we've got Kelt1888, and then we have BF over on the YouTube side as well. So Black Hen, hello.
Hello. How are you, sir?
Very well indeed. Thank you for coming in. Welcome.
You're welcome for debates, mister. You're way too calm. I'm surprised.
Yeah,
it's my first time seeing.
We stay calm here. That's
seeing someone way too calm like you are.
Well, that's how we do it here. We stay calm. So, would you like to choose a topic?
I would say hell is ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay. So, can I just ask what your beliefs are in terms of religion and God and stuff like that, just so we know what we're dealing with?
I myself, I prefer to say that I am neutral. I don't do religion.
You don't do religion?
I don't do religion.
Do you believe in a God?
No, I don't.
And do you... Okay, well, if you don't believe in a God and you don't do religion, then we're not likely to be debating very much. And as much as we love having conversations with people who agree with us, that's not what we do on the debate shows, which is why it says above my head, debate stream opposition only. So do you agree with the claim that hell is ridiculous, or do you disagree with that claim?
I believe with the claim that hell is ridiculous.
All right. Well, then it sounds like we're agreed on everything, Black Hen. So thank you for calling in to agree with us. And we hope we get to speak to you again on another show.
Please keep it up. I like the way you communicate. I like the way you debate. I thank you.
Thanks,
Is this Sean? I am a fan from now.
Great. Thanks, friend. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. There we go. We're going to get Kelt 1888 in next, and then we've got BF over on YouTube after that. Hi, Kelt. How are you?
How's it going, guys?
It is.
Yeah. So, just like they picked the top topic that nobody chooses what they believe. I don't necessarily agree with that. I would say you're sorry. Go ahead there.
Do you think it's possible to believe something that you don't think is true?
Oh yeah. Well, definitely. People can be fooled or conned or whatever, and they thinking one thing or another. I don't disagree with that.
If they're conned into thinking something, then that means they're manipulated into being convinced that it is true.
That can happen in different across the whole.
So then they wouldn't be believing something that they don't think is true. They would be believing something that they do think is true, which is uncontroversial. So I'm asking you: do you think it's possible to think that something is not true and also believe it?
Yeah, well, it is. Yeah, it is. I agree with that.
Could you give me an example of an instance in which you might think that something is not true and also believe that it is? Because that's patent nonsense.
Well, there could be something, as you say, patent nonsense. You could have your hopes hitched on something being true and want to believe that it's true so much that you'll look past logic and common sense sometimes.
But then you're talking about somebody who, for emotional reasons, becomes persuaded that something actually is true.
Yeah, that can happen. Yeah, I agree with that.
So then again, they're not believing something that they think is not true. They're believing something that they think is true. I'm asking you, and it's obvious. There's only one answer to this question. The answer is, of course, it's not. The question was, is it possible to believe something that you don't think is true? And the only answer is no, of course not. You can only believe things that you think are true because that's what belief means. Belief means that you think something is true, or at the very minimum, likely true. If you don't think that, then you're not believing it. And if you do think that, then you have no choice but to believe it, which is why it's not a choice.
No, I'll concede that. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, anything else, or are we done?
Oh yeah, just a quick thing.
Sure.
Yourself and John, is it, and Sean, you're very polite, and which is great. And I won't take up much of your time here, but I think a lot of these pages, they try and reduce people who do have a belief in one religion or another. They have the IQ of a crisp wrapper, which is very unfair. You need to look at things like the science community, the mathematics. I'm a Catholic personally. I'll put my cards on the table. But the scientific community, the mathematics are on my side. I think atheists believe that order came out of chaos. I believe it came out of design.
No.
If you ever catch yourself saying atheists believe that anything, you're committing a fallacy. There is nothing that all atheists believe. Atheism is just a position on one question: does a God exist? There are atheists who think that the universe is eternal. There are atheists that think that the universe was created. Or caused by something natural. By something natural. There is no one thing that all atheists believe.
Yeah, but everything you stated there, they're all belief based.
Yeah.
Any stance of atheism, you got to. There's your belief that this is how things came about or whatever it is. We all believe in something.
Yeah, they're all beliefs, but there is no one thing that all atheists believe. Not even that there is no God, because lots of atheists don't hold the view that there is no God. They're just not persuaded that there is one. So I would just counsel you to, if you catch yourself saying the words atheists believe that, stop yourself, and whatever you were about to say, don't say it, and think about it differently, because there's nothing that all atheists believe. Yeah. It'd be like me saying brown-haired people believe that, and then saying something. It's just obviously not true, is it?
No, but we could dance on the head of a pin over it. Here's the thing. In terms of, you got and again, I'm only looking at a substrata of people here. Again, I'm a Catholic. I believe the science is on my side. The mathematics are on my side.
What science is on your side? So what does science say that backs up Catholicism?
Well, if you look at intelligent design through the lens of probability.
If you look at what?
Intelligent design through the lens of probability.
Science does not say we are intelligently designed. That is not science. That is religion.
No, you're wrong on that.
No, I'm actually not.
Well, there's no agree.
Do you know what the Dover trial was?
I don't know.
So it was folks help me out here. Was it 2006 or 7, something like that? It was.
Something like.
It was a very, very famous trial that took place in America about whether intelligent design is science or religion, and it was litigated over quite a long period of time. It was to do with what could be taught in schools. It all came about by a school board wanting to present intelligent design as legitimate science, and people pushing back and saying intelligent design is not science; it's actually just creationism rebranded. And there was quite a lengthy, long, and complex trial in which many expert witnesses were called up. People like Michael Behe, I think, may have spoken, and proponents of intelligent design. And the judge in the trial was actually a Christian. And the conclusion of the trial was that intelligent design is not science. Intelligent design is just a rebrand of biblical creationism, pretending to be science. So Sean is right. There is no science of intelligent design. Intelligent design is just the claim that creationism is true.
Definitely. I tell you, the judge in that case must have had a very, very basic comprehension of mathematics, because they say that it is not scientific as a ridiculous statement. That shows you an absolute.
There were mathematical experts who were called there were mathematical experts who were called to respond to the mathematical claims about things like irreducible complexity and the probability arguments. And I'm remembering there was Michael Behe was one of the people on the ID side, and there was another guy who was very famous at that time who was a mathematician. And his arguments were completely dismantled as well. I can't remember his name. It might come back to me in a minute. Blonde-haired guy. All of this ID stuff is just pseudoscience.
Okay. The head of mathematics at Oxford University, a guy called Professor John Lennox.
Yeah, I know exactly who John Lennox was. Yeah, I've watched quite a few of his debates. Yeah, he's a good mathematician. Terrible philosopher, though.
Well, let's take philosophy out of it then. You said he was a good mathematician, which he would be, holding a position he holds.
Is he an expert in mathematics or gods?
Oh, he's a maths professor at Oxford.
Right. William Dembski. Thanks, Anthony, for remembering. That's who I was thinking of. Yeah.
So if you think intelligent design is science, so I just looked up, and here's a list. You can take it for what it's worth. The top universities for molecular biology and genetics: number 1, Harvard; number 2, MIT; number 3, Stanford; number 4, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Oh, that's close to me. University of Cambridge, and on and on. If we go to their biology departments, do you think we will find a class on intelligent design?
That just doesn't matter. You probably
doesn't matter. You said it's science.
It is science.
I mean, certainly there is a field of study in biology for biological evolution. Like the evolutionary biology is a field of science. It is a field of biology. It is a field of study that you can take. I know, but what I'm saying is, like, they have all these different fields. Intelligent design isn't one of them. It is not an area of biology, of science, or anything. It is religion being deceptively, purposely repackaged as science, and it's absolute garbage.
Well, it's based on your Google search. You're saying it's garbage. How much knowledge have you got on it? Here's the thing, Sean. I could go online now and pull you up a list of various alumni across a range of universities who would disagree with you. I can pull. A child could work out the probability. But here's the thing: microscopy. With the advances in microscopy, over the past decades, there are scientists who are literally being converted on the spot when viewing the human cell, the detail that they didn't previously have. The parallelism,
nonsense.
The function.
There are not scientists being converted to Jesus on the spot by looking at microscopes.
There are, John. You can say that if you want, but that's not.
And if they are, then they're not doing science. If they are, then they're feeble-minded, because that's not what science doesn't teach you. That when you look at a sufficiently powerful microscope, you suddenly throw all your scientific training out of the window and start believing in magic. That's completely preposterous.
You have no understanding of what I just says, and you're throwing out nonsense. and reply. Your reply there is nonsensical. You're not understanding what I'm
You
saying.
said that there are scientists, as microscopy has improved, there are scientists being converted all over the place when they look at the structure of a cell. We've understood the structure of a cell for quite a while, and most of the people who work in that area are more busy with trying to figure out things like new medical advancements than they are worrying about gods and magic and Jesus. Complete tosh.
Are scientists more or less likely to believe in God?
Well, some of the great scientists in history were strong believers.
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you that. I agree. Isaac Newton was one of the greatest of all time scientists. He was a believer. Okay. What was my question?
Well, you tell me. You asked it.
Well, I asked it to you. Like, you should be listening. All right. Are scientists more likely or less likely than the general population to believe in God?
What does it say in your Google search that you're looking at?
I mean, I already knew about this study here.
That's why you looked it up, right? So you knew about it, but you looked it up anyway.
Hang on. All right. Okay.
Nice.
83% of the general public, percent who believe in God, 83% of the general public, 33% of scientists. So it seems that the people who study nature the most are far less likely than the general public.
And it's even less amongst the elite scientists, like the elite scientists. It's even less. I just have to read this wonderful quote from Nidhi. It says, creationist probability arguments compare a highly constrained, observed state of affairs to vaguely specified set of random alternatives as evidence against evolution. I think that's beautifully said. Beautifully said. This is pseudoscientific nonsense, my friend.
Well, your friend Sean there, you just says about the it's a huge disparity. It's a 2-to-1 ratio. He said 33%. That's not a huge sway. And
no, hold on. It drops from. It's not a huge sway. The general 83% of the general public believe in believe in God. 33% of scientists. That's not a huge. That's not a huge sway. That's not a big swing.
It's completely counter to what you're saying, because your argument is that when people become acquainted with the science and lucky enough to experience powerful microscopy, then they inevitably start falling over Jesus and becoming converted all over the place. What we would expect to find, if your claim is true, is that people who are acquainted with the correct mathematics and science in this area had higher levels of religiosity than people who had no acquaintance with these things. And what we actually find is it's significantly lower. And there might be a reason for that.
Explain John Lennox then.
So there are going to be people who are people of faith. You have people like Francis Collins. You have people who have religious convictions, and they manage to mesh their religious convictions with their scientific or mathematical training. I find those people a bit interesting and slightly odd. And Michael Shermer wrote a wonderful book called Why People Believe Weird Things, where he talks about this very phenomenon. And in fact, he has a chapter in the book called Why Smart People Believe Weird Things, which is about the psychological mechanism of constructing rationales for beliefs that are held for non-smart reasons using smart reasoning, which is something that highly intelligent people are able to do. You get people like William Lane Craig and these people like that. They're smart people, but they ultimately believe for more emotional reasons, and then they construct these kind of intellectual scaffolds of largely post hoc rationalization to justify their beliefs. That's how I explain John Lennox. I may be wrong about that, but that's how it appears to me.
Well, again, you're using a wee bit of poetic license there. At no point did I say that people all over the place are. What I said was there are a lot of scientists who are being converted when they look deeply on the. Here's the thing. The only argument against it, because the maths is a 100% on my side, is the multiverse, chaos maths.
The maths is not 100% on your side. The maths is only 100% on your side if you start with the conclusion that your religious claims are true. Then magically the maths ends up wonderfully being 100% on your side. But if you look at the situation dispassionately, whether you're looking at design arguments or whether you're looking at fine-tuning arguments, you have no idea what the maths is on that because we don't know.
we can't even write the number because it's so much to one against.
We have absolutely. That's not a claim that you can make. We have absolutely no idea. We have absolutely not the foggiest clue. We have absolutely not the foggiest clue what the possibility space is in terms of how differently the universe could be configured. And anyone who's giving you probability arguments of saying these are the chances of the universe being this particular way doesn't know what they're talking about.
Nobody gave me this argument. I work as a data analyst. I do it for a living. I don't need anybody to tell me what the ratios are. I've looked at this myself. I've looked at it in great detail.
Then you don't know what you're talking about either.
That's your reply. See, here's the thing. Started off all right, but see the problem. You're on about smart people and intelligent people. That's where your own ego comes on. You got your friend there, Sean.
It's not about my ego. It's just about recognizing the limits of human knowledge. We don't know we don't know how many different ways a universe could be configured. We don't know what the possibility state is. And the problem with these kind of arguments is that they all presume that the current point we're at was the intended starting point at the beginning, and that's why you're able to come up with these ridiculous arguments of what are the chances of things turning out just like this? Well, the chances of things chances of things turning out just like this are the same as the chances of things turning out another way. We have absolutely no idea. This is just how things are. To make a probability argument, you need to know what the odds are, and you need to know how many different ways things could have been, and you don't know that.
No, you just need to know it's a huge number. You don't need to know exact numbers. Would you agree that a child of age 14, 15 who's gone through fourth year mathematics can work out probability?
To work out probability, you need to know what the probability set is. So let's say I have a die. Right.
Well,
what are the chances of me rolling a 13 on my die?
So can you say it again, please?
Yeah. What are the chances of me rolling a 13 on my die?
On your die?
Yeah.
Well, how many options are there on the die?
Well, you don't know.
I don't know. No.
You don't know how many sides. So what are the chances of me rolling a 13?
On a dice?
Yeah.
Zero.
That's not true. What if it's a 20-sided die?
Yeah.
Well, it only has the one type I know of. It's got 6 options.
No. I'm not talking about 6. I'm not talking about a 6-sided die. My die's got more than 6 sides. So what are the chances of me rolling a 13?
Well, yeah, well, Sean says I need to know how many sides are on it.
Yeah, but you don't know that. You don't know how many sides it has. So what are the chances of me rolling a 13?
The argument you're going to is you're not understanding.
So you're not going to be able to calculate the chances because you don't know how many sides my die has, and until you know that, anyone claiming to make a probability argument about how amazing it is that I rolled a 13 is obviously full of shit because they have no idea whether it's a 13-sided die or a million-sided die or what it is. And until you know that, you can't make a probability argument, and that's the problem with all of these arguments.
You think that's a gotcha? What sort of moment you give me that? I reckon it's a really obvious point you're making. You know, at the end of the day,
is he wrong?
No, he's not wrong. Unless I know what I'm. There's 20.
Well, okay. Well, yeah. It is sort of a gotcha because you cannot if you don't know the possibility space or how many possible outcomes there are, it's impossible for you to say anything about the probability. It could be the case that the universal constants in the universe could not be any other way. If that is the case, then probability that they are what they are ends up being 1.
Welcome in, Chase. Hey. We got our friend Chase here, who's an actual real life scientist.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so I work in theoretical physics. And so there's the one concept that I think we're trying to get at, and they're doing a really good job, is are you aware of the concept of unitarity?
I'm not, no.
Okay, so unitarity is this idea that all of the probabilities must add up to 100%. So if something is possible at all, it's got to be in that probability space. So the reason that we say the probability of rolling like a 2 with a die is 1 in 6 is because if you add up all 6 sides, 1/6 plus 1/6, etc., you get to 1. which there's a 100% chance you get a number between 1 and 6. If you want to tell me the likelihood of something like another universe that exists in a different way, that's not so finely tuned, or whatever argument it is, I have to have that 1 over blank number, and I need to know that it adds up to 1 when you cover the entire space.
I'm glad he says that, because that renders the multiverse argument as absolutely nonsensical.
I didn't bring up a multiverse argument.
No, but I'm extrapolating from what he says. I'm glad he said that, because unless you have the ant number, then you don't really know what you're dealing with. I'm just saying that mathematically speaking, intelligent design, you look at a human cell and it's obvious it's a product of design.
There's no math in a human cell.
Well, there's plenty of math that can be applied against it if you look at the parallelism, the interfunctionality, the how things connect. There's plenty
biology.
Pardon?
That's biology. That's not math.
Yeah, but you can
I haven't heard like an equation or anything that I can do some math with.
Well, if I said you two motorways going 100 miles, they were just going down there roughly with no thought or rhyme or reason, what would be the chance of them running parallel for 100 miles? They're very slim. Whereas if I've had a project manager and a building
what are you
team,
talking about?
Sorry, it's not obvious, Sean. No, talking about chaos versus design.
So let me help. I think this will help. If I have a deck of cards, okay, and I shuffle them, what is the probability that I get some order of cards?
Well, that would be the sort of descent. You start at 52 to 1 and work your way down, 53, 51 to 1, 50 to 1, 49 to 1 as you go.
No, it's 100%. If I shuffle a deck of cards, the probability of me getting some order of cards is 100%.
Yeah, you'll get an order, yeah.
Now, the probability that I will get any exact order is 1, and I believe it's 8 times 10 to the 67th. So that's 8 with 67 zeros behind it.
Yeah.
That's the probability that I will get that order. However, I just got it from shuffling a deck of cards one time. I hit the nail on the head.
That's why it says you would multiply 52 to 1. You'd multiply 52.
It's called 52 factorial.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. Praise Jesus.
Well, that's why I said 52, 51, 50. It's fairly obvious.
Yeah. The point is every single time you shuffle the cards, you will defy that you got those cards in that order, that you ended up with those cards in that order is 52 factorial. It's a ludicrously large number, and you defy those odds 100% of the time, every single time you shuffle the cards. So not only is it unremarkable that you defied that, you had those big, huge statistical odds, it's expected. It must be the case. So it's not only unremarkable, it's a certainty.
Yeah, that's right. You're not telling me anything here.
Yeah. So, but the point is now. So here's a card analogy I use that makes it sort of more hit home. If you're playing spades and they deal you 13 cards and you get all 13 spades in order, the chances you would have gotten those spades is 1 in 4 sextillion, which is I think 21 zeros. Okay. Yeah. Now, if you're playing spades and I deal you your cards and you get 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to the ace of spades in order, all the spades, you would think I cheated for you on your behalf, right? That there was agency involved in cheating to give you those cards, right?
Yeah, that's done. That's
okay.
Done.
Yeah. So because the odds you got those cards would be 1 in 4 sextillion, ludicrously large number. Now, if I dealt you a different hand and you ended up with a 2 of clubs, ace of spades, 3 of diamonds, etc., it's just a random mix of jumble. You will not think that I cheated, right?
Yeah, because there's no pattern there.
Right. Okay, so, but do you know the chances you got those cards in that order?
The exact same odds as their
exact same odds. So what's different? The difference is it was a goal set ahead of time to get as many spades as you can because you're playing the game of spades. Now, if I post hoc after the fact develop a game once I already dealt you those cards and gave you the 2 of club, ace of diamonds, whatever, and developed a game to where you needed all the cards that you got in your hand, and I made up the game after the cards were already dealt, that would not be remarkable. What's different is the goal was set ahead of time with the cards. That is the equivalent of what people with the fine tuning, like the statistical odds, that is the game they play. Is post hoc. The cards have already been dealt. We exist. We're the arrow, and they draw a target around it and say, "Aha! See, humans were the goal, and the chances that the universe would have been conducive to life are this." It's remarkable if you can prove that beforehand the human, like, life was the goal, and you can't do that.
Well, we'll leave it at that, and listen, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
All right.
Let me on to speak.
All right, Kel. Thanks for coming up. Have a good one.
Take care, guys.
Cheers. Thanks. All right. Sean, that was beautifully explained, my friend. You did a brilliant job with that. Excellent stuff.
Thank you.
And Chase, thanks for coming up, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm usually around. If there's any more physics stuff, I'll drop. But if there's any more physics stuff, I'll
Love
join
it.
back up.
Great to have you around.
We can't wait to see you around more. We'd love to see more. We need more cosmologists. We have some biologists who come in once in a while, but would love to have you more active and more of you in the future.
For sure. The next time someone comes in waxing about second law, we'll bring you up.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
The department I actually work in is called the Early Universe Cosmology and Strings.
Oh, awesome. Amazing. Well, we're glad to have you, man. Awesome to have you around.
Yeah.
I friggin' love this community. Best people. Thank you, Chase. Awesome stuff. Okay. We are going to get BF in as promised, and then we've got AJ Hatch in after that. And a couple more as well in the queue as well. So we're approaching 4 a.m. over here, but I'm good to keep on going for a bit. So let's try and activate BF. BF, are you there? See, do we need to look at your microphone? You don't have a microphone request set at the moment, BF, which is why we can't hear you. Let's try and get you one. Headset earpiece you can have. Let's try that. BF, are you there? It's looking like a no-show, isn't it? Okay, that's not going to work, so we're going to get AJ Hatch in. Sorry, BF, we couldn't make that work. You can try and do something with your audio, then we can get you in, but at the moment, we're not hearing you, so that's not going to work. AJ Hatch coming in next. Hey, AJ.
What's going on, guys? Thank you all for having me.
Of course. You're welcome. Welcome in.
Hey, John. Hey, Sean. Appreciate it. This is my second time joining, so...
I remember, yeah.
I'm excited to talk to you guys again.
What have you got?
So, looking at the topics you've got some ringers up there for sure.
Yep.
I guess I would just love to hear your perspective on, I think the hell is ridiculous. We can just kind of start there and just chit chat a little bit about that. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. Yeah. So it's ridiculous as a response to non-belief, as a punishment for not believing the right things. Completely ludicrous. I mean, I think it's pretty ludicrous anyway. I just don't see why God would need hell. Why would the creator of the universe, when he was building everything and making everything and designing everything and stretching out the heavens and organizing, I must do the planets and I must do this sun and let me get the spiral arm of the galaxy over here and then I'm going to make this planet and let's put some life on it and we're going to make mammals and we're going to make carnivores and we're going to make plants and I must just nip over here and put this place where I torture the people who don't love me in just the right way. Completely mental. So I think the concept itself is weird, but it gets much worse when you frame it, when religions frame it as a consequence of non-belief. That is just completely ridiculous because if you, as we've been saying, if you don't believe, you don't believe. There's nothing you can do to make yourself believe something if you're not convinced by it. So punishing it is just completely stupid.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I think one of my biggest. I think I've actually said this analogy probably the last time I was here. Of the, if you own a home, right, and someone you don't know comes knocking at your door, and they ask to be let in, like you're not going to let them in because you don't know them. From the way that I've had it explained to me ever since I was smaller. The explanation that I was told is, why would you let somebody you don't have a relationship with be in a home that you yourself built?
Does God want to have a relationship with us?
I believe so.
Is God capable of making himself known to us so that we can use our free will to have a relationship with him?
Sure.
Has he done that?
I would say so with the coming of Jesus.
If he had done that and succeeded, we would all believe in him. But we don't believe in him. So has he done that?
But yeah, I see. I think this is probably where we got caught last time. It's like, right? It's like believing in oxygen because you can't see it. This is just my opinion. Just like if we know that something is there, or in the coming of Jesus, at least for the people who were there to see him. Right.
But the coming of Jesus isn't God trying to have a relationship with me. Because first of all, we'd have no idea whether those events actually happened or not. We have lots of reasons to think they didn't. But even if they did, that's some stuff in the Middle East 2,000 years ago. That doesn't help me now. If God wants to have a relationship with me, he needs to come and have a relationship with me. Now, I'm not saying he owes me that. He's perfectly entitled to hide if he wants to. But if he's going to hide, he doesn't get to then complain about me not having a relationship with him when he's the one who chose to stay hidden. I'm not hidden. I'm right here. Anyone who wants to see me can see me. And there are lots of people who do see me, and they're the people who I have a relationship with. But God is the party here who's hiding away like a terrified child, if he indeed exists. I mean, I don't think he does. But if he does, he's hiding away, doing everything he can to avoid having a relationship with me, as far as I can see, because I'm right here. I'm open. I'm ready. God, come right now. God could come, and God could come right now and introduce himself to me, and I would disavow my atheism immediately, and I would dedicate the rest of my life to helping other people meet him too. But he doesn't.
Yeah. And honestly, first of all, I want to say and commend you for even doing, both of you, because I think last time we spoke, we talked about how you both have done your part in seeking him out. And, you've at least tried, which is something I really appreciate. And this is not to be like a personal attack. I would love to hear, what do you think it would look like for you for there to be a sign, or to say, okay, that's 100% God?
I don't know, but God knows.
I don't know.
If God is as clever as everyone says, he knows exactly what evidence would be persuasive to every person, and he could just deliver it. He could just do it easily. And he could do it in a way that preserves our free will and all of that good stuff that everyone loves. He just doesn't do it. So, the idea that he would do all of that, and then at the end of our lives, he would then set us on fire because we didn't believe in him, with him having spent all that time hiding away, is ludicrous.
Mm-hmm. So, I think, do you think that, what would you say in response to someone who would say, well, we've got life and we've got all this beautiful nature around us, we've got people
those are, what I'll say to them is, those are things that are convincing to them.
Sure.
They're not convincing to me. I can't decide for them to be convincing to me, because that's not a choice either.
Right.
And God would know that. So do you agree that if God is all powerful, he cannot try and fail to do something, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Which means God cannot try to reveal himself to me and fail, So if God chose to reveal himself to me, I would see him because God can't fail to do anything, right?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. So would you agree that to those of us God is imperceptible to, that means we can't see, that means we can't, that means God is hidden from us, right?
Right.
Like if I can't perceive God, God is hidden from us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So God has chosen not to reveal himself to us, those he is hidden from. Basically, that means God is choosing to remain hidden. God is hiding. God is literally hiding. The logic bears it out. That so you have a situation where God is hiding from most of the world. If doesn't matter which God it is, if it's the Christian God, it's still most of the world, because most of the world believes in no gods or the wrong gods. So he's hiding from most of the world. Then he's going to punish them for not believing. Doesn't that sound ludicrous to you?
I think you raise a good point. I think it's tough. In my ears, it's tough to perceive because, like, I understand fully that, we're here 2,000 plus years later,
right?
And Jesus isn't here, so he's not in front of us. So, like, how does the stuff that's in the Bible, how does Jesus Christ help me now today with all of this stuff that's going on in our world?
Just like, if it's so important to God to have a relationship with us, let us know he exists. Like, imagine I have a long lost son. Doesn't know I exist. Say his mom told him, hey, your father passed away. Let's say me and her had a contentious relationship, whatever. Make up whatever backstory you want. He doesn't realize I exist. I want a relationship with him. It's incumbent upon me to let my son know I exist.
Right.
And that doesn't force him to have a relationship with me. He could still tell me to go play hide and go fuck myself. Like,
yeah.
Or he could say, Dad, I'm so glad I have a dad. I want a relationship with you. Whatever. He has the free will at that point to have a relationship with me. I would be opening up his free will. But wouldn't it be ludicrous for me to, like, I want a relationship with him, but I don't let him know I exist? That's already ludicrous. Now, let's make it just a little more weird. Because he doesn't believe in me, I'm going to frickin' light him on fire. I mean, tell me what's wrong with what's broken about that analogy. It's weird. It's barbaric. It's like crazy. It's ludicrous.
Yeah, I mean, you raised several good points. I mean, even if you look at, even just looking at the story of Jesus, like, if the story of Jesus is true, God killed his own son, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it's looking at God and trying to understand him, in my eyes, has always been tough. So I'm not, like, I totally get where you guys are coming from, because you raised so many good points that I've wrestled with myself.
Okay. I appreciate you admitting that.
Oh,
but
yeah, dude.
Come to the other side, man.
Super
you
valid.
see
Like,
this shit's. You see all this shit's weird. Like, I'm borrowing this from Attila Hunty. Like, I can't say it as good as he can, but God sacrificed himself to serve as a loophole for, like, rules that he created or what have you. That's fucking weird too. Like, the whole thing is weird. Like, original sin is weird. It's all weird. We should have God is silly up there, because that's kind of where I'm going right now.
Yeah.
But the whole thing, like Adam and Eve, original sin. If God is all powerful, he's powerful enough to create a version of Adam and Eve that he knew would not eat of the fruit. But he made on purpose a version of them he knew would eat of the fruit, so that he would get pissed off and decide to fuck over all of humanity instead of just punishing them. And then everybody else would be born with a sinful nature, which means we cannot not sin, because that's what it means to have a sinful nature. But then he decided that would be a consequence, and then the whole world is, like, all effed up because of it. And then he regrets making man, because an all-knowing, all-powerful gods can regret things. Then he floods the entire planet. What did the kittens do to deserve to get drowned? In Noah's flood? Like, that's weird. And then you got this floating zoo. of like, and then these people got to repopulate the earth like they're from Mississippi or something. Like they like sister on sister. Like this is Cornhub action, like family corn, like the weird stuff. The whole thing's weird, man. Just like come to reality. You seem like a smart dude. Like join us in reality.
No, dude. I mean, this is what's so frustrating because you guys, I totally understand where some of this is coming from. I want to go back to some of the. I think you said, Sean, you may have made this point. To be honest, I'm warming up my frozen pizza from earlier, so I'm like not looking at you guys both. But I think you made the point of couldn't he, just show me that he's real? Couldn't he be here? Couldn't he do that type of thing where if he knows I want to see him? Right.
He could in an instant let everyone like just literally just like that. Everyone on the planet will know he exists, what his rules are, what religion is true, if any, and then the whole world can decide like, do I want to follow this God or not follow this God?
I think of like, and hear me out. Now this is going to sound weird at first, but just hear me out.
Yeah.
So I think of like the crazy girlfriend analogy. Like, and honestly, I've lived it. So like, I've had a crazy girlfriend before. It was miserable. But the reason I say this, probably everyone has at least one.
I got one doozy for you. But anyway, go ahead.
So like, for example, when I was a freshman in college, my girlfriend at the time, or the girl that I had liked at the time, I was head over heels for her because she was just beautiful to me. Gosh, I was like, I want to get to know this girl.
Yeah.
We go on a couple dates. Long story short, I make her my girlfriend. Dude, it's awesome. I love it. Until I hated it because this girl, for whatever reason, was so enamored with like where I would be, what I was doing, who I was with, this, that, and a third. And it felt after a while that she was forcing herself on me. And after she was forcing herself on me, I was like, dude, I don't want to do this because you've got all of these rules that I don't really know if I should follow. You've got all of this thing, and I know that you love me, but I am just not feeling some of that stuff. And I'm leaving a lot out here. But the main point of the story is that I just feel like it would, in my eyes, it would be like a forceful type of love if he just made us love him and he made us say, here's where
in this analogy that your crazy ex, all she did was let you know she exists. That's it. That's all. Yeah. It's not forcing us to love him. Like literally just say, yo, I exist. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
The rest is up to me. Now I can be like, hey God, I'm curious about you. What the fuck was that flood all about? Or I love you, or I can't stand whatever it is. Like that's on me. But I'm not asking him to like put like a love spell, like like in D&D a level whatever enchantment fucking spell or something on someone. Just hey, I exist. That's it.
Yeah.
And as my friend Adam says in the chat, he says that Genesis, Adam and Eve, Exodus, Moses, Noah's flood, Tower of Babel, they're all proven to be lies. They're not true, right? None of those things are true. So what does that say about the reliability of the Bible? Like those are the major, they're major episodes in the Bible, and we know that they're not true. Like just the amount of evidence that we have that disproves those things is just overwhelming. So we have to assume that those things are just myths or fables, and that forces you to look at the Bible as a whole in a slightly different way. It doesn't mean that because those things are untrue, the rest of the Bible must be untrue. But what it does mean is if the Bible's going to have that many untrue things in it as real major pillars of its story, how much confidence should we have in the rest of the claims? It just means that we should be cautious about accepting, these other things as being true. So I would agree with Sean. Come and join us here. The waters of reason and logic and rationalism are very pleasant. It's a good place to be, and you don't ever have to worry about constantly being supervised and judged and watched. It's a horrible way to live that. A lot of the people I've spoken to who used to be believers say that that was one of the nicest things, to realize that you're not constantly being judged. And they didn't realize how much of a burden that is on a person psychologically, to feel that you're being judged for your actions, you're being judged for your thoughts, you're being judged for your own inner motivations and all of these kind of things. That's a heavy burden for a human being to carry. And it's pointless. It's made up stories. So thank you for being a pleasure to talk to, AJ. You were lovely last time and lovely this time too. So feel free to call back and hang around here, and we'll help you with any other questions you have.
Dude, I have so much fun talking to you guys. I appreciate you guys having the platform to just
appreciate you too, buddy.
Having questions. I mean, seriously, I really do appreciate it. I love having these conversations with you guys, and just being open to hear both sides. So appreciate you guys.
All right, man.
You too.
Take it easy. Keep well.
You too, man. Bye.
Thanks. All right, there we go. Sean James on fire tonight, preaching. Bring it, brother. Okay, we're going to do a few super chats because we've got a few in the queue. So, and then we'll see where we're at. We do have Ether waiting, who we have spoken to before. We'll have a few more of these and see where we are. It's after 4 a.m. right now. But Penelope says this is when we were speaking to SCP, but it might have been before that. I think. Oh, this is about Ad. Ad has the nerve to ask where we get our morals from, as he fights to defend violating women. Sounds like he'll defend any crime if God says it's okay. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That was not a good episode for Ad there, who ran squealing rather than having to try and justify the episodes in his holy book that seem to condone sexually abusing captive women. Absolutely disgusting. And Truman, thank you for the super chat. 231 just came to whine. That was about our friend earlier. He was a hot mess, wasn't he? Whatever his name was. He'd been in before. Last time he called was also ridiculous. That chap also. And Fixated says, 321 go. Most people don't believe in Lord Xenu, but many still find value in discussing the horrors of Scientology. You don't need to believe the dogma to discuss it. Well said. I should have said that, but I'm not as eloquent as Fixated, who said it better than I did. Perfectly put. And Mick Klatt says, helping people is good for them and good for me. Win-win. That's how I feel too. If I do something and it helps someone, I feel great. I'm not going to beat around the bush. It makes me feel nice to do things for people. If someone's going to accuse me of selfishness or selfish motives because I feel some sense of joy and satisfaction if I can make a positive difference in someone's life, then that's an accusation I will gladly shoulder. Absolutely mad. Absolutely mad. Mad.
Yeah, that was really I didn't even know how to respond to that. Like portraying it as an act of selfishness to get joy. Someone who gets joy out of helping people is like somehow a selfish person. Like that's just the. Am I in opposite land? Like it's weird.
It's mental. That's literally how we define a virtuous person. Like that's why we give people, recognitions and medals and honors and stuff where someone has expressed that the thing that brings them joy in their life is doing good for others. Like those are the people we lift up and venerate and celebrate.
Exactly.
And rightfully so. Babs says 321, your God gave you one mouth and two ears, so please use them proportionately. Yeah, that guy was cray. And Karis says 231, being legit, if you're listening, we're not waiting for you to slip, we're watching as you do, and at the top eating popcorn because you're crashing out so hard. Yeah, absolutely. We didn't make him call in. And the Duncan Idaho Gola says, please give this to your employee Sean. Very good. And you're going to have to call me boss. That's all there is to it. And Penelope says 231 go is so jealous. Oh, that's interesting. I wasn't getting jealousy, but maybe. Just a hot mess, really. Just a hot mess. But it did inspire lots of input from our friends here, because Kazuki said 231 go did a phenomenal job leading people to atheism, but I can't believe they would lead people to hell like that with their lack of arguments. That's true. They did. Anyone hearing that is going to be like, anyone considering Christianity and hearing that guy is going to be like, no, okay, I don't want to be on the team that he's on. Not great. And the last super chat for now, beheaded kamikaze 231 go cry. Yeah, that's what he did. That's what he did. All right, some wonderful clips from tonight. I can't wait to clip some of the stuff from tonight. My personal favourites are going to be that one, and I think it was Ad. They're going to be my personal favourites. I cannot wait to do those. All right, let us get in Ether, who we've spoken to before, and we will speak to again. Here we go. Ether, are you there? Let's see. Are we not hearing him? Let's try. Maybe he's watching the stream.
What's his name again?
Ether.
Ether, can you hear us?
Yes, I can
Ethan.
hear you.
Yeah, he hears me. Can John say something?
Yeah, I think we're good. Can you hear me as well? I think we're good.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we got you.
Yes. Okay.
Great.
So I was here like I think two months ago.
It was a little while ago, yeah.
I am the nerdy guy from Argentina.
Yeah.
You're the Catholic, right? Am I correct on that?
No, I am studying in a Catholic university. I am a medical student.
Okay.
Yeah, we remember you. We remember you. So welcome back. Okay. Nice to see you. Nice to see you again. Is there one of our topics that you would like to engage with?
Yes. I think I consider myself a person in, I would say, development, or there are some ideas that I am still trying to define because I was born into a fundamentalist family, but I no longer believe in like fundamentalist ideas like young earth creationism or a global flood. Like when I got to college, it became harder and harder to
good for you
to believe that things like I always, for me, scientific accuracy was always very important.
Yeah.
So, or climate change denial, things like that, I just can't take it anymore. So I am still trying to create a worldview. Like I think I am evolving, but I don't know where I am going to.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think what you're doing is admirable. Is that you're taking an accounting of actual reality and working to apply it and trying to develop an accurate worldview. Now, the question I have is, are you actively seeking to try to keep God in your, like, find a way to fit God in your current worldview of reality? Or are you sort of just being neutral and just allowing the evidence where it may take you?
I understand it's quite a tricky question because I think there are some things that fit better with one worldview or with another. For example, things like the cosmological argument or the fine-tuning for me are strong evidence for God, but then things like the how to exactly correlate the biblical idea of sin and creation with deep time evolution is like there are ways. I have studied them, but it's a little confusing. So there's some things I don't understand.
I got you. Yeah, I was just trying to see if you were actively trying, because when I lost my faith, I actively tried to continue in God. I no longer do that. I just want to believe what's true. So I just wanted to know sort of your mindset, if you are trying to believe in God, or if you are just being neutral and just seeing where the evidence takes you.
I think I am open to evidence, but currently, like internally, I am trying to keep believing in God, even though I don't know exactly the meaning of that or the relationship
Understood.
God wants with humans, because like I don't know even anymore which is the one true church that I thought all my life I knew the correct one, and now I am like, no, that fundamentalism is not the good one. So
Okay.
I am still confused.
All right. So you're actively trying to fit God into your more scientifically minded worldview, and you haven't fleshed out yet what that's going to look like, but that's what you're actively working toward right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool. So yeah, please continue. Like, what did you want to cover with us today?
So I thought the last time I wanted to talk about the problem of evil, because I remember the first time I was going to talk about another topic, but this issue of problem of evil appeared and I wasn't like prepared because I had never studied it. And now that I have read quite a lot about that, I recognize that it is a very hard topic, and I will not try to give a complete answers or a perfect solution, because I think it doesn't have a perfect solution.
Yeah.
It has real problems. I recognize the tensions, like, and I even created like a dialogue with myself in two areas of my computer, like an atheist and theist worldview, like talking between themselves. Like I see that you can say that God gives free will to humans, and then you say, okay, but in heaven there is free will, but in heaven there is a different free will than here on earth. And then you say, okay, but God chose to create the world even knowing that evil things would happen, so God is still responsible. And I could answer that God really chose to do that because free will has the inherent possibility of creating evil. And there is the concept of trans-world depravity that Alvin Plantinga developed in the, I think in the 80s or the 70s. That was quite a consensus among both theists and atheist philosophers, that it's practically impossible to create a world without evil if you are going to have free will. But then
that would mean either in heaven they have no free will, or there's evil in heaven. That's a necessary entailment. If free will necessarily means evil, heaven has to have evil, or it cannot have free will.
I understand, and there are some philosophers that say that the free will we are going to have in heaven is different, is a modified free will or a restricted version of it, because we self-restrict our free will when we enter heaven. Or another idea is that the beatific vision is so overwhelming in heaven that our free will is like irradiated, like to say like that, irradiated with so much godly vision that is not capable of choosing bad.
Yeah. So it doesn't follow. So basically, what you said was the modified free will is just the agents within it consciously deciding not to sin. That's not modified free will. That's just free will. Like no agent will probably ever on the entire planet decide to count the number of blades of grass in front of my house. Right?
Right.
They're able to do it, but they just will not choose to do it. There's always some things that if agents with free will choose not to do. So why wouldn't God just create Earth in such a way where they have free-willed agents choose to modify their behavior or behave in such a way where they don't sin? Why not just create that world on Earth and not have children's wards with cancer and tsunamis and everything else?
I understand, and that's really hard question. And like I think it's more like a philosophical disagreement, because if you ask an atheist person, if you are God, will you create the universe knowing the real possibility of evil happening? And I think most of them will say no, I wouldn't do that. And religious people will say yes, because the existence of the universe and free will is so good that it overwhelms the evil.
I'm
So I
saying you
think
can have
it's
both.
like a philosophical disagreement.
You can have both. The fact that no human being will ever count the number of blades of grass in front of my house, does that mean that humans don't have?
No, it doesn't mean that you don't have free will. And I think for God, it's really, God can create a universe with free will, but without evil.
Yes.
However, the concept of trans-world depravity introduces the idea that in any possible world, God cannot guarantee the non-existence of evil. So, while having free will, it's a logical impossibility to guarantee no evil forever.
Can I say something? So
yeah, sure.
The whole free will thing only pertains to the actions of people. It doesn't speak in any way about natural disasters, earthquakes and tsunamis and sicknesses and parasites and all the pain and death and suffering in the animal kingdom as well.
I agree.
And so even if we granted all of that stuff about evil is a necessary thing in the world because of free will, in terms of God needed to give free will, and I mean I don't agree with that argument, because I still think that, as Sean was alluding to, God could preserve everybody's free will but still reduce or remove some of the suffering that is clearly there and seems to be so random. You see all of this terrible stuff that goes on, and so much of it is just random. But even if you made all of those allowances for free will, that wouldn't even begin to explain why 300,000 children die a year of malaria from mosquitoes. It's not. Is God concerned about the free will of the mosquitoes as well? Like it doesn't really make sense. And even if you allowed for that, well, what about the natural disasters? Entire communities wiped out of devoted people, wiped out by mudslides and landslides and stuff like that. The world is so full of just random suffering and death that any argument you make, I will be quiet in a moment for you to respond, but any argument you make to try and justify this is always going to be at the expense of God's power. So you're going to be saying, God makes this happen because he needs this to happen because of X. And whatever X is, I'm always going to say to you, an infinitely powerful God or a maximally powerful God would be able to achieve X without that level of suffering.
I understand, and that's called the problem of natural evil. Like the free will applies to the moral evil, and you're mentioning the natural evil. I have read two interpretations. One is like the development of the world, or the natural necessity of balance or equilibrium in the world. So you need natural good and natural evil. But as you say, that can sound like diminishing God's power.
It does, because it implies that whatever advantage may be accrued by this equilibrium and this balance, God couldn't achieve that advantage without children's cancer wards. It's a silly argument.
So I understand. So I don't like that. That's not my preferred answer. And another thing is like Saint Augustine, I think, was the first one to propose the idea of angelic theodicy, like the natural evil is controlled by evil angels that have sinned. So you're turning the natural problem of evil into a secondary moral evil. So you have the clear problem of making every natural disaster like at least indirectly responsible of some demonic activity or something like that, and it can sound like stretched.
Well,
But
it causes
I
another
think
problem, which is God powerful enough to stop the angels doing that? And if we say, well, he would do, but he's awfully concerned about the free will of the angels, well, then we know what God's priorities are. He's more concerned about the free will of angels than he is about, entire communities dying because of volcanic eruptions or whatever it might be. Well, okay, that doesn't reflect fantastically well on God. So any way you cut it, any theodicy you're going to come with here is always going to cost God his power as you try to salvage his goodness. Every single one.
Yeah, for example, there are people that propose like a kenosis argument of God choosing to self-restrict his power to allow free will. And that is not a very accepted worldview in
Yeah.
Christianity. It's more like in Judaism is more common. But I don't think that's why I say the problem of evil has no easy answers, no easy way out. I understand the real concerns, the real questions, and especially I know that young earth creationists have a much funnier time here because they have like a complete an obvious worldview that unfortunately is not correlated to reality.
Yeah.
What I like that you've done is explored what are the existing apologetics, what's the historicity of them, and then most importantly, do these actually stack up? And I like that you put dialogue, like what would the atheist response to this be, instead of just saying, here's an apology, because we see this so much from Christians. Let me Google the apologetics, and whatever just pops up on my screen, I'm going to accept those unquestioningly and then just run with them. And I do appreciate that you're examining these apologetics for their weaknesses, their responses, or what have you. What I'm going to ask is, have any of them so far popped up to you as strong apologetics? Is there one that you've looked at that you think, I think this is a good answer?
I think perhaps the angelic theodicy is the better one. I'm not saying it's perfect, no way, because it has problems, and I know it has
Which
many
one is that
problems.
again? Which one is that again?
The angelic theodicy that evil angels have free will and chose to create natural evil like parasite, earthquakes, and things like that.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question, because to address the issue of heaven, you had talked about a different kind of free will. Can you explain that one again? So to start with, so in heaven they have free will, but there's no sin and there's no suffering. And their explanation, you said, was a different kind of free will. Can you explain that again?
Okay, the idea that first here on Earth, humans didn't know moral evil, so they fell. I don't believe in eating an apple, like because that's too literal. But another kind of moral fall that I am still not sure exactly how it happened. But when we get to heaven, we have a previous knowledge of moral evil, so we consciously decide to reject the possibility of choosing evil and self-restrict our future free will. So in that sense, that's a modified free will.
So you're saying when humans enter heaven, we will kind of enter into an agreement that we are going to restrict not our willingness, but our ability to sin, but we can do anything else but sin. Is that what your it says?
Yeah, something like that. That we choose to restrict it.
Okay, and then what about there's angels in heaven who don't sin. Now we have the third, if you ascribe to that, the third who rebelled, right? But the remaining angels in heaven, do they ever sin?
I don't think the remaining angels sin.
Okay. So you can have so God can make an entire population if he just chose not to make the third of the angels that he knew would rebel. If he only made the 2/3, that shows God can make an entire population of thinking agents who have free will that will never sin, right?
Yes.
Okay. So why didn't he do that on Earth?
I think sooner or later you're going to have to reach the conclusion that God knew the real possibility or even probability of evil happening, and he chose to create the world anyways because free will was still worth it, and like he knew it will happen, but and he chose, and perhaps we cannot understand that.
But the 2/3 of angels. So we have an entire. I don't know the population. I don't think that's written down anywhere. But the entire population of heaven's angels, 1/3 rebelled. The other. So you have 2/3 who never sin and have free will. What that shows is not only can you make, if you can make one thinking agent who have free will that will never sin, you can make a billion. It doesn't matter. But that actually that shows that he can make an entire population that he knows will never sin, have free will. He could have done that on Earth.
I know that, but I think perhaps the difference is that when Satan started tempting some angels, some of them decided to sin, and when the results of sin and evil were shown to the rest of the angels, they strongly decided not to sin. But humans didn't have that foreknowledge that angels had, so humans fell more easily.
He could have given us the knowledge. He's all powerful. I mean, you see that it's not a contradiction to have free will and be sinless beings with free will.
It's not a contradiction.
Correct.
But I think, for example, in Genesis, even when you're not reading it literally, it says that God says you are going to die if you eat the apple. That things the meaning would be like if you are doing something bad things are going to happen. But humans didn't have a complete understanding of the consequences of sin. Even with young Earth or old Earth models, I think the main idea is the same. Humans started to sin, and the original sin became a reality when humans didn't have a complete understanding of the consequences, unlike angels.
Was God powerful enough to give us the understanding?
Yes, and he
without yeah.
He chose
I have another question.
I think it's the only logical possibility.
I've got another question, right? Look at God's behavior in the Old Testament, right? He kills everyone in the entire world because he's upset with how things are panning out. He has absolutely no qualms about killing every man, woman, child, baby, pregnant woman, grandmother, donkey, cat, lion, fish, every single creature in the world, apart from Noah and his little tribe and zoo, are all killed. So we know that God's got absolutely no problem with mass killings. Why doesn't God just get rid of these troublesome angels who are doing all of this meddling and causing all of these problems? And they're out there in the world. The angels are causing natural disasters, and the angels are causing cancer, and the angels are causing tsunamis and allowing all of these terrible things to happen. God has already shown us that he's completely fine with, even like on a whim, God wiped out 70,000 Israelites just because David did a census. So God has already proven that he has absolutely no problem with indiscriminate killing if he thinks it's going to suit his agenda? Why doesn't he just get rid of the angels?
Or Satan.
Or Satan, or any of these things. Any of these attempts to remove God's moral culpability from the suffering and pain in the world by saying it's not his fault, it's their fault. Again, they fail because God could just get rid of them.
Yeah, I really think that like this idea of angelic theology is not anywhere well described or detailed in the Bible. So anything I could say is just speculation. but
Sure.
yes, God can eliminate angels, but somehow he chose not to do it. And in other cases, he decided to send punishment to the earth. By the way, I don't think in a global flood. I think the flood is like more like a local flood, probably in the Persian Gulf oasis, like 8,000 years ago. That's
what does the
like
Bible
archaeologically logical.
The Bible says global flood, though, right?
Well, the Bible says all the land, or eretz in Hebrew, and that is normally used for local context because Hebrews didn't even have an idea of 6 continents or a spheric planet. For them, the phrase "all the earth" was like this everything we know in the Middle East.
As our friend Truman in the chat has said, keep in mind Isaiah 45:7, right? God says he creates evil. I think the Hebrew word there was calamity. So he's taking ownership of this stuff himself. So we don't even need to speculate on whether it's somebody else's fault. He's already said he does it. So I don't think there's a way of looking at this. Isaiah 45:7. Isaiah 45:7?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I form the light, I create darkness, I make peace, and I create evil. I, the Lord, do all of these things.
Yeah, like here, I think the word evil, like in Hebrew, is like could be moral evil or also natural evil or
It was calamity. The word was calamity.
Yeah.
So it was like bad things happening.
Yes. In many verses you have this like God gives rain to make the crops have a good year, or he sends a punishment, wicked a calamity to destroy the crops to punish the people. Like I think that's a recurring theme in the Old Testament.
Yeah, he's a monster. He's punishing people all over the place, and killing people and telling people he's going to make them eat their own children and all sorts of things. This is not someone you want to be worshipping. Look, I do admire the fact that you're willing to take an intellectual journey, and the biggest bit of advice I could give you is sort of what Sean was saying earlier is just follow the evidence where it leads you. Don't have an agenda. Don't be looking for a way to protect your God beliefs or anything like that. If you're a medical student, you're being trained in the sciences, and part of that training is to understand that you need to be led by the evidence, not led by the conclusion that you want to be true. So if you do that, and you correctly apply reason and you're honest, then that's the most anyone can ask of you. And I admire you for doing that. I understand you come from a background where these things were much more, as you said, sort of fundamentalist, and I think it's good that you're willing to question some of that stuff. Keep on questioning. Don't allow anyone to give you simple answers, and I think you'll be all right.
Okay, thanks.
All right, nice to talk to you again.
Yeah, me too. It was a pleasure.
Take it easy. Yeah. Keep well. Take care. All right. There we are. Horrible ideas, but a nice guy. I hope
lot
that
of these conversations are very contentious, but I have to say, I have a lot of respect for that man.
Yeah.
Even if he never deconstructs and he continues being a Christian or what have you, his intellectual honesty and his intellectual approach to like solving these issues and discussing them, I have a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, he's trying. I hope that he's able to get out of the cult, because he's a smart guy and he's dedicating his life to helping people by being a doctor. I think that's a good thing. All right. Right, we got a couple more. We will get to it. We're going to get. I'm not even sure how we even say this. Yixid in next over on TikTok. We'll just do a couple of. Oh, they've just dropped out, so we won't. Yixid, if you want to come in, request up again. We'll bring you straight in. I was just about to bring you in, but you disappeared from the queue. So if you don't do that, then we're going to get in Dusty next. I'm just going to read a couple of super chats before we do. It is kind of approaching 5 a.m. over here. We'll keep going for a bit longer. The Duncan Idaho Gola says, for the new M's. That was definitely M's. I need to find out how he was able to change his accent like that, because all the speech patterns are exactly the same, but it was a very different accent. I am perplexed. And if that wasn't M's, then someone's been studying M's. Pretty wild. Beheaded Kamikaze, WMs, W Mika, W John, W Sean, and Big L for Lloyd. Yeah, Lloyd was a mess. Terrible mess. Thank you for that. And Elvis Presley touched me. That will never stop being funny. Why does Sean have two first names? Is he the AMX2? I don't know what AMX2 means. Do you know what that means? Oh, Sean's not there. I don't know what that means. But Sean has two first names because he's just cool like that. And Miklat says, good point about humour. Sometimes we laugh at a joke, then a second later think, should I be laughing at this? You can never decide. You can never decide whether you find something funny or not. You just discover that you do. And then you know something about yourself. And it's the same with belief as well. And then we also have from Ichigan, thank you for the super chat. Love the channel, but I wish you guys would use Santa Claus instead of Superman, because kids grow up believing in Santa Claus, but nobody grows up believing in Superman. Yeah, I think that maybe that could be an example that has a different emotional resonance.
I don't use Santa Claus because I foresee the gymnastics and the games, semantic games that theists will play, and they will revert to Saint Nicholas. Well, Saint Nicholas, and then I try to come up with things, predicting the word games that they're going to play to try to,
Yeah, that makes sense. I still think the building's about to collapse is the best one, because because anything else, they can say to you, yes, I now believe in Superman. You can't prove that they don't, but you can prove that they don't think the building's about to collapse by virtue of the fact that they're still on the call, which is why we used to start with the room is on fire, and then we realized, well, they could say I believe the room is on fire. But actually, the best one is the room is about to collapse. And also the fire thing, they can say, I can't believe it because there's so much disconfirmatory evidence, right? They can see the room isn't on fire, and that's what stops them. Yeah. But there's nothing you can see that stops you thinking that a plane's about to crash into your building in 5 minutes' time or something like that. And if you really came to believe that, you would leave. So that's my current favorite one there. All right, let's get... Dusty in over on the YouTube queue. Hopefully that's going to all be good and work nicely. It says you've got no microphone selected, but let's try it. Dusty, are you there? I thought not. Maybe we can request a microphone and get it working. Let's see if we can. Headset, earpiece. Dusty, are you there? I don't think we're going to be able to hear you because it doesn't seem to be any audio equipment attached at your end. No, last chance. Dusty, are you there? Looks like a no, doesn't it? Looks like a no. Okay, well, we will not do that. I'll read a few more messages and maybe we're heading towards a wrap up. We'll see what happens. Buzz said, I am a sleepy mod today. Sorry about that. Well, Buzz, get some rest, my friend. There's no need for you to be tired. Sleep. Tomorrow you shall rise and do it all again. And Buzz also said, knowledge of spades equals Sean really spent time with his dudes in that army. Good leader. Fair. Fair. I think
we have played some spades for sure.
I bet you have. Whiling the hours away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure of that. And Buzz said, "Hide and go fuck myself." Sean.
I think I used that expression. For like what my son could theoretically tell me to do is to go play hide and go fuck myself. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Yeah. The phrases are all here. Maybe I need to put that on a mug as well. And Buzz said, "Join us on Cornhub. Don't be weird, Sean." That was never gonna go away. That's absolutely brilliant. One of your better lines, friend. One of your better lines. Absolutely genius. And Buzz also said, "Sean is irreplaceable. Truly, he says some hilarious shit. I agree. We love you, Sean. We couldn't do this without you. Absolutely awesome." And Niddy said, "What's the probability you'd see today's exact license plates if all combos were equally likely? Astronomical, but cars don't sample all combos randomly, and neither does evolution." Very, very good. Very, very good. Somehow I think our guest earlier may not have been in a mind state to accept these criticisms of his probability arguments and his confident assertions that the maths are on his side. The maths and the science, I think he said, are 100%, he said, on his side. They're not. They really, really aren't. And Bab said, "There is no God, but Shai Hulud and Paul Maudib is his Lisan al-Gib." Yep. For anyone who has read Dune, you will understand this. And anyone can make any religious claims. We can just respond with stuff like this, or we can talk about the majesty of Puff and how shiny his scales are. It's exactly the same. It's all exactly the same stuff. And Zo8840 said, "If suffering," thank you for the super chat, by the way, "if suffering is necessary for God's end goal, then suffering is a God's instrumental goal. If God's either goal is suffering, then God is not omnibenevolent." Yeah, that's exactly it. That's just another reframe of the same objection that I was making to Ether and to others earlier. If God does have some end goal, well, an all-powerful God could just achieve that end goal immediately without any of the suffering. And if God is saying, well, the end goal needs to have the suffering, well, really, then the suffering is the end goal. And if your suffering is your goal, then you ain't good because you're liking suffering. And we're not up for that. We didn't sign up for that, and we're not having it. And Samuel, thank you so much for this. Thanks for all you do. Well, thanks for all you do, Samuel. I appreciate the support very much. We love doing this. This is meaningful and joyful work. So thank you. The support means a lot. I really appreciate it. And the Duncan Idaho Gola says, maybe you can start playing Sean, paying Sean more now. Yeah, well, you're going to have to call me boss. Winstead says, Lloyd, no. M's, not M's, was awesome. Yeah, that's all Lloyd did. I can't wait to clip that one as well. Again, I mean, to be fair, Lloyd has been in now 3 or 4 times. Every time he comes in, his argument seems to be worse than the last time. And today, I think he wasn't expecting. He got a bit of a hard time today because shit got real today. We weren't just talking about his ludicrous arguments of laughable arguments like, we should believe that things are true just because lots of people believe them, and even if their reasons are all really bad, stuff like that. We can there's a comedic value to those kind of exchanges, but today got a little bit it was a bit heavy, and I don't think he was ready for it. And I part of me sort of feels a bit sorry for him about it. But hey, I'm not the one defending domestic violence, so sadly, that's where things are at. And then finally, Bab says, believe there are hundreds of spiders under your trouser legs. That's a good one. Or maybe they'll just say, and I do believe that, and I believe I'm completely fine with them there as well. They could say, I suppose. The building one's going to take some beating, I think. Right. Well, the call queues are now empty. There were a couple of names that popped in and they popped out. And Roy has just sent a lovely supportive super chat. So thank you, Roy, for that without a message, but I really appreciate that. That is super, super kind. Thank you. Oops, there he goes. Thank you so much, Roy. Yeah, I think that might be it. Where are we at? We're like coming up to the 7 hours. That's probably reasonable, given that we're going again tomorrow evening. So just to reiterate something that is happening tomorrow, I did mention this on yesterday's stream as well. We will be joined tomorrow by the wonderful Dr. Todd Phillips. If you don't know Todd Phillips, he is absolutely fantastic. He's become a friend of ours, definitely a friend of the channel. We've had him on here before for a talk and a discussion about his stuff. He is an ex-megachurch pastor, Bible scholar, knows his stuff. And he is coming in tomorrow to talk about something really, really cool that we will be revealing for you tomorrow during the After Hours show. So if you're a fan, if you like Dr. Todd, come and hear what he has to say and what we have to say. And if you are not a fan and you don't know him, come and hear what he has to say, because he's awesome. It's not a surprise to me at all that he's blown up as massively as he has. I remember seeing his content. It was Lacadian actually sent me his stuff when he had he had like 4,500 followers on TikTok. And I was like, this guy is going to blow up. And I contacted him and I said, you're going to blow up. And he has. He's across TikTok and Instagram, he's like 140,000 or maybe even more now, like massive.
Nice.
And it's not a surprise at all, because he's fantastic. So he will be joining us tomorrow, and all will be revealed. We'll be letting you know some cool stuff. So I think that is probably our stuff for today. Call queues are empty, and we're there. I am going to be working on fixing all the broken stuff and defending it so that it can't be hacked again. I'm going to need to get a bit of advice about that, but I shall be doing that. And yeah, bear with me. It will all be resolved soon, I believe. Anyway, that's my intention. So with that said, the normal thanks to mods. You are all amazing. Every one of you. I massively, massively appreciate it on both sides. You guys are all incredible. And we will be back for the After Hours show. It's not really After Hours, is it, when it starts at whatever it starts at? What did I say? 3 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. UK.
It's After Hours in the UK, you know.
Yeah, it's After Hours here. Exactly, yeah. And it's a Friday, so some people finish work early on a Friday, and maybe 3 p.m. on a Friday is After Hours for those people. So who knows? And if not, deal with it. What do you want, blood? Thank you, everyone. And Sean, thank you. You've been brilliant tonight, Sean.
Thanks.
Absolutely
Thanks, John.
awesome, as always.
Thanks, everyone.